Morning, everyone. This is Phil Anderson, welcoming you back to the Pacific Fishery Management Council meeting here on Friday, June 19th. This is the last day of our June council meeting, and we have several different administrative matters to work through today. Before we dive into any of those, I will turn to our Executive Director, Chuck Tracy, and ask him if he has any remarks here to open today's session.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're correct. It's all administrative day today. Council meeting record, membership appointments and COPs, and future meeting agenda and workload planning. Just kind of the normal business there. I did want to recognize today as being Juneteenth. It's a date that's getting a lot of attention these days. I think it's appropriate and that we should acknowledge that. Also want to note that there'll be some transitions occurring after this meeting, between this meeting and the next meeting, in terms of council member appointments and responsibilities. But most of all, I just want to note that today will be Rich Lincoln's last day on the council floor, unless we happen to have a July meeting. But I did just want to bring that up and acknowledge my appreciation for Rich and all he's done for the council, and make sure that everybody's gets an opportunity to wish him well and appreciate him for what he's done here. I'll probably have a little bit more to say towards the end of the meeting, but I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware of that. So I know the council members are all aware, but I'm not sure everybody in the audience is. So thank you, Rich, for your good, really outstanding work here for the last 9 years, and I hope we see you around, and hope you can still contribute to the council going forward. And I think we might have a place for you to do that. So anyway, that's all I've got for right now, Mr. Chair, and we should move ahead with our agenda.
Okay, thanks very much, Chuck. Appreciate you recognizing Rich and his outstanding contribution to the council, and I'll have a few more things to say about him later too. Okay, I believe we're ready to go here and start off with our first item, which is C3, our approval of council meeting records. And so this item would be for the council to consider approving previous council meeting records. And let me, for both the March 2020 and the April 2020 council meetings. So let me turn to Virgil Moore. Your audio is yeah, you sound Virgil. You're not sounding real good, Virgil. You're yeah, we're going to have to maybe hold off here. It sounds like Mickey Mouse with a really bad cold.
Mr. Chair, maybe I'd recommend that we postpone C3 and let Virgil disconnect and reconnect, and maybe pick up C3 after C4, and let Virgil try at that point.
Okay, sounds good. So All right, so we'll go ahead and move to C4 here, which is our membership appointments and any adjustments to modifications to our council operating procedures. Let me turn this over to Mike Berner for an overview on the agenda item.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, council members. I trust I don't sound like a cartoon character, and I will proceed. This agenda item C4 is our typical look at memberships across the council and their advisory bodies and consider any revisions to our council operating procedures. We do have a few pieces of business to take care of today in terms of appointments. So I'll review that for you. Regarding the council membership, coming into this meeting, we had no changes to the council members or their designees. As Mr. Tracy noted at the beginning of the meeting, there are some changes forthcoming, but at the moment, nothing to consider. Every June, the council typically looks at the officers and considers elections there. Chair Anderson is completing his third year as the council chair, and Mr. Gorelnik is completing his second term as council vice chair. So we would be looking for motions under council action in a bit here regarding those elections. Regarding council advisory body appointments, the council solicited for 2 vacancies since your last meeting, the first being a Washington seat on the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel. The second being a Northern Charter Boat Operator position previously held by Ms. Linda Buell on the HMS Advisory Subpanel. So we did not receive any nominations for the Washington seat. So unless I hear differently from the council, we can go ahead and open that up again after this meeting with hopes of getting some nominations over the summer for your consideration in the fall. Regarding the HMS Advisory Subpanel, I first just want to thank Linda for her great service on the HMS. She was on there for quite some time and had great contributions there from my perspective. We did get 2 nominations for that, Mr. David McGowan and Mr. John Yokomizo, 2 charter operators, one out of Westport, one out of the San Francisco Bay Area, for your consideration. And we would look to a motion and some discussion perhaps on that one when we get to to council action on this agenda item. We have also, in time for the briefing book, received 2 nominations from the Southwest Fisheries Science Center. The first regarding one of their seats on the groundfish management team. Dr. Jiha has been nominated to replace Dr. Andrew Thompson in that Southwest Fisheries Science Center seat. Regarding the highly migratory species management team, Dr. Matthew Craig has been nominated to replace Mr. James Coretta on one of the Southwest Fisheries Science Center seats for that group. These 2 appointments were reviewed by the SSC and discussed earlier in closed session. So again, we would look to see a motion regarding those 2 appointments when we get to council action. On ad hoc advisory appointments, just point out that since your last meeting, Chair Anderson made some appointments to the Northern California Coho Work Group, and you've heard from them earlier in this week. There's no further action there. Additionally, we've made some additional appointments to the Ecosystem Group as they work to revise the FEP, and those also require no additional council action. But if you're curious what the makeup of those groups are, those are in the roster. I would also note in your materials under C4, we have a letter that came in supplemental from the State Department formally appointing Ms. Svensson as an alternate to the Western and Central Pacific Fisheries Commission. So congratulations to Krista on that. No further council action required there either. Regarding council operating procedures, we do have a statement from the groundfish management team that came out supplementally. It speaks to the process by which the council considers and approves EFPs in the groundfish world and how you develop the schedule by which set-asides for those EFPs are determined. I believe the piece is largely informational and kicks off the discussion. I don't anticipate council action on the COPs on that at this time, but something for your consideration. Perhaps then as we move to C5 for workload planning, we could discuss how we might address that report from the GMT. So again, just I guess in recap, we would be looking for motions from the council regarding the 2 Southwest Fishery Science Center seats for the groundfish management team and the HMS management team. We have a vacancy to fill on the HMS advisory subpanel. And of course, we need to address the elections of council officers. So that wraps up my overview, Mr. Chair. Unless there's questions of me, I'll turn it back to you.
Thanks very much, Mike. Any questions for Mike on his overview? Thank you, Mike. So let's go ahead and hear from the GMT. They have a supplemental report here for us under this agenda item, and I'll turn it over to, I believe, Lynn Mattis is going to provide the GMT report.
That's correct, and I'm assuming you all can hear me?
Yes, we can.
All righty. Before I get onto our report, just wanted to acknowledge and thank Dr. Andrew Thompson for his time on the GMT. We really appreciated his feedback and his knowledge, especially on short belly rockfish. And we would like to welcome G back to the team, and we also look forward to working with him and learning from him as well. On to our supplemental report 1. The team has previously requested, there's links to reports from 2016 and 2018, and again request that the council develop guidance on how to evaluate the success of EFPs. On EFP approval timeline, we request that the biennial timeline for EFP approval be adjusted. Currently, EFP applications are accepted, reviewed, and preliminary adopted at the November odd year meeting, and then finalized at the June even year meeting. This timeline can lead to modifications of requested set-asides as late as the June even year meeting, when management measures are also being finalized. Changes to set-asides that late in the process can lead to downstream issues in the analysis of season structures and management measures, depending on the species and the magnitude of the changes. To mitigate this, we are requesting that the Council Operating Procedure 19 be modified such that EFPs receive final approval at the April even year council meeting. Finalizing EFPs and their set-asides in April rather than June will help ensure the biennial harvest specifications and management measure analysis is completed on time. Thinking about renewing EFPs. The Council should consider the degree to which additional data collection from renewed EFPs can further inform management. The current EFP participants are largely experimenting with gear types that would reduce bycatch of yellow eye rockfish, the stock which is not as great a concern now as it has been in the past 2 decades, and therefore the EFPs may attract fewer participants. Changes in the fishery resulting from rebuilding of previously overfished rockfish species, such as the increased trip limits and decreasing the footprints of closed areas, may provide greater economic opportunity without the management and monitoring requirements of EFPs. Because renewing EFPs is a substantial workload for agencies, advisory bodies, and the Council, potential benefits to renew should be sufficient to outweigh previously prioritized work on other management projects. The Council may wish to consider sea days as a metric of industry interest in the potential new fishery. For example, days of fishing in recent EFPs based on coverage by WCOP. This could be used to gauge potential interest and benefits from the proposed fishing method. EFPs that do not have more than a certain number of participants or sea days may be unlikely to provide enough benefit to the fishery to justify a council and agency workload. We provide Table 1, which shows a summary of the days at sea in recent EFPs based on their observer coverage. EFP terms and conditions do include a clause for the public release of information. The fishing activities carried out under this permit, which are otherwise prohibited, are for the purpose of collecting information. The EFP holders agree to the public release of any and all information obtained as a result of activities conducted under this permit. In practice, these data are only reported publicly by managers when the general MSA confidentiality criteria are met. Therefore, at a minimum, the Council may wish to consider requiring at least 3 participating vessels each take at least 1 trip with landed catch for an EFP to be eligible for renewal. Observer coverage. Mandatory 100% monitoring is necessary to ensure the fishing activity under an EFP can be appropriately analyzed and accounted for. Historically, all EFP trips have been monitored by at-sea observers. In recent years, the WCOP has collaborated with some EFP participants to provide at-sea coverage with the hopes of testing EM on small vessels. This appears to have led to the belief that WCOP observer coverage is guaranteed for every trip in all EFPs. This is not the case. Despite considerable outreach, some applicants continue to believe that WCOP is obligated to fill the monitoring requirements for all EFP trips, causing considerable behind-the-scenes workload disruptions for WCOP, NIMFs, and state agency staff. WCOP recognizes that the high price of fulfilling the monitoring requirement can make participation in an EFP uneconomical and attempts to provide coverage whenever possible, but cannot guarantee this due to other priorities in other fisheries. Some applicants have suggested using EM in lieu of observers, but have not indicated who would fund the video system review process and video and data storage. As part of reimagining the EFP program, the Council, West Coast Region, and WCOP should discuss whether federally funded observers should be used on EFP trips more broadly, and how to decide what level of potential benefits to the fishery justify the investment of federally funded observers. On background checks, we do note that EFP applicants must pass background checks and not have any fishery violations to be approved. We expect that the NIMF's EFP approval process to continue to address this requirement is needed. And that concludes our report, and I will attempt to address questions.
Thank you very much, Lynn, for providing the GMT's report and recommendation on this council operating procedure. You have a question from Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Chair Anderson. Thank you, Lynn. I had an opportunity to ask you this in our delegation call this morning, but I'll ask again here just so that everybody can hear. On the EFP approval timeline recommendation, the GMT would envision applications still being submitted in November, and an opportunity for a check-in at the March meeting and final approval in April. That's correct. You're not proposing any change to the initial application meeting.
Chair Anderson, Ms. Summer, that's correct. We are just changing the final date and moving that from June to April. All the other timelines and deadlines would remain the same.
Thanks.
Thanks, Maggie. Marcy Yaremko.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Lynn, for the report and the recommendations. Did you have an opportunity to discuss this change in the dates with the GAP?
Chair Anderson, Ms. Yaremko, no, we did not. But we thought by bringing it up now, it's over a year before the process would start, so hopefully it would lead to those discussions with industry and potential EFP applicants.
Thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions for Lynn on the GMT's report? Thank you very much, Lynn.
Thank you.
That concludes the remarks and reports from our advisory bodies and management teams on this item. Takes us to public comment. And we have one person signed up, Tara Brock. Morning, Tara. We're not hearing you.
There we go.
There we go.
Thank you, Chair Anderson, members of the council. Again, my name is Tara Brock with Oceana. First, I did want to start off and just recognize Mr. Lincoln's service on the council. We very much appreciated his willingness to have good dialogue, and we know that this process can be long and taxing sometimes, and we just really appreciate his willingness to serve over the last 9 years. We did want to reiterate under this agenda item some of the things that came up under open public comments, and again ask the council to clarify that it will not restrict the public submission of written scientific information relevant to council managed fisheries and issues on the council's agenda. Public participation in the fishery management process is a statutory right, and submission of relevant information from the public and stakeholders is at the core of this council process. The reason this is so important is that the council and NIMS must base their decisions on the best available science. So ensuring that they meet this mandate, the public must be afforded the opportunity to submit scientific information to the council. The council will simply not be able to determine what is the best available science if it is not presented to it. To our knowledge, no other council restricts the submission of scientific information from the public. And the law requires that the council foster an open and transparent process. The fact that the council might consider a policy to restrict public comment and participation in the fishery management process is deeply concerning to Oceana. It simply does not comport with the council's commitment to informed decision-making, stakeholder engagement, and transparency. We again request that the council direct staff not to censor relevant scientific information submitted by the public, and that the council not take up any consideration of a policy that would restrict public comment. Thank you for considering these comments. We look forward to the council's discussion around this issue as we view it as core to this management process. And I'm happy to take any questions from the council on these issues. And I also just wanted to finally say thank you to council staff. We believe that this webinar process has gone pretty seamlessly. I know it's an adjustment for everybody, but we appreciate continuing to be able to provide public comment and appreciate the council staff's ability and willingness to take this on. And it's been an adjustment for everybody, but it's gone very well in our view. So thank you. And again, happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Tara. Do we have any questions for Tara? Thank you, Tara. So that'll conclude public comment on C4. Takes us to our council action. Why don't we take them in the order that they're presented on the screen? And so the first one would be consider adopting any changes or additions to our operating procedures. We've had a recommendation from the groundfish management team brought forward. Understand through the interchange between Marcy and Lynn that the recommendation coming from the GMT is hasn't been vetted with the gap. So I think the recommendation is a sound one. I think the question is ensuring that when we make the decision on the potential of changing it, that we've had provided an opportunity for others to provide their opinions to us first, is my general thought. But if there is a desire to move forward on that recommendation today, obviously that is certainly an option. Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Chair Anderson. I want to thank the GMT for bringing that up. I understand the benefits that could provide with finalizing the set-asides required to accommodate the EFPs before the final work is done on management measures. I appreciate Marcy raising the question of the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel input on the recommendation. I think that's a good idea. So, for now, I would support the GMT recommendation. I think it's a great idea, and I would love to just hear from our advisors and any members of the public who would wish to comment first before we make a decision on that. So I would suggest we keep it in mind for action at a future meeting.
Excuse me. Thank you, Maggie. Marcy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your remarks earlier, Chair Anderson, and I guess I'm wondering if the step that we would take here today would be to put a proposed change to a COP out for public review to then allow opportunity for advisory body and other public comment on the proposed change. Is that what you were potentially suggesting?
Well, I hadn't gotten that far along in my thinking. I guess my thought was that we would put this on our agenda under administrative matters for our September meeting, and as a result, thereby noticing when we publish our agenda, as well as the supporting meeting documents that would provide the opportunity for any member of the public, as well as our advisory bodies, to provide us comments when we took that agenda item up in September. I wasn't specifically thinking about a motion to send it out for public review, rather to agendize it as I described.
Okay, thank you very much. That clears it up for me. Thank you.
Okay. Ryan Wolf.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to support the report of the GMT, support the kind of proposed way forward as you just laid out, Phil. But while I know this council floor has heard me say this before, just need to reiterate here, and I feel I'd be remiss if I didn't, because looking at the GMT report, we have the word approval multiple times, both council approval and NIMS approval. So just to make sure that it's clarified that approval in the council sense, as it's incorporating EFP allocations into the overall specs process, council recommendations, et cetera, but that EFP evaluation and approval is under NIMS authority. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. I appreciate you bringing that thought forward. I know we're all, at least all of us around the table here are aware of that fact, but thank you. Krista Stinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I am going to pivot just a bit on the COP side of things, away from the EFPs and GMT to the testimony we heard this morning from Tara and Oceana. And I do think that this is probably something we should look at, and I don't know if that was part of your thought process in terms of adding this to a September item. But I do think it's something we should look at. I know that there's been confusion from industry on a number of occasions, at least from groups I've participated in, as to how to put forward scientific information or other types of things to the council process. So I do think some clarity there as to what we're trying to achieve would be helpful.
Yeah, thanks very much, Krista, for bringing that forward. Take seriously the issues that Oceana has brought forward both today and previously on this matter. I know Chuck Tracy, our executive director, has a plan in mind for us to deal with that issue and make sure that we're clear. That I believe was going to come up under the workload planning item as to where to place that. But I would I'll turn to him just to make sure I'm understanding that correctly. So, Chuck?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so we've discussed this a number of times over the last few months, and we would like to bring a number of actually proposed changes to our council operating procedures and SOPPs to the council for consideration, sort of in a 2-meeting process, one for preliminary adoption and public review, and then a final. So it's a matter of staff having some time to collate and assemble all those issues. There's more than just the issue that Ms. Brock brought up. which is how scientific information is presented to the council, not whether it is. In my opinion, anyway, that's how that was my thoughts about that particular item. But so I don't know. Hopefully, we could do that by September, but certainly by November, I would like to have something in front of the council to talk about those various COP issues.
Thanks, Chuck, for that response.
The plan would be that they would occur under this agenda item, the council meeting agenda and workload planning. But again, just to sort of reiterate what Mike mentioned, is that it's good to have these things come up. Just as the EFP example, it'd be good to have that come up. As a substantive discussion amongst the groundfish folks under, a groundfish EFP item or a specs planning item or something like that. So, not that I'm saying that step has to occur for that particular issue now that it's out there, but just as a general approach, bring it up under the substantive item and then have council take action as, in terms of setting up a process for review and potential adoption of the change under this agenda item.
Okay, thanks, Chuck, for that response. Back to you, Krista.
Sorry, didn't have my hand lowered, but that is definitely a great response, and I'm very appreciative. Thank you.
Thanks, Krista. Okay, anything else on our first item under the COP piece of this agenda item? Okay, then that'll take us to the second item, the consideration of appointments and membership. So why don't we first take up the matter of the vacancy on the HMSAS for the Northern Charter Boat Operator position. And we'll turn to Corey Niles.
Yeah, excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion to make here. I move the council appoint Mr. David McGowan to the vacant Northern Charter Boat Operator position on the Highly Migratory Species Advisory Subpanel, formerly held by Miss Linda Buell.
Thank you, Corey. I believe the language on the screen is accurate. Seconded by Rich Lincoln. Speak to your motion as needed.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, we're grateful that Mr. McGowan is willing to serve, has a long history of participating in the albacore charter boat fishery out of Westport. And we'd be grateful to have his input in the process and really appreciate Ms. Buell's long service in that position.
Thank you, Corey. Any discussion on the motion? Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also look forward to Mr. McGowan serving, but wanted to take this opportunity as well to really appreciate Linda Buell's service on the Highly Migratory Species Advisory Subpanel. She has really brought a very deep knowledge of the fisheries and the issues in our area to this process, as well as others, and we are very grateful for that.
Thank you, Maggie. I think that's echoed by all of the council members, the contribution that Ms. Buell made to this subpanel. Any other discussion? Go ahead and call for the question. All those in favor, Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to acknowledge Mr. John Iacomizzo and his application to this spot as well. And I think both were very, very well qualified. And I want him to understand and appreciate his interest. I hope he reapplies again next time there's a place for him to be in the process. And I know he was a participant at MREP, and I valued his input there, and I think he would be a very valued member of the council family in the future. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Bob. Any other discussion on this motion? Okay, we'll go ahead and call for the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Thanks for the motion, Corey. Let's next take up the position on the groundfish management team, the vacancy there that was formerly held by Dr. Thompson. And I'll turn to Ryan Wolf.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I was prepared to discuss both the GMT appointment as well as the HMS MT.
Okay, so we will, thanks for that. We'll address both the vacancy on the GMT as well as the vacancy on the highly migratory species management team that was formerly held by Mr. Coretta. So back to you, Ryan.
Thank you, Chair. And I have a motion to make.
And it has miraculously appeared in front of us.
Yes. I move the council appoint Dr. Sheehy to the Southwest Fisheries Science Center position on the groundfish management team, formerly held by Dr. Andrew Thompson, and appoint Dr. Matthew Craig to the Southwest Fisheries Science Center position on the highly migratory species management team, formerly held by Mr. James Coretta.
Thank you very much, Ryan. We have the language in front of us. Is there a second? Seconded by Rich Lincoln. Go ahead and speak to your motion as needed.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'll start with Dr. He. He's well known to the council community. He's both led and contributed to a large number of stock assessments over his nearly 20-year career with the Southwest Fisheries Science Center, and has previously served on the GMT, although back in 2003, 2004. So I do think it's I'm very confident his experience, expertise will benefit the GMT and the council process. And while saying that, of course, I also want to thank, as Lynn did in the GMT comments in the earlier, want to thank Dr. Andrew Thompson for all those years on the GMT and the contributions to groundfish science and management, and note that he'll remain on the team until September and of course be available throughout the transition. Regarding Dr. Craig, he's has been involved in various aspects of highly migratory species research, field research, lab analyses, management and policy, participated in numerous field settings, tagging highly migratory species, examining life history aspects, and have been involved in quite a large amount of genetic analyses of HMS species on a global scale, and in addition to being the lead for NIMS on the Pacific Bluefin Tuna Biological Review Team. So in summary, his expertise and experience in HMS is pretty broad, and I'm confident he would contribute substantively to the HMSMT. And then finally, of course, to thank Mr. Coretta for all of his years of service on the HMSMT, his contributions, his insight on protected species that interact with HMS fisheries, and similarly would remain on the MT until the September meeting and of course be available in the transition on a consultation basis going forward. And I think that sums up my speaking on my motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Is there discussion on the motion? Thank you very much. We'll go ahead and call for the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed, no.
Hey, good morning, Nick. I'm looking for a intermediate parking brake cable for.
None opposed. Is there any abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ryan. So that'll take us to our election of our chair and our vice chair. We'll take the council chair first. Let me just say it's been a privilege to serve as the Pacific Council's chair over these last 3 years and the vice chair for a year prior to that. Also wanted to acknowledge the vice chair, both Mark Gorelnik and David Crabb, for which I served with, and they were great to work with, as well as serving with Herb Pollard as his vice chair. I think this council is widely recognized as the best. It is the standard by which other councils are judged. And so it's indeed been a privilege to serve as the chair. So with that, I will look for a motion for chair, and I will turn to Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I believe Sandra has a motion. Thank you, Sandra. I move the council elect Mr. Mark Gorelnik as the council chair for the August 11th, 2020 through August 10th, 2021 term.
Thank you, Marcy. We have the language accurately reflected on the screen, and I'll look for a second. Seconded by Bob Dooley. I'll go ahead and speak to your motion as needed, Marcy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. It is my pleasure to nominate Mr. Mark Gorelnik as our next chair. These are very big shoes to fill, but Mark has studied hard and been trained by the best. I'm looking forward to Mark's leadership in the next term, and we'll really look forward to him holding our real gavel instead of a virtual one.
Great, thanks very much, Marcy. Is there any discussion on the motion? Mark Gorelnik.
Thank you, Chair Anderson. I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank you for your leadership and your tutelage. You do provide some very large shoes to fill, and I certainly hope that the council members, when considering my performance, will appreciate my relative lack of time on the council compared to you, but I will do my best for the council, and we'll aspire to do as well as Phil, but it may take me a few meetings to get up to speed. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Mark. I think we all have a great deal of confidence in your abilities. Any further discussion on this motion? Okay, we'll go ahead and call for the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you for that motion, Marcy. We'll now go to the election of the vice chair. And I will turn to Maggie Summer. The trick is to unmute yourself first.
That's a good trick. Thank you. I believe Sandra has a motion. Thank you. I move the council elect Mr. Brad Pettinger as the council vice chair for the August 11th, 2020 through August 10th, 2021 term.
Thank you. And the language on the screen does accurately reflect your motion. I'll be looking for a second. Seconded by Virgil Moore. Speak to your motion as needed.
Thank you, Chair. I am also pleased to make this motion. It has been my great pleasure and honor to serve on this council with Brad, although I have only been here for a short portion of his long tenure in this process. His depth of knowledge of West Coast and U.S. fisheries, as well as the fishery management process, will serve us well. And I think his skill at guiding groups through challenging issues and reaching out to stakeholders and constituents and management partners will really be an asset to the council. And I look forward to Brad joining the leadership team of the council. I am just tremendously pleased to be here, part of our current Oregon delegation of council members, and the breadth of knowledge and leadership potential brought by the whole group here. Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie. Any discussion on the motion? We'll go ahead and call for the question. Before we do that, Brad Pettinger.
Sorry, Phil. Hard to find the button. Just I'd like to say it's a great honor to be nominated to the position. The council process is about as great as a public process as there is, and I'd do my best to keep that moving forward, and with all your help. And also feel like to just say thank you for your outstanding leadership during this last 3 years. Thank you.
Thanks, Brad. Any other discussion on the motion? Okay, we'll go ahead and call for the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations to both Mark and Brad. Look forward to working with you. So let me turn back to Mr. Berner and ask Mike if there's anything else we need to do to complete this agenda item.
No, thank you, Chair Anderson. I believe we have completed all our business. I will work with the Executive Director and the rest of our staff to schedule something on considering those COP revisions we heard of from the GMT and in public comment. I will get these new appointments to the management teams for HMS and Groundfish and the HMS Advisory Subpanel going, and we will continue to solicit someone for the vacant seat on the Washington on the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel. I also just want to take a quick minute to express my appreciation to Mr. Lincoln for his contributions to the council. It's been a pleasure to work with him in that capacity. And also, Phil, thank you to you for your work as chair. I've really enjoyed your tenure, particularly our trips to the CCC meetings. You've done a great job up there, and just congratulations to Mark and Brad. I look forward to their leadership and working with them in that capacity. So thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate those remarks. So that'll take us to the end of this agenda item and take us into our next one. We'll see if we can make some progress here through some reports before we take a morning break here in a little bit. So we'll move to C5, our future council meeting agenda and workload planning, and I'll just turn to Chuck for any opening remarks he has as relative to an overview on this agenda item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I would remind you that we had talked about moving back to C3 at some point. See if
thank you.
Virgil could.
Yeah, I missed that. Sorry. So let's do that. Let's go ahead and back up to C3, which is the approval of our council meeting records, and we'll see how Virgil's voice is doing now. Virgil Moore.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me okay?
You're sounding really good now.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion relative to the minutes, and I move the council approve the March 2020 meeting record as shown in attachments C3, attachment 1, draft council meeting record, 253rd session of the Pacific Fisheries Management Council, March 3 through 9, 2020, and the April 2020 meeting record as shown in C3, attachment 2, draft council meeting record, 254th session of the Pacific Fisheries Management Council, April 4 through 10, 2020.
Thanks very much, Virgil. I believe the language we have on the screen accurately reflects your motion.
It does, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second? We have it second by Pete Hassemer. Speak to your motion if needed.
Motion stands as stated.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Abstentions, motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Virgil and Pete. So now we'll go back to C5, our future council meeting agenda and workload planning, and I'll go back to Chuck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this agenda item is intended to refine general planning for future council meetings, especially in regard to finalizing the proposed agenda for the September 2020 council meeting. Your advanced briefing materials included a year-at-a-glance summary of the next 5 council meeting agenda items, a preliminary proposed September 20 council meeting agenda as attachment 2, and a summary of non-routine agenda items postponed from the 2020 council meetings in April and June as attachment 3. Staff has gone through and updated those with relative to the business that's occurred over the course of the council meeting here. And so you have updated versions of those as supplemental attachments 4, 5, and 6. The council's meeting agenda is presented as a full 5.5-day meeting for September. And it includes all the previously anticipated agenda topics and candidate items. If the September council meeting is eventually scheduled as a webinar, the council may discuss narrowing the scope to essential items as was done for April and June. To facilitate this discussion, council staff has tentatively identified essential September items with red italicized font in the quick reference agenda. Again, attachment 3 summarizes non-essential agenda topics that were postponed in April and June, have not been tentatively rescheduled on the year-at-a-glance. So the council is scheduled to review the list and provide guidance on future scheduling. Council leadership is exploring ways to address the issues that were proposed from April and June, including the possibility of an additional 2020 council webinar meeting and expanded format for the September if that meeting is held by webinar. There's another attachment which is maybe new in terms of having been seen before, and I put together just some issues on how, or some guidance on how I'd like to walk through the issues with you all today. So I'm just going to summarize that real briefly. Again, this is supplemental attachment 7. So there's, to me, it seems there's kind of 2 general areas of discussion for the council. One is setting the agenda for the September and other future council meetings. And the second is addressing some workload assignments. For September, we have to discuss the format and the of the meeting, decide whether it's going to be webinar or not, and some other issues as I mentioned earlier. Likewise, for the future council meetings, we have to determine how we're going to address some of these topics in attachment 3 that have been postponed, and how to begin addressing some of those issues. For workload assignments, because of the format here, there's a number of items that are in need of follow-up after this council meeting in terms of action the council needs to take, items that weren't didn't come up under specific agenda items at this meeting because of the agenda triage where we reduce the agenda to essential items. But in any event, there's a number of items you'll see in the advisory body reports and that I've mentioned earlier in the week under my executive director report that will necessitate council deciding if and how to address moving forward, including a number of letters that the Habitat Committee is considering, some comments on some other procedural directives, and as well as the executive order requesting some council input on that. So I'll walk through that with the council once we get to council discussion, but I did want to just bring that to your attention at this time. So I will pause there and see if there's any questions about that now before we move into the reports of our management entities and advisory bodies.
Okay, thanks, Chuck. Are there any questions of Chuck on the material that he's covered thus far? Krista Stinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just I wanted to note one item that I didn't see listed on attachment 3 that I do hope we can either have added or have some conversation around. And that is, we were in April planning on having a report from the Confederated Tribes of the Colville on salmon reintroduction above Grand Coulee Dam. And I know that they had originally asked if we could put that on the agenda for September based on it being in Spokane, but I have not reached out to them on that component, but I did notice that that was not on the list and would like that to be considered.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Chuck.
Thank you, Krista. So you will see that that is a tentatively scheduled item on the September quick reference and the year at a glance. So that is there. It's shaded. So it's not an essential item, but it is there for the council to consider moving forward with.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions on this, the initial material that Chuck has covered? Okay. Chuck, do you want me to go ahead and go through the and have the council receive the various reports at this point?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, please.
Okay. So first up is the supplemental CCCT report 1 in, I'll turn to Rich Lincoln.
Thanks, Chair. I think I'll just summarize the report here. As the council will remember, I think there were 2 phases to the initiative. One was, the first phase was developing some plausible future scenarios that the council could face in the future. The second phase was conducting some external stakeholder engagement to discuss the implications of those scenarios as a way of the council identifying what new tools it might need, new information it might need to deal with a changing and sometimes unexpected future. So since the last council meeting, the core team drafted or did some additional drafting detailed scenario descriptions, including talking about how those scenarios might deal with or relate to selected species from each of the fishery management plans. Those documents were disseminated to the advisory bodies of the 4 FMPs and the SSC and the Habitat Committee. 6 webinars were held with those groups between late May and early June to discuss the scenarios, focusing on their plausibility, whether they were clear, and eliciting some initial comments on effects on council-managed species and fisheries. The core team has scheduled a webinar in early July to discuss finalizing those scenario descriptions based on the input from those webinars. And those final versions of the scenarios could be presented to the council for review when the Climate and Community Initiative is next scheduled for discussion. And so beyond that, then the second phase that I noted, the discussion of implications with stakeholders based on finalized scenarios. As we've talked before, and as with a lot of other matters in front of the council, our approach to our initially anticipated approach to doing that certainly is affected by current limitations on travel and in-person meetings. So the core team expects to talk about what scenarios for stakeholder engagement might look like, options, whether those would be in-person meetings held in the second half of this year, whether we would try to hold workshops such as online meetings and webinars, or delay the workshops until such time in-person meetings could be held if they couldn't be held later this year. So I think we're at a point now that the core team noted that that there's no schedule on the council future workload planning agenda at the current time for until March 21 in terms of presenting a final report. So the core team's looking for some guidance from the council as to how comfortable it might be for the core team to keep running the process to its conclusion and preparation of a final report without any scheduled floor time to discuss the status with the council. The core team will provide scenario descriptions prior to the September meeting for the council to review. If we schedule a formal checkpoint during the September meeting, that probably would make a difference in being able to meet the previous council goal of completing the project and final report before March 2021. So I think that summarizes it. Thanks.
Thank you, Rich. Are there questions of Rich on the CCCT's report? Okay, thank you. Next up will be the SSC's report. I believe Galen Johnson will be providing that.
Good morning. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Excellent. This is Galen Johnson of the Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission, and I'll be reading agenda item C5A, the supplemental SSC report. The Scientific and Statistical Committee, the SSC, would prefer to continue to have a remote participation option for members for the September 2020 meeting if it is held in Spokane. If the meeting were to be solely in person, several members may not attend due to health concerns and/or uncertainty about schools and daycare being open in the fall. In addition, the SSC has concerns about the mismatch between the council meeting platform and restrictions on NOAA employees using that platform. Well, we were able to conduct this meeting smoothly with some excellent help from Chris Kleinschmidt. It could have been improved if NOAA employees could share their screens when presenting and view the screens of others who are sharing. There were also concerns from NOAA employees about the public display of their home phone numbers when they call in. The SSC offers the following guidance on the future council meeting agenda and workload planning agenda items, as well as a response to the executive director's request for comment on agenda item A3, supplemental attachment 4. The SSC Groundfish Subcommittee, along with the state science centers, aging laboratories, and other interested council advisory body representatives, will hold a webinar this summer to discuss any changes to catch estimation methods and to prioritize aging efforts as described in the terms of reference for the Groundfish and Coastal Pelagic Species Stock Assessment Review process for 2021 to 2022. The SSC Groundfish Committee may conduct a methodology review of the elasmobranch harvest control rule in the late fall or early winter. The SSC CPS subcommittee recommends holding a webinar in July or early August 2020 to review the work on the sardine rebuilding plan. There may also be a need to discuss possible responses in the event of a substantially modified or missing acoustic trawl method survey for 2020 due to restrictions to fieldwork in response to COVID-19. The SSC agreed that final SSC review and, if appropriate, adoption of the length-based stock assessment and remotely operated vehicles methodologies should be a high priority item for September. The SSC also gives high priority to the review of the ongoing sablefish management strategy evaluation so that the analysts have time to be responsive to SSC and council feedback. The analysts have time constraints for completion of the MSE, and stakeholder engagement is important throughout the process. Stakeholder engagement via the North Pacific Fishery Management Council and the Department of Fisheries and Oceans Canada is also being planned. The SSC Ecosystem Subcommittee plans to meet for 1 day prior to the September SSC meeting to review items from the California Current Ecosystem Integrated Ecosystem Assessment Team, and notes if this meeting is to be conducted as a webinar, there's flexibility with the timing as there will be no travel costs incurred. Finally, the SSC discussed the procedural change proposed by NIMFS in Agenda Item A3, Supplemental Attachment 4, to offer guidance on management responses to changing the status of a stock from known to unknown. The SSC recommends more clarity in the first paragraph in the approach section under C2, reject new assessment, use previous assessment results with no new data, as rejecting new data should only be done with good justification. If a clear problem with a specific subset of the data can be identified, it would likely be better to simply exclude the problematic subset of the new data and then proceed with the new assessment, or at minimum update the old assessment with the non-problematic subset of the new data, similar to C1. If a clear problem with the new data cannot be specifically identified, the conflict between the new data and the old model structure could indicate inappropriate assumptions in the previous assessment, and thus simply reverting to the output of the last assessment would be questionable. For example, the situation described in C3. And that concludes our statement. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Galen. Questions of Galen regarding the SSC's report? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, Galen.
Thank you, Chairman Anderson.
Okay, so let's next go and hear from the GMT, and I believe Mel Mandrup will be providing that.
Yes. Can you hear me this time around?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good morning. This is Mel Mandrup from the GMT, and I will be reading the team's report on future council meeting agenda and workload planning. The GMT reviewed the draft proposed Pacific Fishery Management Council meeting agenda for September, as well as the preliminary year-at-a glance from the advanced briefing book. We offer general comments on our experience during the April and June meetings and more specific comments on the September agenda and year-at-a glance. September meeting. Due to the uncertainty caused by the COVID-19 global pandemic, currently required social distancing measures and ongoing travel restrictions in the federal and state agencies, the GMT is preparing for our September council meeting occurring over webinar. With that in mind, the GMT recommends the following for the council's consideration. Prioritize essential groundfish items such as in-season and impact assessment methodology review preliminary topics. This item, which was discussed by the SSC Groundfish Subcommittee in May, and this topic needs to be taken up by the Council in September 2020 to formally adopt the new data moderate approaches that use time series of catch and length composition data, which several stocks were adopted to be used for this method for 21.
These new methods are intended to use in the 21 assessment cycle as to assess brown square spot and copper rockfishes. Another item is to schedule the GMT agenda as half days starting the week prior to the council meeting and continue to not schedule meetings over the weekend as done in June. Lastly, do not overlap the GMT's work time with groundfish agenda items on this council schedule. General comments. Upcoming reviews. The council has a number of interrelated reviews on the horizon. The strategic planning review, which is shaded for September, the limited entry fixed gear catch share review, which is for 21, and the limited entry trawl catch share review, which is for 22. Prior to revising the strategic plan, the council should conduct a review of progress towards the plan's goals. For efficiency, this could be combined with the regularly scheduled reviews of the limited entry fixed gear and trawl catch share reviews scheduled for the next 2 years. A performance as required, a comprehensive groundfish fishery review with sections detailing catch share program performance as required by the FMP, the National Marine Fisheries Service, and the National Marine Fisheries Service may be the most appropriate platform through which to revise the strategic plan. The council could also consider how to best integrate the ongoing Northwest Fisheries Science Center sablefish management strategy evaluation into the fishery performance review effort. The reviews would also be useful to the development of the new NEPA analytical document needed to support the 2023-24 biennial harvest specifications and management measures. As we've been informed by NIMS that this is the last biennium that can be tiered off the 2015-16 environmental impact statement. Workload prioritization. The council also faces difficult workload prioritization decisions about items discussed by the public and advisory bodies, which the council has indicated are priorities, but has yet to take action. These include gear switching and sablefish area management, non-trawl area management and salmon trawl incidental landing limits, mothership utilization, sector utilization, Emily Platt exempted fishing permit into regulation, and Amendment 21 trawl non-trawl allocations. The GMT notes frustration from the public and continued delays of these agenda items. The lack of progress on these items beyond the limited floor time in the remote April and June meetings is largely attributed to the lack of analysis time to develop materials to support council decision-making. The loss of 2 of our 3 lead commercial analysts who would have supported these actions, along with state hiring freezes and potential agency furloughs, will continue to constrain the GMT's ability to produce the analysis that is needed to support these actions moving forward. Additionally, the shifting agency and organization priorities associated with the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic is likely to constrain the existing GMT member capacity. Year at a glance. The GMT has reviewed thousands of pages of analytical reports and hundreds of hours of thoughtful presentations of complex material, and recognizing the accomplishments, hard work, and indefatigable spirit of our departing colleague, Mr. Patrick Myrick, and notes that he will be greatly missed. The GMT recommends that Patrick keep in touch. Attached on the following page is some GMT recommendations for the groundfish items on the year at a glance. You'll see in that table the item, the status of that item, and the GMT recommendation. And with that, I conclude, and we'll take any questions if you have some.
Thanks very much, Mel, for providing the GMT's report. Let me see if we have any questions for you. Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Mel, for your extensive input, the input of the GMT. I'm particularly worried about this problem of losing expertise in the GMT because it's been so essential. And just wonder if there's anything we can do as far as perhaps scheduling meetings of the GMT to bring the new participants up to speed, or do you have any recommendations on how we can meet this challenge? Thank you.
Well, as described in the report, scheduling us a few days ahead of the meeting, we found to be very helpful this meeting. And prior to the meeting, we did have some work sessions where we just discussed reports and on other ongoings where we did not make any formal recommendations, but we did feel that those work sessions were very helpful to just help get ahead of the curve on some of the stuff for the upcoming meeting. And typically we don't meet during the summer, but because we will have a new, well, he actually joined us for this meeting, Jihi, and we'll just continue to talk over email to get some good planning ideas in place, and we'll just do something similar that we did this time around because I think it really worked. But yeah, just taking a good hard look at what is on the prioritization list and keeping in mind what the capacity is of the current GMT and make some good decisions.
Thank you, Mr.
Thanks, Mel. And I would just let everybody know that the state and federal management entities are cognizant of the GMT capacity issues and are coordinating and discussing it to ensure that we maintain a high level of capacity and proficiency in the GMT. So that is on the screen of the both state and federal management entities. So, any other questions of Mel regarding the GMT's report? Great, thank you, Mel. Next up, we'll take the Groundfish Advisory Panel's report, and I believe Sarah Nayani is leading that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks. For the record, I'll be reading agenda item C5A, Supplemental Gap Report 1. The GAP reviewed the documents and public comments under this agenda item and offers the following comments and suggestions. Potential July meeting. The GAP understands the Council is considering a potential brief meeting in July. From the GAP's perspective, a 1 or 2 day virtual Council meeting in July is less than ideal for several reasons. This is prime fishing time for sport and commercial fisheries, and requesting attendance during this time may be asking business owners to sacrifice valuable time on the water to attend a meeting. One GAP member pointed out that the Council decided years ago to avoid scheduling any meetings in late June, July, or August, specifically for that reason. This year, Council and advisory body members may be trying to spend additional time with their families when the weather is good, especially as more areas open in the wake of COVID-19 closures. Additionally, it would be difficult for Council staff and management teams to complete any more or any comprehensive analyses for agenda items in the short time between the June and potential July meetings. However, the GAP could support a 1, possibly 2 day Council meeting for which it would be helpful to brief Council members on complex issues before the September meeting, or to solicit input on items that don't require extensive analyses or preparation, such as the Executive Order 13921. Requiring more analyses for July groundfish issues would subtract from the efforts needed to complete the 21-22 biennial specs and management measures package that needs to be in regulation by January 1, 2021. September meeting. Agenda item F2, workload and new management measure update priorities. The GAP supports replacing this item with the 4 high priority items contained in the GAP Informational Report 4, included in the advanced briefing book for this meeting. The GAP strongly feels we need to stop planning for planning these items and actually move forward. Those items include, in no particular order or priority, number 1, non-trawl area management and salmon trawl incidental landings limits. The SAS Report 1 under this agenda item also addresses this issue. Regarding earlier discussions this week relative to RCA line modifications for the 21-22 biennial harvest specs and management measures, the GAP considers the GMT's F1 Report 4 to be a good place to begin considering the longer-term process of opening further RCA areas to the non-trawl sectors. Addressing the non-trawl RCA line issue in September would allow the GMT to address questions such as how many permits are available coast-wide that could potentially fish the proposed areas for reopening, and of those, how many would be likely to actually utilize those areas. And then moving back to the list, number 2, mothership sector utilization. Number 3, implement San Francisco Community Fishing Association /PLAT EFP regulations. And number 4, Amendment 21 trawl non-trawl allocations. 4 species, widow rockfish, petrale sole, lingcod south of 4010, and slope rockfish south of 4010, including blackgill rockfish, were included in the 21-22 harvest specs and management measures package and changed the 2-year allocations at this meeting. Other species may be considered as part of this longer-term package. For agenda item F4, gear switching, sablefish management, and trawl allocation attainment committee, the GAP supports including the gear switching issue on the September agenda, currently shaded on attachment 2, proposed September council meeting agenda, regardless of whether the meeting is held as an in-person meeting in Spokane or as a virtual meeting. However, it is unclear to the GAP where we are in the amendment process and what will be publicly noticed for the September meeting. Members of the GAP differ on what should be included on the agenda the next time this issue is considered. Some GAP members would prefer the council move ahead with the selection of a range of alternatives at that time, as it is currently written on the proposed September agenda. A status quo / no action alternative would be considered inherent to the ROA discussion and subsequent decision. Other members of the GAP suggest the council move forward by first deciding whether this issue merits further attention and then consider an ROA, should one be necessary. Regardless, the GAP is firm in its recommendation for inclusion of this issue on the September agenda. Executive Order 13921. The GAP supports inclusion of a discussion about Executive Order 13921 during the September meeting, noting several industry members from various sectors have had discussions about it prior to this meeting, and that some also referenced it in written public comment. Alternatively, it may be more appropriate to schedule it for both a July meeting, should the council move forward with that option, and the September meeting. The GAP supports the Supplemental Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel Report 1 relative to this item and consider an important item to include. That's the end of the GAP report. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Are there questions of Sarah's regarding the GAPS report? Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair Anderson. Hi, Sarah. Thank you for the GAP report. I appreciate it. It was a really helpful report. My question is about the GAP's recommendation for how to look at the agenda item F2, the workload and new management measure update priorities. And I just want to make sure I understand what you're interested in here is really the question I have is around the supporting replacing this item with the 4 high priority items. So I wonder if, maintaining the workload and management measure agenda item, but focusing the council discussion under that item on those issues rather than a typical discussion about what's in the workload and what's prioritized, yet again, is where you're getting at.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hall, for the question through the chair. That's exactly what the gap was getting at, was just potentially leaving this item on the agenda, and rather than going through all of the priorities on the workload planning list, really just focusing on these 4 that the GAP has already worked on. And in our report, we referred the council to informational report 4 under the current briefing book. Mm-hmm. And the GAP at both the March and April meetings spent significant amount of time scoping 2 issues and put a little bit more discussion on all 4 of the issues. And so we thought that might be a great place to start at the September meeting, just kind of reviewing that scoping that's already occurred. So that was what our discussions revolved around in the GAP. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah.
Other questions for Sarah? Thank you, Sarah. Thanks to the GMT to the GAP for their report. Next up will be the Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team, and I believe Lorna Wargo will be providing that report to us.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, great. Thank you. So good morning, Mr. Chair and council members. I am Lorna Wargo with the CPS Management Team, and I'll be reading our statement on future council meeting agenda and workload planning. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the Pacific Fishery Management Council has had to significantly reduce agendas, removing CPS agenda items that had been previously scheduled. The CPS Management Team offers the following recommendations and suggestions on CPS agenda topics for the council's consideration of future meeting agendas and workload planning. Regarding the rebuilding plan item, the team's statement here points to the need for a meeting with the SSC CPS subcommittee to review rebuilding analyses. I'll note that a meeting has been tentatively scheduled for July 15th and 16th, and that this addresses the team's concerns that we note here. Moving on to other workload planning, the management team has 4 additional items that I will read through. Stock assessment prioritization. At its June 2019 meeting, the council adopted a CPS biennial stock assessment prioritization, or SAP, process to occur at its November meeting starting in 2020. And you can see the council meeting record, June 19th, under the motion agenda F2 on page 21. This initial SAP will inform stock assessment priorities beginning in 2022. This does not appear yet on the council's current year-at-a-glance agenda, C5 attachment 1, and the CPSMT recommends that this be added to the November 2020 agenda. Next, CPS Essential Habitat Review. As noted in the April 2020 CPSMT report on future agending and workload planning, agenda item I4A, April 2020, reviews of EFH are to be conducted at least every 5 years. CPS EFH was last reviewed in 2010. EFH reviews occur in 2 phases. Phase 1 reviews for new information, and if the council determines no changes are warranted based on the findings, the EFH review is concluded. Otherwise, it proceeds to Phase 2. The Phase 1 report is tentatively scheduled to be presented at the November 2020 council meeting. Third, revisions to management categories in the fishery management plan. In June 2019, the council asked for a CPS FMP amendment that removes the active and monitored management categories. Council meeting record, June 2019. See motion 4 under agenda item F4 on page 26. Scoping was tentatively scheduled for this June meeting. Given current events, priorities, and workload, the CPSMT recommends that the council put this initiative on the year at a glance for the April or June 2021 meeting. And finally, the central subpopulation of northern anchovy. In November 2019, the council reviewed a report on the simulation flow chart framework for the monitoring and management of the central subpopulation of northern anchovy. Agenda item D4, supplemental presentation 1 and attachment 1, November 2019. As the CPSMT noted in its April 2020 workload statement, agenda I4A, CPSMT supplemental report 1, we anticipate being able to complete work on the framework flowchart and provide a report for council consideration in April 2021. And finally, the CPSMT anticipates a team meeting in advance of the November council meeting to work on the items listed above. And that would conclude our management team statement.
Thank you very much, Lorna. Are there questions of Lorna regarding the Coastal Pelagic Management Team's report? Thanks, Lorna.
Thank you.
Next, we'll go to the Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel, and Mike Okoniewski, I believe, is providing that report. Mike.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and council members. My name is Mike Okoniewski, a co-chair of CPS-AS. We're reading from agenda item C5A, supplemental CPS-AS report 1, June 2020. Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel report on future council meeting agenda and workload planning. The Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel, CPS-AS, offers the following comments on upcoming CPS-related issues. Essential fish habitat, EFH, periodic review. The Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel heard a report on EFH and a review process from Mr. Kerry Griffin. We appreciate the chance to be updated on this topic. We have no comments at this time except to ask that we be further apprised if the review process is activated or enters a developmental phase for scoping in the future. Executive Order 13921, promoting American seafood competitiveness and economic growth. The Coastal Pelagic Species Subpanel has reviewed the recently issued Executive Order, June Informational Report 7. It is our understanding that full discussion and commentary will be taken up at the September 2020 council meeting. We're pleased to see a high-level directive that focuses on improving the competitiveness of U.S. seafood. Many of our U.S. fisheries struggle to remain viable. In almost every case, these struggles have led to supply chain and market disruptions that exacerbate the stability of the fishery and the value equation of their products. Examples of supply chain disruptions can be found in the recent COVID-19 pandemic. Red meat and poultry supply chains, arguably the gold standards in supply chains, have lost employees and shut down facilities due to this coronavirus. This has led to empty retail cases, consumers without their normal supply of meat, and ranchers that cannot get their livestock to market. Some seafood processors also have experienced closures due to COVID-19. Of the Executive Order, Section 4, removing barriers to American fishing. A, the Secretary of Commerce shall request each regional fishery management council to submit within 180 days of the date of this order a prioritized list of recommended actions to reduce burdens on domestic fishing and to increase production within sustainable fisheries, including a proposal for initiating each recommended action within 1 year of the date of this order. As the councils have been requested to supply proposals, we recommend that this council seek the advice of their advisory bodies as to what is working and what is not. Are there improvements in fishery management that could take into account the state of those businesses in the seafood industry that harvest, process, and market our fisheries resources to better ensure fulfillment of all Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act requirements? This could help the fishing industry cut costs and remain viable. Fishermen, processors, and marketers all need a greater comprehension of their issues if we are to fulfill the intent of the executive order and meet the MSA mandates for optimum yield and net benefits to our nation. In September, we hope to offer advice to the Council that we believe can alleviate some of these issues and supply you with material to make your recommendations. If we can collaborate with the Council on fulfillment of this executive order, we believe there will be net benefits to all involved and our nation. As importantly, this can be accomplished without endangering our sustainable resource base. Future council meetings, and I think this one has probably already been decided, but if the council decides to convene face-to-face council meetings in September and November 2020, the CPSAS recommends that the council also provide a virtual meeting alternative, i.e. via webinar, to allow individuals to participate without potential exposure to the coronavirus, COVID-19. We request that a virtual meeting option be continued until the threat of a COVID-19 is substantially reduced or a vaccine is available. And I have heard since that it'll be one or the other, but probably can't do both, and I can understand that. But that was our request, and I thank you for listening, and be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Mike. Are there questions of Mike regarding the subpanels report? Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Next, we'll go to the highly migratory species management team report, and I think Steve Stowe is providing that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. Can you all hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
I will be reading from the supplemental team report, HMS management team report under agenda item B5. The HMS management team reviewed the proposed scheduling of HMS agenda items on the council's preliminary year-at-a-glance summary, as well as the related attachments. The team discussed the implications of future workload items classified as tentatively essential or candidate items for postponement. The team suggests prioritizing time-critical agenda items for near-term council meetings. The council may also wish to consider expiration dates of no-cost contract extensions related to work on some HMS agenda items during workload and agenda planning. Regarding the work on the swordfish management and monitoring plan, the team discussed tasks related to the council's analysis request to identify additional work and staff needed to complete the assignment. This assignment is noted as non-essential in the council's classification of agenda items postponed from 2020 meetings. The team notes that the council is scheduled to meet in Garden Grove, California in November 2020, which could increase participation for this agenda item by the swordfish fishery constituents who reside in Southern California. The team recommends that the council consider the no-cost contract extension related to work on this agenda item in deciding when to reschedule it. On international activities, the schedule of meetings of the Inter-American Tropical Tuna Commission and Western and Central Pacific Fishery Commission remain uncertain. If the Inter-American Tropical Tuna Commission annual meeting and Northern Committee meeting occurs scheduled in August and early September, respectively, the September Council meeting provides an opportunity to comment on domestic implementation of these measures. If these meetings are delayed, the September Council meeting provides an opportunity to provide recommendations to the IATTC, Northern Committee, and WCPFC, noting the WCPFC is typically scheduled after the November meeting. Regarding biennial specifications, September 2020 begins the biennial specifications cycle as revised by Amendment 4 to the HMS Fishery Management Plan, when the Council will receive updates on the 2019 stock assessments. Additionally, several 2020 assessments will be finalized prior to the September Council meeting, offering an opportunity to begin Council discussion of assessment results. Regarding the essential fish habitat review assignment for HMS species, The team received an update on the status of phase 1 of the essential fish habitat review from council staff at our recent meeting. Currently, the EFH review phase 1 report is scheduled for the September 2020 council meeting. Given the current status of EFH review, the team could bring the council an update during the September 2020 council meeting with a full phase 1 report to be presented at the March 2021 council meeting. On exempted fishing permits, the team agrees that consideration of exempted fishing permits is essential for the September council meeting. The team suggests the council schedule preliminary EFP approval in September and final approval in November, keeping in mind that any EFP application submitted consistent with the previously approved gear configurations can be reviewed and approved in a single meeting in September. In addition, many of the deep set buoy gear EFP annual reports submitted under Informational Report 12 mentioned participants' desire to use more than 10 pieces of either standard or linked buoy gear simultaneously. The gear definition for all deep set buoy gear EFPs to date, as well as council action for authorization of deep set buoy gear, specify that no more than 10 pieces can be used at any one time. The team recommends that the council specify that if any individuals wish to begin using more than 10 pieces of either standard or linked buoy gear, they must submit a new EFP application, as these applications would be considered a new gear type for EFP evaluation. They would require a 2-meeting process for approval. On drift gill net performance metrics, the DGN performance metrics review is included in the list of tentative non-essential HMS agenda items. The team recommends the council revisit DGN performance metrics at its June 2021 meeting. The team notes relatively low fishing effort combined with the most recent estimates of marine mammal and sea turtle bycatch result in negligible changes in estimated bycatch compared with previous years. The team could benefit from additional time allotted for the development and application of regression tree methods to finfish and shark bycatch. The team notes that 2019 through 2020 DGN observer data summaries are available on the NIMS West Coast Region website. On the DGN hard caps assignment, currently the DGN hard caps item is a candidate for discussion at the September 2020 council meeting. The team does not view this agenda item as essential for September. However, this agenda item should be scheduled during a future council meeting as soon as possible, given NIMS identified issues with the final rule as published and the potential need to revise the regulations. And then I'll address a vessel data and analysis request that we heard at this meeting. As a result of discussions during the joint management team and HMS advisory subpanel webinar, the management team understood that the advisory panel requested data analysis related to issues of Pacific bluefin tuna and swordfish raised in their report under B1A open comment. Similar to the main data request, is similar to the main data request in this report concerning the albacore fishery. The Eastern Pacific Professional Specialty Group is already addressing this request with regards to the albacore fishery. If the Eastern Pacific Professional Specialties Group is able to provide the albacore analysis, the Council's HMS advisory bodies could review it during the September or November meeting. And the team finds the data analysis related to the Pacific bluefin tuna and swordfish to be of lower priority than the existing tasks identified in the Council year at a glance schedule. In light of limitations due to telework arrangements, workload, and other considerations, the team requests the Council postpone work on these two tasks until a later date, possibly in a future biennial cycle. And in summary, the team recommends Council consider the following schedule of HMS-related topics for future workload planning. And I won't read through the schedule, but you can see it in our report. And that's the end of my report on this, and I'll take any questions from the Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Any questions regarding the highly migratory species management team's report? Thank you, Steve. Just a heads up, I'm going to get through we're going to go ahead and receive the final three reports, and then we'll be taking a break before public comment. So let's next go to the Highly Migratory Species Advisory Subpanel, and I believe Bill Sutton is providing that.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I'm speaking on agenda item C5A, the Highly Migratory Species Advisory Panel report on the commercial sport, hook, and line swordfish fishery. The HMS would like to bring to the council's attention to an issue raised by many deep set buoy gear exempted fishery permit report, informational report 12, June of 2020. The public comment by Mr. Dave Steffens under agenda item B1. There has been significant increase in the effort by recreational vessels using deep drop hook and line gear to target swordfish, which is very similar to the deep set buoy gear. The California Department of Fishing and Wildlife has been taking steps to address this issue, as evidenced by a recent presentation by Mr. John Ugeritz to the California Fish and Game Commission. However, we believe there may be a council role in addressing an emergence commercial recreational fishery conflict, which affects federal managed swordfish fisheries, including the deep set buoy fishery that the council recently took action on. The HMS discussed a number of ideas that may address this emerging conflict and request the council schedule this issue on future agenda to scope potential federal management actions that could evaluate this developing conflict. A starting point would be to improve federally sponsored data collection for the recreational fishery, which could be used as a basis for developing catch accountability measures. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill. Are there questions regarding the HMSAS report? Thanks very much, Bill. Next up will be the Salmon Advisory Subpanel report, and if John Keppen has reception, he'll be given that, and if he doesn't, Robin Elke will fill in for him. Thinking, Robin, you're probably going to have to, well, let me try John. I see John there.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is John Keppen. Let me confirm that you can hear.
Yes, we can, John. Go ahead.
Thank you. This is agenda item C5A, Supplemental SAS Report 1, June 2020. Salmon Advisory Subpanel Statement on Informational Report number 4, Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Informational Report for High Priority Groundfish Items. The Salmon Advisory Subpanel, SAS, reviewed Informational Report number 4, submitted by the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel, GAP, which provided details for 4 high priority items. The SAS supports selecting topic 1, non-trawl area management 1A, and salmon trawl incidental landing limits 1B as the highest priority as described in Table 1 and Table 2 of the Informational Report number 4, June 2020 Council meeting. This topic has the highest value return for salmon fishermen in California coastal communities of Eureka, Fort Bragg, Bodega Bay, San Francisco, Half Moon Bay, Santa Cruz, Moss Landing, Monterey, Morro Bay, and Avila. In addition, the analysis needed to inform the council's decision is believed to be relatively simple with minimal workload. Topic 1A focuses on removal or adjusting portions of the non-trawl rockfish conservation area, known as the RCA, to increase accessible fishing grounds. As stated under open public comment at the March 2020 council meeting, this fishery is highly valued as a bridge fishery for small boat operators and early entrance into the commercial fishery. The year-round operation provides additional revenue to coastal communities and harbor districts, which assist in the preservation and upkeep of infrastructure. There is a significant benefit of permanent employee versus seasonal work for those directly dependent on the commercial fishery when the open access fishery is fully functional, as it was before the establishment of the RCA. Topic 1B focuses on salmon troll incidental landings and asks the council to consider a change in incidental groundfish retention limits south of 4010. The SAS supports the proposal so that retention limits would better reflect the improved status of many rockfish stocks. We encourage a full inclusion of rockfish species that may be intercepted to include, but not limited to, vermilion, canary, widow, bocaccio, yellowtail, and cowcod. The benefit of this proposal would be a reduction in the discard rate of a high-value protein source and assist in the revenue stream for salmon trollers who operate on very low and uncertain margins. This concludes the SAS comments. I'll open the floor for questions.
Thanks, John, for providing the SAS report. Do I have any questions for John? Marcy Remco has a question for you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Anderson. Good morning, John. I just want to make sure I'm understanding your statement correctly. You're proposing retention of cowcod south of 4010 in the incidental salmon troll fishery?
Marcy, I just got a note here that I just was unmuted. Could you repeat the question?
Yes, thank you. I just want to clarify what your statement says. Am I to read that you are proposing we look at allowing retention of cowcod in the incidental salmon fishery?
Thank you, Marcy. Good morning. Species. We would include that. Certainly, that's open for conversation. But quite honestly, my experience with cowcod in the salmon troll fishery, it's never happened because those fish are much deeper than we can actually troll. They're 90 fathom plus fish, and where our gear only fish is effectively down to 50 fathoms. So we put cowcod in the statement only because it was a species that had been determined to be rebuilt.
Thanks for that response, John. Did that get to your question, Marcy?
It answers my question, yes. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions for John? Thanks, John. We'll let you get back to business there. Okay. And the last advisory body report or committee report we have is from the Habitat Committee. And I believe Lance Hebden will be providing that.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Lance.
All righty. Again, this is Lance Hebden, and I'll be reading agenda item C5A, Supplemental Habitat Committee Report. Number 1. Although the Council's June agenda did not include a habitat agenda item, the HC met on June 10th and 11th and submitted an informational report that will be IR 19 with items that did not require immediate Council attention. In addition, the HC discussed its responsibilities regarding Klamath and Sacramento Fall Chinook rebuilding plans and identified 4 time-sensitive issues that would require Council comment prior to the September meeting. These are described in this workload planning report. Regarding the salmon's rebuilding plans, in March, the Council tasked the HC to coordinate with the salmon technical team concerning habitat issues that may be affecting rebuilding of fall Chinook salmon stocks in the Klamath and Sacramento rivers. In May, members of the HC and STT met to discuss possible approaches. At this meeting, the HC discussed the process and how best to present information to the council, and the HC agreed to follow up on previous STT analyses by comparing conditions in the key brood years affected by the rebuilding plan with previous years, addressing whether these conditions might be continuing and suggesting ways the council can address potential habitat impacts. The HC will continue reaching out to state and federal scientists and members of the STT and report back to the council in September. This may affect the STT's workload as well as the habitat committees. The first item that we're bringing to your attention for potential action, number one is executive order promoting American seafood competitiveness and economic growth. The HC reviewed IR7 on the executive order for promoting American seafood competitiveness and economic growth. In addition to the sections on fishing and enforcement, the Habitat Committee notes that the 5 sections on aquaculture development are also important to the council. Section 6 calls for an expedited 2-year National Environmental Policy Act timeline that begins with the publishing notice of intent and concludes with a record of decision. NOAA is the designated lead agency for federal waters. The Corps of Engineers has 90 days to develop 3 nationwide permits for finfish, seaweed, and multi-species aquaculture activities in coastal and marine waters under both state and federal jurisdiction. Section 7 of the executive order calls for the identification of at least 2 geographic areas suitable for aquaculture, known as aquaculture opportunity areas, within 1 year of the date of the order, and the completion of a programmatic EIS for each area within 2 years after that. The order calls for coordinating the selection of aquaculture opportunity areas with the councils, state and tribal governments, and other federal agencies. The council or the council coordinating committee may want to comment on 3 nationwide permits, which will be published around August 7th. The comment period could be as short as 30 days, but because they haven't been published, we don't actually know what the comment period will be. The second item is call for comment on the California Energy Commission on potential new areas for offshore energy. The Bureau of Ocean and Energy Management, or BOEM, and other agencies have been planning for offshore renewable energy for the past several years, and the council has previously commented on these efforts, mainly from an EFH perspective. The California Energy Commission is working with the Department of Defense and other agencies to determine if there are potential offshore wind energy sites along the central California coast offshore of Morro Bay that are not in conflict with military testing activities. These sites would be in addition to the Morro Bay call area previously identified by BOEM. Fishing activities, population monitoring, research, abundance of fish stocks, and EFH all may be impacted by wind energy projects. Although the California Energy Commission has called for comments on the proposed offshore wind sites, it does not appear that they have conducted outreach to the fishing community to discuss the additional sites. Because of the current lack of impact assessment and stakeholder engagement and the council's interest in this issue, the HC is prepared to draft a letter to this California Energy Commission identifying potential effects on council-managed fisheries and requesting the council be directly engaged in the process as it moves forward. Other council advisory bodies such as the HMS, AS, or Groundfish Advisory Subpanel may wish to contribute to such a letter. The HC would reach out to them when drafting the letter if that is the council's preference. The deadline for comments is July 31st and would require a council quick response process. The third item for consideration is a new EPA daily temperature limit for Columbia River, or TMDL. The Environmental Protection Agency established a new total daily maximum limit, or TMDL, for water temperatures in the Columbia and Lower Snake Rivers and is taking public comment. EPA found that the 15 dams within the TMDL area have a cumulative warming effect during the summer and early fall. The lower Snake River dams significantly raised temperature of the river from July through September, causing or contributing to numerous water quality standard violations. The comment period ends July 21st. Documents for the proposed TMDL and instructions for submitting comments are available on the EPA website. The HC believes the TMDL is a positive step that is consistent with previous council comments concerning elevated temperatures in the Columbia River. If directed by the council, the HC can prepare a letter of support for this action using the quick response process. Item number 4 involves decommissioning of the Potter Valley Dam project. The Potter Valley project is a hydropower project located on the Eel River in Mendocino and Lake County, California, owned and operated by PG&E. The Two Basin Partnership Coalition has filed a feasibility study report with FERC to take over the Potter Valley project FERC license from PG&E. The plan proposes to decommission and remove Scott Dam and replace a poorly performing fish ladder at the Cape Horn Dam. This would restore fish passage to more than 100 miles of high-quality, high-elevation habitat. The Eel River watershed is a critical basin for California coast Chinook salmon, which constrain commercial fisheries. The ocean waters surrounding the mouth of the Eel River from the Humboldt South Jetty to Horse Mountain have been closed to salmon fishing for decades to protect this stock. This project would benefit council-managed commercial and recreational fisheries by restoring constraining stocks and producing additional fish for ocean harvest. The HC is prepared to draft a letter for council consideration through the quick response process to FERC and the Two Basin Partnership, indicating support for the partnership's feasibility study and plans for the Potter Valley project decommissioning and fish passage improvements. The partnership has asked that letters of support be sent by June 29th. It is important to note that this process precedes the official launch of the FERC process. So with that, Mr. Chairman, there were a summary of 4 recommended items, a letter from the council or the council coordinating committee to the Army Corps of Engineers on the nationwide aquaculture permits in the executive order, a letter to the California Energy Commission on wind energy siting with a due date of July 31st, a letter of support to the Environmental Protection Agency on the TMDL water temperature limits for the Columbia and Snake Rivers, and a letter of support to FERC and the Two Basin Partnership on decommissioning Eel River dams due June 29th. With that, Mr. Chairman, that concludes the Habitat Committee supplemental report.
Thanks very much, Lance, for providing the Habitat Committee's report. Pete Hassemer has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Lance, for the report. 2 questions. They're both really from the workload perspective, but as you went through the committee's report, trying to scroll up and just make sure I cite the right numbers here. Item 1, the executive order dealing with the aquaculture, American seafood, and the second one on the energy projects. Has the committee ever thought or discussed about, relative to commenting on these co-locating or merging energy projects with aquaculture projects? And I ask that from the perspective there seems to be some interest, at least as I see on the East Coast, when looking at various projects, of combining them to reduce the footprint. So that question is, has the committee heard or talked about that and thought how that might affect habitat in our reviews if energy and aquaculture projects were collated? And the second question is related to the executive order. I know the committee is always keen on what's going on in our waters related to the aquaculture opportunity areas. Have you heard anything about what might be happening? The executive order is a bit vague on the scope, that 2 projects within the next, or 2 opportunity areas within the next year seems to be nationwide, but is there any thought of citing one of those on the West Coast? Thanks in advance for your answers.
Mr. Chairman, Member Hassemer, so as the members of the council are probably aware, offshore wind energy is a permitting and or construction is a really new activity. And so we haven't had an opportunity to discuss the potential for co-locating energy projects with aquaculture, but it would seem just from a footprint standpoint that could be beneficial both to fishing interests and to EFH considerations. And we'll certainly look into that as we move forward with these issues that seem to continually pop up. With respect to the scope of the aquaculture opportunity areas, there's nothing official that has been released yet, only a rumor that one of the areas may be off the coast of California, which would directly be of interest to the council. But as of yet, nothing has been officially released on where those designated aquaculture opportunity areas will be. That concludes my answer.
Thank you, Lance, and thanks for the question, Pete. Are there any other questions for Lance regarding the Habitat Committee's report? Thanks very much for that report, Lance, and thanks to the members of the Habitat Committee. Okay, that completes our reports from our teams, our panels, advisory panels, and committees. So we're going to take, it's 10:06. Let's wait. Let's give ourselves a 15-minute break here, or close to it. We'll come back at 10:20. We do have, I think, at least 14 people signed up to provide us public comment under this agenda item. So please be back ready to go at 10:20.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I just want to let people know that for public comment, we will be closing the public comment portal before the end of the break. So if you've got, if you want to sign up now. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chuck. See you back here at 10:20. Okay, we are back. We are on our future council meeting agenda and workload planning agenda here, and we've just completed hearing from our advisory panels and committees and teams. Now we're ready to receive public comment. So I'll pause here a moment and see if my list of folks that have signed up to testify can be put up on our screen here. Great. Thank you, Chuck. So first up will be Heather Mann, and Heather's going to be followed by Ben Antignat. So welcome, Heather.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, council members. Good morning. My name is Heather Mann. I'm here on behalf of the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. MTC recommends that the September meeting be held virtually. It seems unlikely we will be out of our current situation for some time to come, and it is better to know well in advance for planning purposes whether this meeting will be virtual or in person. I do not support a meeting that includes a hybrid approach of partly in person and partly virtual attendance. I think this sets up some fairness access issues, and I think it should be avoided. At first, I was a little annoyed that we weren't working through the weekend, but in retrospect, I think it was a nice break. So I would support moving forward with this approach while we are meeting virtually. I had hoped that we would have a special meeting over the summer because there are quite a few issues that we're far behind on that are important to the trawl industry. But I understand now that that may be of little value considering the short time frame required by public meeting laws. I hope we can beef up the September agenda, though, and start tackling some of these issues sooner rather than later. In terms of priorities, I believe we should be focusing council and agency activities on those items which bring continued or improved opportunities for our fishing fleets. We are only now beginning to understand and realize the dramatic disruption to fisheries due to COVID-19, and thoughtful dedication to completing processes which will result in improved economics is critical now and into the foreseeable future. In my opinion, the pandemic has shined a very bright light on the things in our fisheries that aren't working. Along those lines, MTC continues to recommend prioritizing the mothership utilization issue and the gear switching issue. The MS utilization issue has been twice prioritized by the council, but it has still languished in the quote unquote batter's box. The council has recognized the mothership sector is not functioning as it was intended. This is backed up by the 5-year review analysis and ample public comment. So I would ask that you please schedule this agenda item in September. The gear switching issue deserves to have its day on the council agenda. This issue has dragged on, taking up considerable staff time. It is a controversial issue, but the participants on all sides deserve a certain time frame in moving forward. In thinking about relaxing the non-trawl RCA and providing opportunities to fixed gear and recreational fishermen, I support my colleagues in spirit and hope they do get increased opportunities. However, I don't support the issue jumping the queue, so to speak, and I would include it as a priority following the mothership utilization and gear switching issues. I do have some concerns about what seems to be the potential for very different accountability requirements between fleets. I think it is time to reconsider whether 200% observation on trawl vessels is really necessary. My recollection during the development of the trawl ITQ program, when I was chairing the GAP, was that at some point, the council could consider how much observer coverage is really necessary to achieve the goals and objectives of the program. 9 years into the program, and I do believe it is time to start these conversations. Monitoring costs continue to be a big expense for participants, especially in addition to cost recovery and buyback loan payments. If 25% or less observer coverage is okay for other fleets, then I think we should have a conversation about what would be appropriate for the trawl program. There are other LAP programs that do not require 100% observer coverage. I've testified a few times about actions the agency can take to assist the trawl fleet as they try to weather the storm of COVID-19 and temporarily reduce the cost of producing seafood. I'd ask the council to please consider recommending to NIMS consideration of these things, like suspending cost recovery for a 12-month period. This is something I've asked the agency to do, but have not received a response for. On the executive order, I do not think that listing the issues that are currently ongoing through the council process meets the thoughtful intent of the EO. The EO directs us to come up with ideas to reduce regulatory burden and in turn get more fish out of the water and meet the objectives of National Standard 1. For September, we should have a dedicated discussion about ideas to meet the EO. And I think that's an agenda item that should go through the advisory bodies as well as the council. I've also continued to raise concerns about observer requirements during this time and the disparity between the concern for the safety of NIMS employees versus that of industry and observers. The cancellation of surveys and fieldwork to protect the health of NIMS employees tells me that their safety is more important than survey data collected. I don't believe the region has taken the right approach with regards to monitoring and instead is prioritizing the data collected by observers over the health and life of fishermen and observers. Our businesses are also threatened, as one only has to look at the many seafood companies that have had significant operation disruptions due to outbreaks. Yesterday, Oregon State Rep, my state rep, Dave Gomberg, sent out a newsletter and it said, quote, "In 10 days, we have gone from 9 positive COVID cases to 226. That's just how fast this thing can grow. The Central Coast now has the dubious distinction of having the highest unemployment rate in the state, the fastest growing outbreak in the state, and with 1 in 3 people over age 65, the highest proportion of potentially vulnerable residents in the state. But NIMS is still requiring fishing boats to carry observers. I think this violates National Standard 10 and the EO. At the very least, there should be medical experts involved in determining whether having observers on vessels poses a greater risk to everyone involved. I would ask you to reaffirm your previous recommendation that observer coverage be waived. It's your program and your decision. And the fact that the region did not take your nearly unanimous recommendation is that in April is troubling to many of us in the process. And lastly, some thank yous. I'd like to thank Asia and her staff for getting the emergency rule out for the mothership whiting sector. I'd like to thank Chris Kleinschmidt and the rest of the council staff for providing support for what I believe has been a pretty well-run virtual meeting. I know this takes a lot of work. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to acknowledge your leadership over the last 3 years, your knowledge of the issues, your dedication to the needs of the various industries as well as conservation, and your ability to find paths forward that are thoughtful and productive is a real skill. And on behalf of MTC, I want to thank you for that leadership. Congratulations to Mark and to Brad. I'd invite Mark to come on up to Oregon, spend some time in Newport, go out on a whiting trawl boat and get to know our industry. You have an open invitation. I'd be more than happy to host you up here. And then 2 more quick ones. Thanks to Patrick for all he has contributed to this process. His enthusiasm and knowledge seem boundless and we'll miss him. And lastly, Mr. Lincoln. Rich, you and I don't always agree, but I've always respected your willingness to discuss the issues in a rational way, and you have contributed tremendously to the process in the last 9 years. So thank you for your service. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Heather, and thanks for the kind words. Let me ask if there are any questions for Heather. Mark Grelnick.
Thank you, Chair Anderson. And Heather, thank you for the invitation, and we should talk at some point.
Great.
Okay, thanks, Heather.
Thank you.
Ben Enticknap is next, and Ben's followed by Teresa Labriola.
Good morning, council members. This is Ben Enticknap with Oceana. I've got 3 issues for you. future agenda planning on coastal pelagic species, salmon, and groundfish. Regarding coastal pelagic species management, we would like to recommend that the Pacific Sardine Rebuilding Plan be changed from final action to adoption of a PPA in September, and then schedule final action for November. This would provide additional time for the coastal pelagic species management team and the SSC subcommittee to develop a robust analysis of the range of alternatives and additional time for public review. This rebuilding plan may be guiding the management of sardine for a decade or more, and it's important that it be done right. The council had originally planned that this be a 3-meeting issue, but due to COVID, it was pushed off the April agenda, and now it's starting to feel like it's a little rushed. And we talked about this. I talked about this with our attorneys because, as you know, the law requires NIMS implement a rebuilding plan within 2 years of the determination of its overfish status, and that would be July 2021. But it does not dictate the time in between. The law also requires careful consideration of public input, alternatives, justification of decisions, and a careful science-based analysis. So if delaying final action to November assists in doing these things, and NIMS can implement the rebuilding plan by July 2021, we would encourage you to make the recommended changes with a PPA in September and final action in November. Second, regarding the management of the salmon fisheries and orcas, we just recommend that you stay on the identified schedule for developing and considering conservation and management measures with preliminary review in September and final action in November. Those items appear to be shaded in the future agenda planning, and we would like to see that continue and see that hard work continue by your ad hoc Southern Resident Killer Working Group. Last, regarding groundfish, yesterday you made a motion on short belly rockfish, and I'll just say it was a little unclear exactly what the next steps are. I mean, clearly an FMP amendment is needed to move short belly from in the fishery to the ecosystem component species category, and I don't know if that needs just direction to council staff and NIPS to do it, or does it need to come back to the council again? But we would like to see that FMP amendment include the 2,000 metric ton threshold trigger for review, so that it's specified there in the FMP, as it was pointed out by NIMS yesterday. That would not be in the regulations. And then second, to the second part of the motion of short belly rockfish, that we ask that you go ahead now and schedule a new groundfish agenda item to consider additional management measures consistent with the objectives of the fishery ecosystem plan, as indicated in the council motion yesterday, to reduce impacts on short belly rockfish from bycatch. That concludes my comments. Thank you very much, and congratulations on a productive week.
Thank you, Ben. Questions for Ben? Thank you. Teresa Labriola, followed by Sarah Nyani.
Good morning, Chair Anderson and members of the council. I'm Teresa Labriola with Wild Oceans, and thank you for considering my comments today during workload planning. I'd first like to take a moment and thank Rich Lincoln for his years on the council and his contributions to forward-thinking fisheries management that, in my opinion, has made the Pacific Council a leader specifically in ecosystem-based fisheries management, and he was definitely an integral part of that. I've always appreciated his ability to listen to discussions, to read the room, and often to find clarity during difficult discussions, and I'll miss his thoughtful contributions, so thank you, Rich. With regard to the year at a glance, I just have a few brief comments. I'd like to just support the sardine rebuilding schedule as outlined just now by Ben Entiknap. I thought that was a very thoughtful approach to a difficult problem, and even during council discussion, hasn't been a lot of analysis on the alternatives, and to come back and get analysis and come up with a final option does feel a bit rushed. So I'd support that schedule. Under the coastal pelagic species fishery management plan revision to stock categories scoping, that agenda item has seemed to have fallen off the year at a glance. I may be missing it. Scoping was tentatively scheduled for June 2020, so this meeting, and in April, the management team made a statement that it has made progress on potential revisions to the CPS FMP, and they recommended this could resume in November. And now they recommend this be on either April or June 2021. Given the great effort that has gone into this item already, I would support keeping this item on the year at a glance, and preferably earlier in those suggested dates, either November or April. Finally, with regard to essential fish habitat, the Council has two EFH items on the upcoming agenda for highly migratory species and coastal pelagic species. And in March, there was some discussion about connecting these two EFH items, and I believe Council staff was going to see if there was an ability to connect them, or maybe some of the advantages to do that. And I would suggest that you align these topics at least at the same meeting, so on the calendar, if they are not aligned or discussed together. Aligning them should yield some efficiency in terms of council time. You'll be dealing with the same topic at meetings, and we know that we're going to need to make up all the time we can in the future. And I would expect a better outcome as we're better able to consider a nexus between these two EFH items at the same meeting. So I'd ask that you align those on the calendar. Thank you, Chair Anderson, for your leadership throughout the evolution of virtual council meetings and over the past 3 years as chair. And I'll echo the sentiments of others that staff has provided a real seamless opportunity for public participation in the council process. And I hope this can inspire a conversation about whether and how to incorporate more remote participation in the council meetings, even when they resume in person. So thank you. I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Teresa. Questions for Teresa? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sarah Nyani is next, and Sarah's followed by Gilly Lyons.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and council members. My name is Sarah Nyani, and I'm the Director of Compliance for Arctic Storm in Seattle, Washington. We are at-sea processors for pollock in the Bering Sea, and we process Pacific whiting in the mothership fishery on the West Coast in federal waters off of Oregon and Washington. I'm here today to ask you to prioritize mothership sector utilization in any way that you possibly can for September. This sector needed help before COVID-19 and before one of the 6 processors determined that they couldn't participate in the mothership sector this spring. But these issues have made the items we're bringing forward even more pressing. Fishermen are losing faith in the sector itself and losing faith in the process to make positive changes for the sector, and that puts all of the families and companies who are investing in the mothership sector at risk. Through extensive efforts of Heather Mann and Brent Payne to bring their members together many times to discuss and brainstorm potential paths forward, the industry has coalesced around 5 proposals. MTC and UCB brought these to the GAP in March and April, and in my opinion, the GAP did a phenomenal job working through some contentious issues, merging the MTC and UCB proposals and the purpose and need statements, and putting forward informational report 4 at this meeting. Particularly interested in option 3, the mothership processing cap, as our company is trying to plan for the future while building a new vessel in very uncertain times. We need to know if the 45% cap is going to remain in place, and if it is, that hinders what we're hoping to do. I hope every council member will take a look at informational report 4, because I'm so proud, both as a GAP member and an industry member, of what we've done here to try to advance these issues for consideration by the council. I think you have an excellent purpose and need statement and range of alternatives on mothership sector utilization, and we need it to be scheduled for floor time so we can get changes through. We can't wait 2 more years, and we can't continue to spend time investing in solutions if they can't be taken up. I know time is tight, analyst time is limited, and we all have more on our plates than we ever have before, but I hope the industry and GAP efforts will have saved you some time. I truly believe that the mothership sector is at risk, and now is the time to act on this. Thanks very much for your time and for all of your service and dedication to the fisheries on our coast, and I hope mothership sector utilization will be prioritized for some sort of discussion in September. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah. Are there any questions for Sarah? Thank you, Sarah. Gilly Lyons, and Gilly will be followed by Mike Conroy.
Hello there. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the council. My name is Gilly Lyons with the Pew Charitable Trusts. And before offering some brief comments under C5, I just wanted to take a moment to express our appreciation and gratitude to Mr. Anderson for your excellent leadership as chair for the past 3 years, and to Mr. Lincoln for your tremendous service on the council for the past 9. Many, many thanks to you both. And also hearty congratulations to Mr. Gorelnik and Mr. Pittenger on your pending new roles at the helm. And also we'd like to thank the entire council and council staff for all of your work this week to accomplish so much under these continued challenging circumstances. We just have some brief comments on your discussion of future workload planning, which I'll be making this morning on behalf of both Pew and Audubon, California. With respect to the Pacific Sardine Rebuilding Plan, we'd like to offer our support for the recommendation made by Oceana just now in their public comment under this agenda item to consider a preliminary preferred alternative at the September meeting, followed by selection of a final preferred alternative at the November meeting. We agree that final action in November would hopefully provide the council, NIMPS, and stakeholders with additional time for analysis and review. And that's provided NIMPS feels that this schedule would still allow for meeting its statutory deadline of implementing the rebuilding plan by next July. Regarding other pending CPS issues, we note that the CPSMT statement under this agenda item recommends placing the management categories FMP amendment scoping item on the year at a glance calendar for April or June 2021. We very much appreciate the reasoning behind this request and understand if such a delay is unavoidable due to workload and other considerations. However, given the steady progress that's already been made by the CPSMT on this effort over the past year, we ask that the council consider if there may be an opportunity to schedule scoping of the FMP amendment at an earlier meeting, perhaps in November of this year. Finally, we would like to express our support for the CPSMT's recommendations to include the CPS stock assessment prioritization process on the November 2020 agenda and the framework for management updates to the central subpopulation of northern anchovy on the April 2021 agenda. Thank you very much for your consideration of our comments, and I would be happy to try to answer any questions the council may have.
Thank you, Gilly. Are there any questions for Gilly? Thank you. Mike Conroy, and Mike will be followed by John Keppen.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just want to confirm that you can hear me.
You sound good, Mike.
All right, thanks for that. I appreciate that. I first and foremost want to echo everybody's sentiments and thanks to Rich and Phil, and then also offer congratulations to both Brad and Mark. I look forward to seeing where we're headed in the near future. My name is Mike Conroy, and I'm speaking on behalf of PCFFA today. I hadn't planned on speaking at all today, but then when you were talking about the Habitat Committee's item under this agenda item, I was prompted to do so. It was primarily because of the question that Mr. Hassemer asked with regard to co-location of aquaculture and offshore wind locations. I quickly reached out to the executive director of Responsible Offshore Development Alliance to get some confirmation that that was something that was happening on the East Coast, and it isn't as of yet. The answer I got is, back channels. This is a big thing internationally and could be a thing here on the East Coast. Developers of offshore wind supposedly hate this idea, but they are getting pressure from others to consider doing that. I will point to the difference between the offshore wind that is proposed off the West Coast with that which is being proposed off the East Coast. The East Coast are more fixed structures, which are going to be sitting on top of a structure, whereas what we've got proposed, at least mostly off the West Coast thus far, is going to be floating structures that are going to be 20 to 30 miles offshore. So I want to call that to your attention as well. As of now, we have three call areas off California, as you're well aware, 2 off Central California, 1 off Northern California. We have a newly identified project in state waters off California, somewhere between Point Conception and Point Arguello, which will have impacts to fisheries. We also had the BOEM Oregon Task Force meeting that was earlier this month. I was very happy to see that the council participated in that and hope that that is a trend that continues as they seek admission into the Intergovernmental Task Force with that. I think this would be an opportune time to ask the council, as you move forward, to consider setting up some sort of an offshore renewable and aquaculture task force, primarily because there's so much happening so quickly in this space that I believe there is a need for a standalone group that is primarily focused on this. And also because the process, as we've seen it thus far, both in the federal realm and in the state realm, is broken. And with regard to engagement, especially with some stakeholders, there's a lot going on that very few people are aware of. And I think that if we were able to work toward establishing some sort of a stakeholder work group with regards to that under the council process, that would be very helpful. And with that, I will say thank you, and I'll take any questions you may have.
Thanks very much, Mike, for those comments. Any questions for Mike? Thanks, Mike. I'm jumping John in the queue here. He's at anchor, and the weather apparently is deteriorating some, and so we'll see if we can get him on here. After John, I'll go back to the order here on the screen, which will be Lori Steele. So, John, Kevin, let's see if you're able to, how's your audio doing?
Mr. Chairman, this is John Keppen. Let me confirm that you can hear me.
Yeah, go ahead, John.
Oh, good morning and thank you. And let me echo the congratulations to Richard for moving on unscathed, and also to Mark and Brad for stepping up to their next step in this council process. Looking forward to working with both of you. Again, this is John Keppen, speaking for the Eureka, Fort Bragg, Bodega Bay, San Francisco, Half Moon Bay, Santa Cruz, Moss Landing, and Morro Bay Fishermen's Association in regards to the GAPS Informational Report number 4, Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Information Report for High Priority Groundfish Items. Because we recognize the merit of all 4 topics, and we believe that the item 1A and 1B, which are non-trawl area management, and 1A and salmon trawl incidental landing limits 1B, touches the most number of fishermen, fishing communities, and the significant benefit to the general public. The need for RCA analysis was demonstrated by the high number of public comments made in the March council meeting sessions. We support the SAS's comments, and we ask that the council prioritize the RCA and salmon trawl incidental limit high in their priority list for the upcoming meetings. That I conclude, and thank you very much for your support and attention to this matter.
Thanks, John. Any questions for John? Thanks, John, and stay safe. Lori Steele, and Lori will be followed by Bill Sutton.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Lori Steele, and I'm the Executive Director of the West Coast Seafood Processors Association. We represent the shoreside processing companies located in Washington, Oregon, and California. I would like to just take a few minutes to urge the council to plan ample time on the September meeting agenda to address the SAMTAC report and to move forward with a range of alternatives to address the problems that have been identified related to gear switching. After plenty of time, discussion, and analysis, we'd like to see the council take some meaningful action on this issue. I want to point to the letter that was submitted as part of the briefing book materials for this meeting, signed by WCSPA, MTC, and 48 individual groundfish trawl vessels. I think there's 47 on the letter, and we had one that signed on after the letter was submitted. And I will go ahead without stealing his thunder, but I'm going to go ahead and echo ahead of time the comments that Jeff Lackey will make regarding this issue, along with several of my other colleagues that I see on the list to comment. So I won't take too much time. I do want to just reiterate that gear switching and the movement of sablefish from the trawl sector to the fixed gear sector were identified as significant problems in the Groundfish Catch Share Program 5-year review. And now, almost 5 years later, the same can be said. Without repeating a lot of the points that have been made over the course of the last 4 years, I do want to highlight that this request for action is coming from a majority of the groundfish industry, vessels and processors. It's not just coming from a couple of vessels or one processing company. This request is coming from all of the major processors in the non-whiting groundfish fishery. The vast majority of companies represented by WCSPA support this request and feel the same way. And this includes Bornstein Seafoods, Pacific, California Shellfish, Hallmark Fisheries, Ocean Gold Seafoods, Kaido Fisheries, all of the major non-whiting groundfish processors. Our industry, particularly our sector of the industry, is hurting more than ever right now. The impacts of the coronavirus pandemic highlight the importance of taking action to address this issue. Again, we want to see meaningful action as quickly as possible because we, the groundfish trawl and processing sectors, we see this as a critical issue that has to be addressed to ensure any kind of future for our fishery. I would also like to express support for scheduling some time in September to address the President's executive order to submit a list of recommended actions to reduce burdens on domestic fishing and increase production for sustainable fisheries. I understand that it's a tall order to try to tackle this issue or this request in any sort of comprehensive manner, given the time and logistical constraints we're working under. But I do think that this is an opportunity that should not be completely foregone. I think we can definitely make some broad recommendations for action that would address the executive order. And there's a lot that can be done in addition to what the council's currently doing. So I would like to see the council and its advisory bodies have a more robust and dedicated discussion about this executive order. And last, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for your leadership of this council over the last 3 years. I have greatly appreciated your thoughtful consideration of all of the difficult issues that the council addresses, your fair treatment of all parties at the table, and your ability to make everyone feel comfortable and valuable participating in the process. I also would like to thank Rich Lincoln for his 9 years of service to the council process and extend my congratulations to the new council chairman and vice chairman. Big shoes to fill indeed, but I'm confident in the leadership and I'm looking forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Lori, and thanks for those comments. Questions for Lori? Thank you, Lori. Bill Sutton, and Bill's going to be followed by Olivia Wise.
Got me?
Yes, we do.
I'd like to thank Mr. Anderson and Mr. Lincoln for their long services on the council, and the new appointments for Mr. Mark Ronick and Mr. Brad Pettinger. One more person, Linda Buell, that was on HMS with us. I just want to mention her name because she was an outstanding member. We hated to see her go there. Okay, I'm talking about, thank you very much. I'm talking about, oh God, the report, the information report of I hope all the members have read the deep set buoy gear exempted reports for this year. It's very interesting reading. It was an eye opener when I received this package, and I'm part of that fishery. I'm lucky because I'm kind of out of that zone where this new recreational fishery is starting to develop. And my comments I would like to make on this would be the deep set buoy gear is still in its infancy, and we're still taking new EFPs. And I'd like to see a lot of that stuff done before a lot of this these other kinds of fishing come into to play here, because but that's not going to happen because we have an unregulated sport fishing business starting up at the same time that we haven't even figured out the deep set buoy gear. And the next thing on the horizon will be after this is going to be the sport commercial aspect. So in that time there that I would just like to keep this on the council's agenda, because we need to get accountability on these new fisheries that come in, and that's, you know, it's just a big problem we're going to have, and I see it on the the horizon there. We've been doing this for 7 years, just trying to get this fishery going, and really only in the 2 years, the past 2 years, have we seen anything starting to develop. So we need accountability, and we want to see that as a start, and then we can work our problems out in the near future in other ways. But I just want to like to keep this on the agenda. Okay, thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Bill. Any questions for Bill? Mark Relnick has a question for you.
Thank you, Chair Anderson. And Bill, just a quick question. As you know, right now, the council does not get involved in regulating the sport take of swordfish. Are you suggesting that the council take on that role as opposed to the California Fish and Game Commission, which currently plays that role?
I would, yes. The reason for it is we have to go through an EFP to develop our commercial fishery. Well, this gear type is the same gear type that we're using, just one's attached to the boat, one's not. Okay, and it's the same gear. I mean, so we just want to see some accountability, because we heard the rumors of how much fish we're taking. I think the council should be aware of that the first year, and take that on. Not, like, wow, 10 years from now, we should have done it 10 years ago. Well, I think we should do it now, because, you just need accountability and sustainability, and who knows. So that, we can work on other problems, but right now I'd like to know how many, how many boats we have for the deep set buoy gear. We got 17 or 20 boats. I don't know the number. We're going to have another batch coming in. So those numbers, but we have zero numbers on how many sport fish, boats that are out there, how many hours they fish, how many days, and who knows, there might be a time where there could be some overfishing down the road. And so I see it, the council's big role here, and the state too, but we have the team that can figure this out. We've taught, been on this for, I don't know, I've been here 20 years almost. And that's where I'd like to keep it in the council's realm, because I think we get more out of the council than we will at the state. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bill. And Louis Zim has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Bill, for your testimony in front of us this morning, because we're still in morning. I noted the state report said that there was somewhere around 800 new commercial licenses and over 100 boat licenses, but could not state what fishery those people were going into. And I also want to note that the council was important in designating a 2-fish bluefin tuna limit. Do you have any idea if bluefin or swordfish are part of this 800 new commercial licenses and over 100 boat licenses?
Louis, this is all new to me. I haven't heard any of that stuff, but that would have been, on the, we could see that if we had that, I guess, on the fish tickets or new, how big their boats were. Number one, you saw the albacore one from Washington was the 30 foot. That's where they're having their problem. So we have that maybe down here. Wow, that's a real big increase. So, we'll find out, I guess, when the department goes through their fish ticket landings at the end of the season, when they sell their fish and see what they're catching. But wow, that's news to me. That's another shocker. And the bluefin, I'm not privy to the bluefin stuff. My main thing is swordfish, but you see all those problems in that between marketing, crowding, all this stuff was all brought up prior to this. Now it's just come to a head this year. We didn't do it for the first couple of years because we didn't have, we were just figuring out it, but now everybody else has figured it out too. So it's just a warning signal, shot across the bow. And I think, there should be some discussion about this. And, I've been saying a round table, with everybody and because it's really hard in talking on the phone like this. And, I've always tried to not, go in with a kumbaya kind of deal, holding hands. Okay, we've already talked this and we don't want to waste people's time, but if we go in together and say we should do this and everybody agrees on it, that's the focus that I'm looking at. But boy, there's another one there, 800 new commercial fishermen, boy. Whew, marketing problem now. Okay, well, I hope that answers your question, Lee.
Thank you very much.
And one more for you, Bill, from John Ugeritz.
Morning, John.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bill, I just want to point out a few of the things you said there that are very important. There are assumptions about increased catch. We do have some data on the recreational catch. And importantly, the state of California is tracking this perceived issue very closely. At this point in time, we do not feel there's a need for council action on it. The California Fish and Game Commission is aware of the concerns that have been raised by Mr. Sutton and others. And I think it is important to point out that this is not the same gear as deep set buoy gear. As Mr. Sutton pointed out, it's attached to the boat. It is usually no more than 2 lines attached to the boat. They are not drifting buoys that they have to attend to the way the commercial fishery does. And in terms of the increase in commercial permits in California, we did see an increase in commercial fishing licenses consistent with the initiation of COVID lockdowns. It's very possible that those increases were recreational boats who were trying to find a way around being restricted from launching their vessels as private vessels. And we have certainly not seen an increase in commercial swordfish catch associated with that. I would point out again that California has electronic fish tickets now. We get reports in near real time, and we do not have to wait till the end of the year to find out if there's an increase. So at this point in time, I certainly wouldn't recommend any change on the council's part. Thank you.
Are there questions for Bill? Any other questions? All right, thank you, Bill. Olivia Wise, followed by Mike Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. I just want to confirm that you guys can hear me all right.
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. I'm Olivia Wise. I'm the program manager for the Monterey Bay Fisheries Trust and will be speaking on behalf of the organization to respectfully request that the council continue to prioritize the analysis and discussion regarding the non-trawl area management as listed on attachment 3 and in the supplemental gap report under agenda item C5. We fully acknowledge the limited capacity of council staff, and we recognize that all of our workloads have been impacted by COVID-19 and the future still holds much uncertainty. However, as a nonprofit with a mission to advance the social, economic, and environmental sustainability of Monterey Bay fisheries, we feel now more than ever that this analysis and discussion is needed. Our small boat fleet has been experiencing financial hardships and needing more stable year-round fishing opportunities for quite some time, and the global pandemic has only intensified their struggles. An increase in access, as requested in various proposals submitted by industry representatives, would promote resiliency and success in these times of uncertainty and change. So again, we ask that this topic continue to be prioritized by the council and to help move our community and others alike towards a more secure future. Thank you. Happy to take questions if you have any.
Thanks very much, Olivia. Any questions? Thanks, Olivia.
Thank you so much.
Mike, you're welcome. Thank you. Mike Rutherford, followed by Al Carter.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mike.
Chairman Anderson, council members, thank you. My name is Mike Rutherford. I'm a longtime trawl fisherman out of Newport, Oregon. This morning, I'd like to ask that you leave the sablefish gear switching range of alternatives on the 2020 September Council's agenda. I feel very strongly that this can has been kicked down the road long enough. And for the record, I am against gear switching. When implemented in 2011, no one knew the effects it would have on the program. But after a year or two into the program, we as bottom trawl fishermen and quota share owners realized this is not the way we want this fishery to go. Being able to gear switch is having a negative effect on the goals and objectives we're all about in this program. One negative is that this is a multi-species fishery in which sablefish swim with over 90% of them. In turn, you catch some sablefish wherever you go. So by allowing over 30% of the trawl allocated sable to be taken by fixed gear, making it a single species fishery, that leaves very little for an upward attainment trend in other species. And I feel it will only get worse if something is not done sooner than later. So with that being said, after a 5-year review and multiple SAMTAC meetings, which gear switching was the hot topic, this issue isn't going to resolve or be resolved until the council makes it a high priority. So I ask, please fix this issue and build our bottom trawl fishery back to what it should be. Thank you for your time, and thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Mike. Questions for Mike? Thank you, Mike. Al Carter and Al will be followed by Mike Okaneski.
I'd like to check and see, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Al.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. First, I'd like to say my appreciation to Rich Lincoln for his years of service, and not only to the council, but to Washington State. Mr. Anderson, you've been a good leader and a great friend of the fishing industry, so thank you for your years of service. Mark Grelnick and Brad Penninger, congratulations on the new leadership, and I think you're going to do a great job. And you have a standing invite to come to Westport, Washington to view the Ocean Gold seafood industry or operations at any time. I want to comment on concerning the SAMTAC committee and the list of alternatives. In April of 2018, the committee was charged with the following: identifying obstacles to achieving goals and objectives of the catch share plan related to underattainment of non-sable fish trawl allocations and unharvested sable fish quota pounds south of 36 degrees north latitude. As appropriate to overcome identified obstacles, the committee will discuss and develop options, including but not limited to actions that may modify rules for gear switching by trawl permit holders and quarter pound leasing to vessels using fixed gear, as well as options that may encourage increased utilization of sable fish quota pounds south of 36 degrees north latitude. We are in year 5 of the 5-year trawl review. Ocean Gold has invested over $1 million in new rockfish equipment, employees, and training. And we are looking at invest more and further that operation. We need to see action taken on this issue, and it's time to put these alternatives on the agenda for the September 2020 meeting. It's critical to our future that we have confidence in where we are going and what we can do. Jeff Lackey put it this way, and I cannot say it any better. In the post-COVID-19 world where global supply chains are seen as fragile and domestic food supply and related employment are seen as more valuable, one would hope the council would prioritize management actions that facilitate the sustainable increased groundfish employment in our fishing communities and increased groundfish seafood to the consumer. Reducing and capping or eliminating altogether fixed gear attainment in the trawl industry is essential to this end. There is no 30% fixed gear attainment option that optimizes employment and seafood production. 30% decimates both. Please keep the Santec alternatives on the agenda for September meeting. And thank you for all your hard work and your consideration of my comments.
Thanks very much, Al. And any questions for Al? Thank you. Michael Koneski, followed by Michael Rutherford.
Am I muted again? Awesome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I assume you can hear me okay?
Yes, we can, Mike.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Michael Koneski, and I work as a fisheries consultant for Pacific Seafood. Pacific Seafood requests that we keep the gear switching on the September agenda to pick a range of alternatives. Our views were well represented by recent comments put forward by the West Coast Seafood Processors Association, WCSPA. This letter now has the endorsement of 48 trawl bills and MTC. WCSPA represents all major West Coast trawl processors. I am the general manager for 3 separate trawl processing facilities. I have now been involved with the gear switching issue for over 5 years. I was an advisor on the Santec. When the IFQ was implemented, utilization rates for species that relied on sable fish for bycatch immediately dropped. As stated on the record in the pre-review coastal community meetings, annual incomes for many workers fell and many skilled groundfish workers left.
You appear to have lost Mike.
I was trying to decide whether I was lost or he was lost. I've had some unstable connections here, but
it looks like you might be back on now.
Okay, Mike, are you back with us?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Well, it shows my internet connection is not the most stable, so I'll do my best here to finish off. I'm sorry where I cut off, but when the IFQ program was implemented, utilization rates for species that relied on sable fish for bycatch immediately dropped. As stated on the record in the pre-review coastal committee meetings, annual incomes for many workers fell and many skilled groundfish workers left. We no longer were a dependable supply source for groundfish markets we had worked with for decades. The individuals represented by the WCSPA letter are actively involved in day-to-day trawl operations. Collectively, they have the best grasp about the economic performance and shortcomings of the trawl industry. These are hardworking, straightforward individuals who are immersed in the business of running their operations. These are the experts. Their concerns should be listened to and addressed. In addition, we wish to thank Dr. Seeger for his new analysis. Though in his words, this analysis is not complete, it is a good start addressing the SAMTAC charge of identifying obstacles to achieving the goals and objectives of the CAT-SHARE plan related to underattainment.
Well, I have lost Mike again.
Yes, he is off the list again.
I think, well,
there he is, back again.
How about now?
Yep.
Yep.
I
think we're getting
I apologize. I'm having some trouble with my internet connection. I'll just repeat this one real quick. In addition, we wish to thank Dr. Seeger for his analysis. Though in his words, this analysis is not complete, it's a good start to addressing the SAMTAC charge of identifying obstacles to achieving the goals and objectives of the CAT-SHARE plan. Though the analysis is not complete, it is our opinion that his document attempts to address this section of the SAMTAC charge in a head-on fashion. The economic performance of the wedding industry continues to deteriorate. Utilization rates for some important species that are an employment source for coastal processing workers continues to fall. We need to move the gear switching issue into an actionable phase. Again, it is the opinion of a large number of the active troll-eating processors that it is an issue that we need to deal with. Please move it forward and pick an ROA in this. On secondary note, we first had misgivings when we heard we're moving to a webinar. As we seem not really in a webinar environment, we ask whether we might be able to tackle some additional workloads in this. Lastly, Phil, I'd like to thank you for your leadership and dedication, not only as the chair, but for all the years you put in and have been involved in the council process. My thanks also go out to Mr. Rich Lincoln. We've had many good conversations, and I'm glad he seems to investigate things for himself and to reach his own conclusions. Mark and Brad, we congratulate you. And if you do get up north, we'd invite you to tour any of our plants, and Heather or I could probably get you out on a whiting boat. And that invitation extends to any of the council members, their staff, or NIM staff.
Well, I think we've lost you again, Mike, but I think you were concluding there, and I think we fully understand what you're requesting of the council relative to workload and the SAMTAC issue.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I apologize, but I would like to thank you, Phil, for all the service you've given to the council and involvement for all the years, not just as chair, but the many years besides. And thank Mr. Lincoln. And we have a standing invite for Mark or any council member or any of the staff or NIM staff that would like to come to our plants. And we might like to get on a whiting trip if you so choose. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
After COVID-19.
Yeah. Okay. All right, next up will be Michael Rutherford, and he will be followed by Mark Cooper.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Anderson. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
All right. My name's Michael Rutherford. I'm a co-owner of 3 bottom trawl vessels out of Newport, Oregon. I would like to express to the council how important it is that we keep gear switching on the agenda for the September council meeting. The bottom trawl fishery is in serious need of help. Industry has been asking council for the past 5 years to help resolve the gear switching issue, but it continues to negatively impact our fishery. Being put off yet again could in turn reduce landings even more. Early this year, before the COVID pandemic, Pacific Seafoods moved the bottom fish fillet line out of the Newport plant and relocated it to Warrington. This in turn combined 2 separate fishing fleets into one fishing fleet. With less opportunity to fish, it makes it much harder to get pounds out of the water. We all know what the underlying problem is: gear switching. Loss of 30% or more of the sable fish quota results in less attainment of other species. Less attainment of these other species, such as Dover and thorny heads, result in unstable markets that lead to less processing. It's a downward spiral. The bottom trawl fishery cannot survive this way. So I urge you, the council, to help us keep this item on the agenda for the September meeting. Once again, I just want to thank you guys for giving me time to speak. And Chairman Anderson, thank you very much for your service.
Thanks very much, Mike. I do have a question for you from Maggie Summer.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for your testimony, Mike. Your request about this gear switching scheduling was quite clear. I do have a question just about one thing you said that I'm not sure I understood. Kind of like you said, moving the bottom fish fillet line out of Newport into Warrenton, combined 2 fishing fleets into one fleet. And I didn't follow that. Can you let me know?
Yeah, so earlier this year, Newport's always had its own fillet line at the processing facility that Pacific has there. So that allows the Newport fleet and the Warrington fleet to be separate fleets. So Newport's processing X amount of pounds, which gives that fleet, their fishermen, opportunity to go out and harvest. And same with Warrington. They have their own individual fleet. Well, now we're all packed into one plant. So our delivery schedule then goes from maybe 1 or 1.5 weeks to maybe 2.5 to 3 weeks per trip. So we've cut our opportunity in half. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you for that explanation. And I'm sorry to hear that.
Our access, I should say, is less because of the current situation.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mike? Thank you. Mark Cooper, and Mark's going to be followed by Jeff Lackey. Mark, if you're speaking, we are not able to hear you.
Mark, you might have the mute on your phone as opposed to the meeting application.
Mark, I'm going to go ahead and take Jeff Lackey, and then I'll come back and see if you're able to provide your remarks after that. Jeff Lackey.
Yes, thank you. My name is Jeff Lackey. I support previous public comments from Heather, Sarah, Lori, Mike, Al, Mike, and Mike. I wish to address 2 items for future workload planning: gear switching and executive order. First, gear switching.
I hope you've had time to read the public comments submitted by Lori Steele and West Coast Seafood Processors Association, asking council to keep gear switching on track for September and future meetings. Catch shares implementation immediately degraded the bottom trawl fishery in 2011, including nearly 30% of sable fish in North trawl landings by fixed gear, more than 10 million pounds of lost bottom trawl landings annually, and the loss of almost 50% of processor fillet crews. Catch shares was intended to increase utilization and opportunity to extract full OI, but the opposite immediately happened. A reduction of fixed gear attainment is needed to increase the capacity of the program to achieve OI and meet other program goals and objectives. Further delay jeopardizes the long-term success of catch shares, the fleet, and processors. For the 60 years before catch shares, trawl share of sable fish landings averaged 48%, but fell to 30% with catch shares, and fixed gear jumped to 70%. In 2018, 100 pounds of bottom trawl cod sable north was accompanied by 808 pounds of underutilized IFQ species, but 100 pounds of fixed gear catch was accompanied by 5 pounds of other IFQ catch. Sable swim with other fish. Sable is one of 2 species that makes it even worth on time from the dock. Sable makes it possible to put additional viable trips together with a mix of target species. Sable makes it viable to sustain a business. Sable is 100% required for meaningful utilization increases. And sable, maybe most importantly, makes it even worth considering the massive effort to develop fillet lines and markets in a thin margin, capital-intensive, labor-intensive processing business. In short, sable is make or break for our fisheries and communities. Gear switching takes sable away and takes stability, viability, and capacity away from the fishery. If we want to viably access the underutilized species to facilitate the employment of people for the betterment of our fishing communities and to produce seafood to feed people for the betterment of many communities, then we need to vastly increase sector integrity and dedicated sable quota to trawl nets much greater than the program era catch levels. The proper question to ask and answer to set up a ROA discussion and ultimate decision is, do we want to facilitate rebuilding of the bottom trawl fishery for the purpose of meeting program goals and objectives? Focused analysis would be helpful, i.e., how would using sable to leverage catch of underutilized species affect overall employment and seafood production? The second issue I wanted to address is executive order and the Chris Oliver request. The bottom trawl fishery should be a major focus of the executive order goal to reduce burdens on domestic fishing and to increase production. Bottom trawl is at its worst state in over a half century, while its stocks are in the best shape in decades. We're producing 15 million pounds less annually of underutilized species compared to the few years prior to catch shares, even while many key species ACLs have drastically increased since then. We're in the 10th year of the program and 5th year of discussing gear switching, and management has yet to address any of the 3 glaringly obvious regulatory obstacles to bottom trawl fishery viability and utilization. First is gear switching, described previously. The second is program cost, over $3.2 million annually for IFQ monitoring related costs alone. Third is the constraining nature of multi-species IFQs. The inefficiencies of trip limit management causing enormous discards was traded for the inefficiencies of individual accountability management. This was great for conservation, but lousy for bottom trawl utilization and employing people and feeding people. So now that the council has had its hands firmly at the short belly wheel for several months and can now somewhat put that on cruise control, it is a great time to put the collective council hands on the bottom trawl wheel to help reverse fishery degradation. This is greatly needed. Addressing gear switching by reducing fixed gear attainment of northern sable trawl quota is job one. After that, the best candidate for addressing either of the other 2 regulatory obstacles is the April 1st fiscal year start date for catch account. The benefits of this were described in my testimony under open comment agenda item on the first day of this council session. For September council, please prioritize gear switching ROA and executive order plan with fiscal year April 1st start date as a top item. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Any comments, or excuse me, any questions for Jeff? Thanks, Jeff. We'll go back and see how Mark's doing with his audio and give him an opportunity. Mark Cooper. Well, it doesn't sound like Mark was able to get his issue resolved. So I believe that brings us to the end of our public comment period on our future council meeting agenda and workload planning item. And it's going to take us to our council discussion and guidance on this item.
I see Pete has his hand up.
Okay, go ahead, Pete.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just assuming we were going to continue moving forward here. So if that's the case, I just wanted to put this one thing out there. I know the big lift we have here is the September meeting and some of the other work. This one maybe is just to put something on the radar screen, but it goes back to what I had asked the Habitat Committee related to a number of these permitting things. And I do want to make sure it's focused on workload. And I'm really looking at future workload, maybe a long ways down the road. You know, I had mentioned this concept of co-location. I really appreciate Mr. Mike Conroy's public comment. It reinforced some of my knowledge on that. I know on the East Coast, and just a slight tangent here on that, this co-location of energy and aquaculture projects got a little attention. Nothing has been done to date, but the benefits for that so far have been identified as being really going towards the aquaculture side, so I can understand the energy side's opposition to it. But in the Habitat Committee report, and if we look at the executive order, there's identification of aquaculture opportunities areas. The NOAA was identified as the lead agency for the aquaculture permitting. There's a core permitting process in there. There's a one federal decision process that is referenced. That's on the aquaculture side. And on the energy side, I think we saw the renewed interest, or the interest that's occurring at least off the California coast right now, on the West Coast, and probably other areas in the nation. So my thoughts on this were, you know, we can stand down and do nothing because it's really hard to figure out where to engage, but our workload in the future is pretty much defined, be similar to what we're doing now. When we get these energy projects for a particular area, we'll ask the Habitat Committee to review that, look at habitat impacts and comment. And if we get an aquaculture project, we go through the same thing, and it's very much separated. And it occurred to me that there might be a way or an opportunity to engage now that could influence how these activities are reviewed and permitted in the future, and that would affect our workload and how we're able to do it. It might be a little presumptive right now to think that if you could co-locate these projects, that you reduce the footprint of the projects on the ocean, because instead of two separate sites, they could be combined into one. And certainly there's a bunch of hurdles there, but it seems like there's an opportunity now to look at how these decision processes are moving forward and provide some input that would give us the opportunity to consider actions that would be beneficial to our council and protection of fish habitat for the fishing activities themselves out there. So I just wanted to express my thoughts on that. As I reviewed some of our other things in the executive director's report earlier, I would note even in the CCC annotated agenda, there is a very brief parenthetical reference to this co-location comment. But my thoughts here are just being a little proactive in seeing if there's a way that our council, or at least our council leadership, could provide input on this, that we could shape how the future looks in terms of reviewing and permitting processes that would make things simpler for us to engage at this time. So I know it's difficult to guess how to engage, and maybe just putting it on the radar screen for at least our leadership, if it comes up at a CCC meeting, that at those high levels we can provide some input that down the road would benefit the council. So I will leave it at that. Thanks for the opportunity to state that.
Okay, thanks, Pete. And I see we have a few more hands, so just a moment. So we have our council action is divided up into these 4 categories, and my preference would be to go through these sequentially in the order in which they're on the screen, and my preference would be to turn it over to Chuck and have him walk us through these. Relative to the Habitat Committee piece, they had some, I believe there were 4 different recommendations, which included potential of the council moving forward with some letters. There was one that dealt with the matter that I think Pete was just speaking to in terms of whether or not the CCC was a good body to bring that up in, or whether we wanted to do something individually. But I was thinking that we would take that up under the 4th council action item. I'll go ahead and call on Ryan Wolf.
Thanks, Chair. I put my hand up before you made those remarks. So if you would like to try and structure this differently, I was ready to comment on mainly the September agenda item. However, kind of 1 and 3 blend into that at times. So I'm happy to follow your lead on how you would like to proceed.
Okay, well, my preference is to give deference to Chuck, who he and the staff have thought this is a fairly complicated issue. There's a lot of things for us to work through. We've had a lot of comments from the advisory bodies and committees and teams, and I know they've been trying to keep track of those. And so, given that he has given a lot of thought as to how he thinks that we might best address these things and working through our action here, that would be my preference. Chuck, I'll give it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I would like to kind of step the council through this. I provided supplemental attachment 7, which kind of lays out some issues I want to talk about. It also lays out kind of the order, which generally follows the council action here. So again, just briefly, I think we should start with agenda planning, starting with the September council meeting, and then work into some of these other workload assignments and how to handle things after we complete that. Looking at attachment 7 for the September meeting, I think the first thing we need to do is kind of settle on a format. So we know, so we've got a template to fill in with agenda items. We've got the quick reference, which is based on an assumed 5.5-day in-person council meeting. So I guess the first thing I'd like to do is have a discussion about that. Obviously, when we've had the April and June council meeting, we've because of the council's choice to restrict things to essential items, we've done a lot of changes to the agenda and what we're going to deal with. So I think the first thing we need to do is just kind of think about how we're going to handle the September council meeting, and then once we've got that established, then we can go about sort of filling in the agenda items that will fit within that framework. So, so I think, we've heard a little bit of testimony about the desire to have an in-person meeting, but also the desire to have, or perhaps the need more to have webinar formats. I guess from council staff position, there's also been some talk about kind of a hybrid of doing both, or perhaps at least for the management, for the advisory bodies, in consultation with staff from a logistical and technical approach or considerations. It's hard to do an in-person meeting, and it's hard to do a webinar meeting, but it's going to be twice as hard to do both. So I think in terms of a hybrid approach, I don't think we think that's feasible. I think the council needs to weigh in on whether in-person meeting is if we think that's feasible. I personally have my doubts that it is. Spokane, I think, they're still trying to go to phase 2. They haven't reached that objective yet. But I think they need to make it to phase 4 by September in order for us to have an in-person meeting with groups larger than 50. And we've got a hotel deadline of first week in August. So I'm just not sure that we have sufficient or going to have sufficient information at that, by then to make a firm call. But I want to provide the council an opportunity to comment on that and see what other folks think about conducting September in person versus not.
Let me just give my initial thoughts. I think we need to plan for a virtual meeting. I wouldn't want to go down the road of planning for an in-person meeting and then getting 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 weeks away from that and have to change. I'm with you. I think the possibilities of Spokane being in even if the only thing we were thinking about was what phase they are relative to Governor Inslee, that has enough uncertainty in itself. But I just think we need to move forward with the virtual meeting. Mark Relnick.
I'll just add that I agree completely with you, Chair Anderson. It's a bit premature at this point, and better safe than sorry. As much as I miss the in-person meetings, and as much as these virtual meetings, while they go well, they're not as efficient as meeting in person.
Thanks, Mark. And Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, I completely agree. From a federal government travel perspective, our phases kind of recently came out. So even if we were, it would be mission critical, which council would be, but limited staff would only be able to travel, which would severely inhibit our participation, especially in advisory bodies and other aspects of the council meeting. So I fully support planning for a virtual meeting at this point. I guess since it is process-wise, I strongly support that being our next council meeting and not one virtual meeting prior to September. And then I think a couple of things we've learned from this one that I would encourage us to continue to try and utilize. And we heard some of it through testimony. We're operating at less than 100%, as I'm sure everyone else is, working from home and the challenges there. And I can't stress enough how helpful it is to folks, especially that are co-parenting or have other challenges in kind of our new environment, to have some sort of reliability with our agenda. So I really appreciated how, for example, things weren't necessarily brought forward, especially if we finished early. I really appreciate the at least attempt where we can to maintain kind of a standard either break times or lunch break. And I think it's extremely helpful also not to meet on the weekends, and to the way that at least this agenda fell out, to have the FMP agenda items bundled together on the same day, or at least in the same proximity, unless, of course, you need to break them apart on different days for advisory body purposes. But if there's really no rationale to spreading, a salmon, two salmon items on Monday and the other two on Thursday, it is really helpful because, again, the more that people can know that and advance planning and have that reliability, it really helps plan out not just the advisory body and the council discussion, but of course how folks can arrange so they can fully engage. And I'll stop there.
Thanks, Ryan. Virgil?
I want to make sure you can hear me fine.
You're sounding good.
All right, I got it fixed. I too support this. Looking around, the National American Fisheries Society meeting has been gone virtual. The Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies meetings, both I think are in September, have also decided to go with a virtual meeting as well. And I think from a professional standpoint, it is in our best interest to be conservative on this issue and plan ahead. And so I support moving forward with planning for the virtual online meeting.
Thanks, Virgil. Brad Pettinger.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Anderson. I was really hoping that we would meet in September. I'm sure, as all of you were with me on that, but it is what it is. So I'm on board with that. But I'm also worried about getting further behind with the load we've got on the days on the meeting schedule we have. And I do like the idea, maybe in the next meeting, maybe get ahead of you here, Phil, but I do like the idea of having the meeting broke up by a weekend. And I would suggest maybe we add a day to the council meeting because we don't know how long it's going to go on. And I think we need to think about that and prepare for more of these than less until we get some clarity here on this issue. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Brad. And we do have that on our council action here on this topic is to look at how we're going to deal with these postponed agenda items. And I think we really do need to set aside some time to think about those things. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate, Chuck, that you laid this out in attachment 7 in a really easy way to go down and understand all the issues. And I do agree that it's premature to start a in-person meeting. I think we need to make that decision and not have it. I mean, even if in Washington, Spokane, we have the ability to do it there, we still have people coming from far and wide, traveling, different restrictions in different communities, different levels of rates of infections of this pandemic. And I just think it will be a while. We may have permission to do it, but it'll be a while before we have the buy-in by even council members that will want to take a chance and do this. So I agree totally that we should make the decision now. And I think that doing it virtual is the way to do it. One other thing I would say is that I noticed that it seemed like we were able to cover things pretty well this time, better than last time. And I share the same concerns that Brad had on that, is that we need to start thinking about how to catch up. And I liked the fact that we had the weekend off. I would not be personally opposed to adding another day there to catch up a bit and to make sure we're getting our work done. It's a different way of doing it. I believe it's our staff has done an unbelievable job of making this usable and better than usable. Being that it's a good platform and people are getting more comfortable with it. So I think that's a good way to go. So I'll stop there and thank you very much, Chuck, for laying this out in such a comprehensive and easy to understand way.
Thanks, Bob. Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to support the statements that Brad and Bob just made. In addition, I want to support the GMT's recommendation for having these earlier meetings. I was very happy to listen in on those meetings and to be able to come into onto the floor virtually with a lot more information that I would have had otherwise. So I hope we consider continuing to do that. Thank you.
Thanks, Louis. Back to you, Chuck.
Okay, thanks. Well, okay, so that was the easy decision. And as other people mentioned, as we kind of work through this and talk about addressing, some of the things that we've postponed and getting to other items, there's a couple ways to approach that. I've heard a couple mentioned of, maybe adding a day to a webinar-based council meeting. So I don't know if that means 6 full days or 7 days. But the other aspect, I think, is the time per day. So we have, been targeting something less than 8 hours a day for both the April and June council meeting. And we've generally been accomplishing that objective. Some days we ended pretty dang early, and some days we've gone a little over. But I think it's also worth considering committing to a little bit more time per meeting day to try and get additional business done, be a little more efficient with our time during the day, and then hopefully that'll allow us to address some of those issues without adding too many more days to any particular council meeting. Maybe I'll just move on a little bit and just mention that the idea of addressing these issues that have been postponed that are still important but not essential, precipitated my query to council members about the possibility of having a July webinar to address, just specifically some of those, 4 or 5 issues that have been postponed and not doing our regular in-season business or regulatory business. So, and that, met with a fair amount of support, but also some resistance. So, that was the purpose of that, just to kind of get the conversation going about how are we going to address these otherwise non-essential but important agenda items. So, I guess maybe I'll just open it up to some thoughts about targeting an 8-hour day for the webinars, adding another day. Sounds like I haven't heard any opposition to the weekend off. I've heard some support, but I don't know that we've heard from everybody. So there's certainly, there's pluses and minuses for all of those options. So maybe I'll pause there. I think one thing that is helpful is to have the advisory bodies meet a little further in advance of the council meeting and not rely on them doing their work during the council meeting as much. We have that. I think we have that flexibility generally, and to the extent, in particular, that their statements could be produced in advance and give the council the time to digest those. I think that's the real benefit of that. In addition to obviously having them be able to spend some more time listening to the council meeting itself and not be having to be in their meetings. So what about some of those thoughts about number of days per week, weekends off, number of hours per day?
My reaction is I would go for 8-hour days. I'd continue weekends off as a start, and I would support your idea of having the advisory groups meet in advance so they can prepare statements, potentially giving us time to review their statements before they come before us. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My thoughts, Chuck, on that specifically on the 8-hour days, it could be a little bit too aggressive. It could be that. I'd certainly defer to your knowledge. It looks like we've been somewhere around 70% at this meeting. I think most of them were 5-hour days, and we had a 7-hour day. We had a 5.5-hour day that were agendized. And it seems like something maybe less than 8 might be more prudent, maybe even like 7. That seemed to work on the day that we did have a long day. That seemed to be, but that was a pretty complicated issue as well. So I would defer to that. On the subject of the advisory panels and management teams and all of those, I really valued. I echo what Louis said. I valued being able to tune into those and being able to get a little understanding of how they were making the soup and their guidance. And I believe that was very beneficial. And I also was very concerned about the workload that particularly the GMT was tasked with this time. And I know that was extraordinary, but I was concerned that, had they have had maybe more formal meetings prior, maybe it wouldn't have been as bad. I don't know if that's the truth or not, but I just think that giving them time to work is important. And that particular management team was really burdened in it with all of the change in personnel there that we've experienced and are experiencing. We need to give some real attention to that and understand how we might be able to ease that burden on a real-time basis, and particularly if we're meeting virtually and the family concerns and all of those. So I'll stop there. So thank you.
Maggie?
Thanks, Chair Anderson. My own preference would be for slightly shorter than 8-hour days. I think along the lines of what Bob Dooley was just suggesting. I certainly could live with 8-hour days, and I know that everybody's situation is different as we are all trying to manage, working from home, and those of us with kids who might be looking at different kinds of schooling approaches in the fall. So, for me, the shorter days are a little bit better, particularly given that it is just a little more challenging to try to do the connection with other council members or stakeholders after the council meeting adjourns for a day. And so having a little bit of extra time built in to do that, I found helpful, at least at this meeting. Again, in my situation, I would be willing to take maybe an additional day as a trade-off for those slightly shorter days. But again, I could live with it either way, recognizing that situations are different. I would also be in favor of weekends off, like others. I was not sure I loved that idea coming into this meeting, and in the end, it worked out well. And I would also suggest that when we get to looking specifically at the agenda, big items, for example, when we talk about the gear switching item on September, if we keep that there, that might be a good one to think about splitting over the weekend so that the council has, receives the information and then has that additional time over the weekend to digest and have any additional communications before we move to whatever council action we might be taking on it. I would just support comments about the advisory body starting earlier. I know we had some discussion of that in our delegation meeting this morning, and in addition to the members of those advisory bodies and management teams who would appreciate starting early and not having their meetings times overlap with when their FMP topics are on the council's agenda. We also had some comments from the public who really like to be able to listen to both. So trying to avoid overlap when possible will be helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Maggie. Ryan Wolf.
Thank you, Chair. And I'll be very brief because Maggie very eloquently said most of what I was going to say. I fully support all of that. I definitely support less than 8-hour days for reasons I mentioned earlier, the certainty and the lower risk of spilling over into additional days. I also think it adds us a little bit of a buffer. I think we need to more realistically plan for public comment. We get a lot more folks in the virtual arena, and we do have some items that I think will have some pretty heavy public comment time, especially on the potential September agenda. And then finally, fully support having the advisory bodies meet more in advance for all the reasons outlined here. And I'll stop there.
Thanks, Ryan. Marcy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a couple of remarks from us. I definitely support the idea of shorter than 8-hour days. I would lean more toward 5 in terms of what the council tries to agendize. We had a number of 5-hour days scheduled this meeting, and I think we ran long on most of those days. I recall us having a few late nights. I know I had a couple of late nights. I think the time that is required, particularly for folks in the state seats that need to confab with other states, with members of management entities, and then the time necessary to draft motions, have council staff review motions, get feedback on talking points, etc. It is laborious and lengthy. And while the council session may end at 5 o'clock, most of the time those evening discussions went on this week until 8, 9 o'clock. Then folks went to work on their computers writing and went on into the evening and early morning. And so I can't say enough that I would like to try to avoid this. It's too much. So I think that the first place to start is by scheduling council days, floor days that are not more than about 5 hours. I really like the recommendations of the groundfish management team to start their meetings early and not overlap. That seemed the council sessions that seem to work very well. Though I would note that for the GMT, they've been at full-time dedicated council work now for 8 days straight. That's quite a lot. Couple of things I just want to reference. Some earlier remarks from Ryan and Maggie that are, I think, particular to agencies that I just want to highlight and bring up to date since our last discussion on this in April. In California, we've, since we last met, our department, along with every other state department in California, has been directed to reassign 5% of its workforce to contact tracing activities. So that is something that is very real for our staff in the Marine region of the department. Those impacts are just beginning to be felt in terms of workload reassignments, and that's on top of what we're trying to juggle with telework and scheduling. We still have not felt the fallout from California's $54 billion budget deficit and what that's going to mean to employees and pay and furlough. That's not yet clear. We also have some mandated requirements for use or lose with regard to leave time, vacation time, and particularly in the case of the GMT, we have tasked them with work solid since November, and the specs has been their top priority, and they have done a heck of a job, and I think we all agree they need a vacation, and I don't want to see our staff lose their mandated vacation days because they can't schedule them. So I am very concerned about scheduling activities through the summer, and it's time for a break. I took a look earlier today at the council's calendar. This is a neat little feature, and I really appreciate the council staff maintaining this calendar on the website. It's a really useful tool to show the entire schematic of council activities across all FMPs. And I just totaled up the days and the activities that we've been undertaking this spring. And in March, we had a 7-day council meeting, including the advisory bodies that met ahead of time, plus 5 other scheduled meetings in the month of March. So those were largely the salmon hearings. In April, we had 7 days of council meeting, plus 3 meetings outside the normally scheduled advisory body and council meetings. Then we went to May, and we had 12 meetings that were outside. Well, there was no council meeting in May, but we had 12 meetings that were undertaken for council activities. These were things like the SSC groundfish's review of data limited methods and their workshop. We also had a number of webinars on scenario deepening. Looking to June, we've had now an 8-day advisory body and council meeting session, along with 7 additional meetings that have taken place or will take place through the month of June. So I am just signaling again that the state of California cannot maintain this level of commitment. And it has been on the increase. I think we all recognize that springtime is very heavy for council activities. But as we start, we're continuing more work on Southern Resident Killer Whale Work Group. Now we have a Coho Work Group. And so I'm just extremely concerned with filling the calendar and filling the plate any further. And I think the way to address that is to maintain the approach we took in March and April and June, or rather April and June, to stick to the essential items. In any case, I just support with regard to the September meeting, the shorter days are preferable because what's scheduled on the council's schedule doesn't necessarily mean a short day for the staff and those of us engaging in other discussions. So appreciate the consideration. Thank you.
Thanks, Marcy. Back to you, Chuck.
Okay. Thanks for those comments, everybody. Well, so we've heard, I guess, in terms of what to plan for, we've had a little bit of diversity in preferences there. It does sound like there's some areas of agreement, getting the advisory bodies to meet early and skipping weekends. It does not sound like we've got agreement on extending the hours per day or on whether we should limit the agenda to essential items or non-essential items. So, or including some of those others, but okay. Well, go ahead, Phil.
I would just interject. I heard a lot of commonality amongst approaches. I'm here. Hearing people advocate for shorter than 8-hour days, whether it's 5 or 6 or somewhere in there. But for the most part, I heard consensus around that. And I think, whether when we get to talking about the agenda items and limiting them to, quote, essential items, we might have a difference of opinion on whether an agenda item is essential or not. So we can have that debate when we get to building the agenda. But I heard a lot of commonality there, Chuck. I think we've got the framework to move forward with that in general.
Yeah, that I was going to suggest that we take attachment 5, which is the quick reference. Right now, it's got 5.5 8-hour days. And I think we should.
And just, could I interrupt just one more time? And I apologize, but just I'm looking at the clock here and want to make sure we give ourselves time for a lunch break, given that we've got a ways to go here. So if you see a reasonable time or a break within the flow of the things we need to discuss, that we can take our lunch break at that time.
Yeah, I think that's good advice. Yeah, so what I was going to suggest is that we take a look at attachment 5 with those, basically 44 hours of time. If we look at those 8-hour days and think, well, maybe let's cut those back to 7-hour days, and maybe have 6 full 7-hour days or 6 to 7-hour days. We could probably fit, I think almost all of what's on here into that time frame. So I guess I'd like to take that as sort of our baseline approach, that we've got that many hours to agendize. We've got a list of things that staff has considered essential. Some other things that are shaded. A couple things that aren't shaded, that aren't essential. And then we've got a list of postponed items in attachment 6. So I guess what I would suggest is that we take our lunch break and come back and plan on deciding what we want to keep and what we don't want to keep out of agenda items, attachments 5 and 6. And then I guess to the extent that there's any, there's maybe a couple other things to think about. And one of those is executive order, and perhaps allowing to schedule some time on the September agenda to come up with a response to that requirement from the executive order. So I don't think that is on either one of these attachments 5 or 6. So I'm not sure if there's other things that might fall into that category, but that's at least one that I think we need to include in the list. So you can think about that over lunch, and maybe we can just come back and start moving things around. And
okay. And I'm just, the other thing we can just think about this over lunch. Maybe it's essential items +1 or essential items +2 or something like that. If there's time within the number of days that we have. So I'm going. Feel free to raise your hand if you can't, if this isn't going to work for you. I'm going to suggest we come back at 1 o'clock, so that'd give us 45 minutes for a lunch break. Let me pause for a moment, see if any hands go up that doesn't work for you. Okay, I don't see any. So let's plan to come back at 1 o'clock, and we'll work from our meeting at a glance for September, and we'll see you then. Okay, welcome back, everybody. 1 o'clock here on Friday, June 19th, Pacific Fishery Management Council, 255th meeting, nearing conclusion on our last agenda item, which doesn't mean it's short. We are on C5, future council meeting agenda and workload planning. And when we took our break for lunch, we're looking at the quick reference draft agenda for September 2020 meeting. And so I will turn it over to Chuck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so hopefully you've had a chance to look at those a little bit. I did want to say I have too, and mention a couple things that might play into our thinking here as we try and I think basically I think our target was to fill in up to 6-7 hour days, so about 42 hours. I mentioned before we broke that a couple things that aren't on the either the quick reference or the postponed or non-essential items was some time to deal with the executive order on promoting seafood. And then another one that I also wanted to mention was there's been a couple strong calls for the groundfish methodology review or approval of methodologies, particularly the data limited methods. So that is not on the agenda. There is a groundfish methodology review final priorities. That's for selecting new agenda items or new topics. So I just wanted to point out that those two things were not on there. In terms of the methodology business, my personal preference is to keep the topic selection and the approval separate agenda items. Just so we're clear on our process, particularly with adoption of new methods for use in the future. A couple of the things I wanted to just kind of put out there for thoughts. At the this meeting, we had a singular NIMS report that covered all FMPs. So if there's some thought about that, right now we've got 2 half-hour NIMS reports, one for HMS and one for groundfish. And so if there's any desire to combine those into one hour agenda item, wouldn't save us any time, but necessarily, but maybe just a little feedback on how that worked this time around. And one that I wanted to mention was groundfish. I'm sorry, for salmon methodology review. We have final priority selection, so that the idea in that process is that in April, potential topics are identified. In September, depending on what work's gone on over the summer, methodologies are selected for review, and then the council approves the methodologies in November. We did not have the topic selection in April, and my understanding is that no real work has been done or is planned on salmon methodology reviews at this point. So I think unless I hear otherwise, it might be safe to consider that that agenda item G2 on the quick reference would probably be foregone, and likewise in November the final approval would also be foregone. And so I guess the only thing that might play into that is if there was some SONC coho risk assessment or something along those lines that was ready for review. I think that's probably even questionable too. So I will stop there, and well, maybe not quite stop there, but I guess from there we see what the maybe let's start with the red italicized items that are considered essential or by staff or were identified. So by staff, see if there's anything in there that council wants to discuss, or if not, then we can move on to some of the other items and see if there's items that council is willing to forego, and therefore we can start moving things from the postponed list onto the schedule list. So I'll stop there and see if there's any thoughts or questions about that. Ryan.
Yeah, thanks, Chuck. Well, I was prepared to go on the whole agenda, but it sounds like you want to start just with the red italicized, so I'm happy to do that. I don't have any comments on, I support everything that is marked in red. My two main comments on this have to do with the way it has to do with the wording and the way it's noticed. On the D3 for highly migratory species, the exempted fishing permits. It's noticed here as final recommendations. We kind of skip the preliminary recommendations, and we have had a number of occurrences in the past where an applicant, the council may have wanted more information from the applicant, for example, and then wanted to, come back in a second meeting. That's kind of why we had it set up that way. I wonder if one way forward there would be to call it preliminary / final recommendations. That way you could do both if necessary, or if something came forward where the council really did want them to come back in November with more information. And that's my only comment on the stuff that's currently in red italics. I do have some recommendations for things that should be moved to red italics, but I can wait till we get to the rest of the agenda.
Okay. Well, let's see if there's anything else on the red italics then. And Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Chuck. Two comments. One, I would just support the adoption of the length-based stock assessment and ROV methodologies, as you mentioned earlier, and I would just support you and council staff determining the best place to put that on the agenda and way to get that in. But the SSE recommended it, and I understand that's important to be able to move forward with being able to use those in our next assessment cycle. Separate comment on the red italicized Pacific halibut item. You have it described here as to a catch sharing plan preliminary changes. And I wonder if we also want to consider any process for council recommendations to the IPHC on the directed commercial fishery in 2A for next year or not. I realize that would be probably expanding the scope of what we would be taking on and considering. Those of us involved in halibut, I think, realize that our halibut stakeholders may have some comments for the IPHC on, for example, the trip limits and commercial opening structure that they ended up going with this year. So just thought I'd pose that question to the council to consider whether we want to include that and make some council recommendations this year, or just direct stakeholders to make any comments they have directly to the IPHC next year.
I don't know if I've got a response to that, but maybe Heather does.
Thank you, Chuck. Maggie, I appreciate that, and if it's possible to include that in the agenda item with the same amount of hours that we already have set aside, so just the 1 hour. It seems like, given what happened with the commercial season this year, that it would be helpful if we could have a conversation and at this meeting. I think that's a smart thinking, rather than just have our stakeholders go directly to IPHC. Maybe we can avoid confusion by having a strong recommendation for the directed fishery at the council.
I have a question. If I could figure out how to raise my hand, I would.
Go ahead, Phil.
So Maggie, are you thinking, I mean, I'm just thinking about the commercial fishery and guidance to IPHC, potential guidance or recommendations to IPHC. We got the midwinter meeting of the IPHC usually is in the first week of December or so, and then the annual meeting is last part of January. So I'm just wondering, are you thinking this is maybe a 2-meeting, take some initial thoughts from the participants at the September meeting, and then also have it on the agenda on the November halibut agenda item, and from that might come a letter from the council to IPHC with certain recommendations about the commercial fishery structure?
Is that a question to Heather or Maggie, or?
That was a question to Maggie.
Maggie, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks. That is what I was thinking. I certainly recognize that we probably have the option to do it only in November if we wanted, but it might, if we want to take it on at all, it might be better to do it in a 2-meeting timeframe.
I think it would be a good opportunity to just kind of review how it went in 2020 with the directed fishery, and to maybe get some feedback from participants. But again, I think that could be either in September or November. Marcy.
Thank you, Chuck. I support the idea of adding something to be able to discuss our recommendations to IPHC in September and finalize in November. I think it's important that we have that chance to take the testimony on how it went, and then think about ideas and then finalize the recommendations in November. So I think that's a good idea. I think I'd also note that maybe the other 2 IPHC items, the catch sharing plan, prelim changes, and the 2A transition, I don't know how much work we will have to do on the catch sharing plan. There are probably some details to work out, like there always are. But I don't know that we need a lot of time on that. And I think with regard to the 2A fishery transition, I think I support where the thinking of that being a shaded item. So I feel like we probably have some room in that halibut agenda to take up discussions about IPHC in September. And another note, I echo Ryan's support for an item regarding the executive order. I think that's timely, and I think our constituents are very interested in that. And also echo Maggie's support for the impact assessment methodology following the hard work of the SSC subcommittee and their workshop back in May. I guess I would ask if I see it's not shaded or in red. I think it is a red item sometime, but whether it is September or November, I'm not clear on the urgency on that. Thanks.
Okay, so we just to clarify then. So again, there's kind of 2 methodology review topics. One is the impact assessment methodology. That's selection of topics for future review. And then the methodology approval is for stock assessment. It's for primarily, I think, for the data limited assessment methodology and ROV. So those would be the things that would be up for approval. So do you consider both of those essential, or just the approval portion, the approval of the data limited and ROV essential?
I don't know enough about the first to comment, but at least with regard to the second, the reason I find that to be essential is that my understanding of what that will do for our ability to assess the number of stocks we have on the list for 2022, it's essential that we approve that methodology so that they can do what we put on the list.
Okay. Okay. Any other thoughts about the essential nature of items? If not, then maybe I'll go back to Ryan. He had some other comments about the agenda as a whole. Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Chuck. Yes. So thanks to Marcy for also noting the executive order. I do support that going on. I also think I would support having a single NIMS report. I think it's especially on day one, easy for folks that want to hear that, regardless of what their F&P focus is, to tune in. It is possible we may have something to update on the CPS or salmon side, probably not enough to warrant an entirely separate NIMS report agenda item under them. But having one overall report allows us to capture that. We actually do that in other councils as well. So I would support that, combining those. There's also a few of these agenda items that I'll go through that could be wrapped into that if that was the case. So I'm going to just kind of bounce around here. For groundfish, we support the GMT report and then the ensuring that both the in-season and the impact assessment methodology review are on. And I think they called the GMT called the latter essential. NIMS would support keeping the gear switching and sablefish area management on for September, especially based on the testimony we heard today. And I think even though it's not necessarily considered essential, we would support that for a September agenda. However, I think all the other groundfish ones could be either postponed or wrapped into the NIMS report. For example, the electronic monitoring update is easily something we can give under the NIMS report. It's just an update. I don't think it will need a separate agenda item. Humpback ITS is actually, we're on track to have something to present there, whether it's an informational item under the NIMS report or whether it's its own agenda item. I defer to others, but we will have an update for the council at that point in time. Regarding that's at least of our main priorities when it comes to groundfish issues. So you're going to salmon. The two most important things for NIMS and we would consider essential are the Amendment 20, as you've already got here that we talked about, and then G3, the southern resident killer whale. And this is another one where NIMS would strongly advise the council to consider a different approach here, both in how this agenda item would be handled and also how it would be noticed. We would recommend that this not say recommendations regarding an ESA consultation. The ESA does not authorize NIMS to develop and implement proposed actions to limit impacts of fisheries on ESA listed species. And so if we're approving or implementing, as we've done in the past, control rooms or other measures that the council develops to limit impacts to listed species, NIMS would be doing that under its Magnuson authority. And therefore, we think this agenda item should be treated as such, very similar to what we did in the winter run control rule recently. And that would mean this agenda item in September would be a range of alternatives, potential adoption of a range of alternatives by the council with a final preferred alternative in November. So that is where both NIMS, that's what NIMS would strongly recommend. For highly migratory species, you already made my comment on the EFP agenda item. Other than that, we support the HMST report and their recommendations. Couple things in that just to highlight here. I mean, I think, NIMS was very vocal at the March Council meeting. I think it was regarding the hard caps issue and wanting the council to agendize this into that time. We recognize that there are certain things that the council requested us to bring back. I think postponing that to November would be supported by NIMS, due to other issues in the current COVID era. I think having a little bit more time to prepare the information the council asked us to bring back would be fine. But again, we would not like to see it slip further. There was, I guess the rest of these have to deal with more the broader year to guides. Although I will say one on the postpone item, you in the recent revision that you sent out. So I guess that's attachment 7. You mentioned the albacore data request that was discussed at this meeting. From our perspective, and I think we raised this earlier in the week, the EPPSG is working on that. As we noted, it's possible that will be ready by September, but it is not a guarantee. However, if it is ready, I'm sure it could be folded into information that would come up under D4, the harvest specifications management measures agenda item. So I don't think it would need a separate agenda item. And just check my. Oh, and then lastly, and then we'll get to other issues for the year at a glance and the postpone when you come to them. Again, similar to my statement at the beginning of this agenda item, to the extent that we can keep FMP agenda items together, minimizing the amount of days that they're spread out, with, of course, the recognizing that in certain instances, things do need to be split. I think Maggie raised, if Samtec was on, you'd do it pre and post weekend, stuff like that, or if it's necessary for the advisor bodies, we would support that. But otherwise, I think it's helpful if you can bundle them together. And I'll stop there.
Okay, thanks, Ryan. So let me just say that if we kind of accepted what you were proposing, it looks like we'd save a couple hours by eliminating drift gill net. I would probably gain an hour by adding the groundfish methodology approval for data limited stocks. And I think that's most of the time changes there. If we add some IPHC time for the directed fishery recommendations, I would probably have to add a half an hour for that. The executive order, my guess is that would probably take at least an hour. So just kind of talking out loud here as we keep track of time. We probably will save an hour if we drop off the salmon methodology final priorities. So we haven't. I don't think we've gained a lot of time or lost a lot of time, but we're making progress. So I'll stop there. And Heather, what you got?
Yes, thank you. I'm Ryan. I wasn't sure. Did I hear you say, and I think the GMT brought this up, removing the strategic plan, the F5 strategic plan review? Was that included in your recommendations?
Ryan?
Yeah, thanks, Chuck, and thanks, Heather, for the question. Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
I don't think that would need to be a separate agenda item. Same thing, and I didn't hear Chuck mention it, you wouldn't need electronic monitoring. I defer, and probably not the chair review scoping either. Basically, I just mentioned keeping similar to the GMT report, keeping on the impact assessment methodology review and the sablefish gear switching.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. So that would give us some. That's about 4 hours of time there. Heather, you want to continue?
I was just going to say, if it's not already been suggested to be removed, that the GMT also suggested we could put off F8, the LE fixed gear cut share review.
Okay, I think I heard Ryan mention that.
Okay. Okay. Got it. Thanks.
Okay, Maggie.
Thanks, Chuck. Comments on a few items. One, I would support putting an item on the agenda for discussion of ideas under the executive order. I think we've had a little bit of good preliminary input at this meeting, and I know I heard a lot of interest from our advisors and stakeholders this morning and having the opportunity to take that up at the September meeting. So I support that. I do support keeping the gear switching item on the September agenda. This has been a very long process. I would like us to be able to make some progress toward completing it. As I said earlier, and I think Ryan just mentioned, it would be great to split it over a weekend if possible. I think that would help. I do want to recognize and acknowledge that there is a lot of information and a lot of detail and background in the informational reports in this briefing book on the gear switching item, and that for those council members and stakeholders who have not been directly engaged in the SAMTAC committee process, it is a lot to absorb and understand. And I acknowledge that there are some concerns about whether the council will be ready to adopt a range of alternatives at the September meeting, recognizing all the work that the committee has put into developing the alternatives. I think that the key question before us will be, does the council feel that what is presented there adequately encompasses the range of everything we would want to have analyzed and have public input on moving forward? So I think that's the question we'll be asking ourselves, but I am very strongly in support of keeping it on the September agenda. I would also like to propose that we put the mothership utilization item on the September agenda. I know the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel suggested that perhaps the, sorry, lost my place here, the Groundfish workload and new management measures update and priorities time could be instead used to actually make some progress on one of those items. So I'm interested in exploring that. I know we would want to talk about whether and how we would get information from the GMT or others that we would otherwise get under the item that's currently shown as F2 on the September agenda. But I really agree with trying to get one of these items that the council has identified as a priority on our agenda for scoping and to make progress on. I know the mothership sector representatives have put together some pretty detailed alternatives for initial consideration there, and I feel like we're ready to do that. So I'd like to propose that and see what the response is. Thank you.
Thanks, Maggie. Just on that last point, I did want to specifically address those 4 items that the GAP worked on over the course of the winter. First of all, I want to compliment the GAP. I think they did a really outstanding job on sort of a novel assignment. I think it worked out well. You know, I obviously wish that we had been able to keep that whole process on track, but they followed through, and they actually got the assignment to do sort of purpose and need and issue scoping for 2 of those items. They actually did all 4 of the items, and that's in informational report 4. So I guess my first question is to the council, is what was in informational report 4 sufficient for you to make a decision to move forward, or do we need to go through, some more process? So it sounds like, at least for some, that's inadequate. But I do want to have a good discussion about whether that the process that has gone through is satisfactory for the council to be able to make a decision and move forward by selecting the topics. Obviously, I don't think from a workload perspective, I don't think it's feasible for staff, council staff, staff, state staff, GMT to consider tackling all 4 of those items in this sort of off-specs period. But on the other hand, the longer we wait to make a decision, the more time slips by that we could have been put to use making progress on these items. So we'll stop there and just make sure that that's on people's radar screen. Joe Oatman.
Thank you. Oh, check. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Wanted to go back to one of the items on the September agenda that Ryan put before the council. So under SAM G3, under the 7 resident killer wells, I understood from his comments that want to provide notice and address that differently than what's reflected here currently. And that would involve the development of a range of alternatives. And so wanted to maybe get a clarification as to if the work group's going to be developing a range of alternatives, how will those recommendations from the joint travel statement be considered within that?
Thanks, Joe. So was that a question for Ryan or a question for me?
I think that's a question probably for Ryan to address.
Ryan, did you understand the question?
Yeah, I think Joe, and my apologies if I'm not fully addressing. I think what you're asking is how those that range would be presented to the council under that agenda item, as noticed the way that I had described. And yes, I think we had some discussion about that being a major part of the discussion at the upcoming working group meetings. And yes, the working group would start to look at a range of alternatives that potentially could put forward to the council.
Thanks. Does that answer your question, Joe?
Yes, I think so. I think I took that to mean that the information and recommendation from the joint travel staff report would be considered. Thank you.
Okay. Phil, you had your hand up.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to voice my support for several things that have already been spoken to, giving some attention to the executive order being one, having the gear switching issue be included is number 2, and I'm also supportive of including the mothership utilization item on our September agenda.
Okay, thank you. Well, since it's come up a couple of times, the gear switching issue, we did get some input from Jim on our staff about the timing of that, and while we have 5 hours of that, his best estimate is that it's probably going to take a bit more than that, 6 or 6.5 hours. So we might want to think about that as well. Okay, Heather.
Thanks. I'm going to do my best to just let you know if there's something that's been offered that I don't support, rather than saying what has already been said. But on the workload and new management measures, I think I have really similar ideas that Maggie mentioned about actually taking one of the 4 items and moving it forward under that agenda item. And Chuck, you mentioned then figuring out how we would get the statement from the GMT. And I have thought about that a little bit too, because I believe their statement under that agenda item is really helpful. But if the meeting notice was broad to say that it would include the mothership utilization, but then also the GMT could provide their regular report, and then we'd have it as a resource anyway, and it wouldn't grow stale. So I was hoping if it was just kept as the F2 workload new management measure, and then noticed as specifically speaking to the mothership utilization, or if there was interest in others of hashing out the priority under that agenda item, if there's a consensus to go with mothership utilization, knowing that the other 3 items are still in play for later, I'm okay with that too.
Thanks, Heather. I guess my thoughts on that. Again, if the council can come to a decision on what its top priority of those agenda items, which ones to agendize today, and I think that opens a window for for September being potentially council could approve the purpose and need and the scope of issues, and potentially look at some alternatives. And I don't know if they could get as far as adopting a range of alternatives, but I think that would be a possibility. If the council can't come to that conclusion here, then I think what you talked about of keeping that agenda item as it is, such that the council could further consider the merits of the four items and make their determination in September. I think that's where that would land. I think, and I guess at that point, if to the extent that they're satisfied, or at least have time to review the purpose and need statements and issue scoping that the gap is initiated, they could address that under that agenda item as well. But I guess in terms of looking at alternatives, that seems like I don't think that's an assignment you'd want to make without knowing which of the 4 topics we're going to move forward. Okay, so Maggie, Summer, and then Phil.
Thanks, Chuck. I realized I should maybe round out the comment I made earlier on with my recommendation to add the mothership utilization item. We have identified these 4 items as high priority. I think that we actually addressed the most urgent of the Amendment 20 or the Amendment 21 issues under our groundfish management measures for 21 and 22. So I think that that's not something we need to address right now. I think the Emily Platt EFP, the interest in the activities that would be authorized under that would also be addressed by the non-trawl area management. And on that one, we have all acknowledged that it is a priority for this council to address the needs for non-trawl fishery. We had quite a bit of conversation about that with the management measures earlier at this meeting, and I won't repeat it. It is a priority for me as well. I am also thinking about the yellow eye impacts, the fact that that is the biggest stock of concern for us, certainly here off of Oregon. We have taken a pretty slow and cautious approach to changes to our recreational fisheries that result in ELY impact increases. And we will want to do the same with commercial. And I think, in my opinion, it will help us understand what the effects might be of the very small changes we made at this meeting going forward. And so I am, that all plays into my thinking of how to prioritize these items relative to each other. We certainly could discuss it more. I'm sure we'll have some differing opinions and some public input, but I am also hearing and sharing a lot of the comments that we've heard about. Please just move ahead with these and help make some progress on them. So, and finally, although I mentioned the fact that the mothership sector has put together and the gap is documented in the report some possible alternatives. I was not intending to suggest that the council select a range of alternatives in September. I do think that scoping and adoption of a purpose and need statement would be a good first step. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks. Phil.
Thanks. I apologize. I had two other items I just wanted to briefly speak to. The first is the NIMS report. And I just would express a concern that if all of the if the NIMS report regarding all of the FMPs is given at one time, if you're one of the people that is in the seat or in attending the meeting the entire time, then that could work. But if you're not, and you're either a member of the public or whether it's the GAP or HMSAS or pick your FMP, then, and it's particularly if there's a very substantive issue or item that's brought forward in the NIMS report that's related to an FMP that the council, on a matter the council is going to be considering, then I think there's I don't really support having the NIMS report on all of the FMPs being given at one time, because I think some of the participants that would find value from the information in there or the dialogue that goes on after the report is given to the council on a particular item don't necessarily gain the advantage, or if there is such a thing, of listening to that dialogue. So I would just express a concern there, particularly for those items in the NIMS report that are related to a particular agenda item under that FMP that's going to be taken up. The other thing I wanted to just speak briefly to, if that's ever possible, is with the gear switching piece. And I know how hard it is to take a bite of that issue without without opening yourself up to getting the entire thing, and it may not be possible. But what I envisioned was, or as a potential, is that in this first meeting, we get an overview of the information that's in the SAMTAC report, as it relates to its charge and the conclusions I'll say conclusions, but what came out of the SAMTAC deliberations in terms of the range of alternatives, and then a description of those alternatives that are included in the SAMTAC report. And to me, the first question is for the council is whether or not, based on the information that's been provided in the SAMTAC report and other information that you will receive from the public and our advisors, as to whether or not to proceed with consideration of a range of alternatives. And so if that along with the presentation of and the description of the range of alternatives was if that was the bite that we attempted to take in September, then we could move forward, in my mind, to the November meeting. Let's assume there's an affirmative decision to move forward with consideration of a range of alternatives in addition to status quo. then that the potential adoption of a range of alternatives for public review could be done at the November meeting, giving people an opportunity to think about what they heard at the September meeting. There may be some additional alternatives that people wish the council to include in a range of alternatives that's put out for public review. So that's the kind of sequence of decision making that I was thinking about. If you try to take off what I would call the entire bite, which includes the potential adoption of a range of alternatives that coming out of the September meeting, then I can easily, I don't know how long it would take, but I can easily see how it would take more than 5 hours. So I just wanted to put that out there. I'm not sure what any of my colleagues that participated in the SAMTAC process or were on the committee are thinking in terms of how big of a bite we would try to take in September.
Okay, thanks, Phil. Marcy.
Thank you, Chuck. Interestingly, I wanted to speak on that exact topic and I've been in the queue a little bit, so natural segue there. I agree that I think it is premature to attempt to identify a range of alternatives at the September meeting. I feel like we need a real scoping session. We haven't actually had this item on the council's agenda in some time, and I think the issues have grown, morphed, changed considerably over the course of time since the committee was initially charged. And so I feel, and then reflecting on the challenges that we've seen with developing the purpose and need statement and kind of a very difficult time trying to find consensus around the problem statement, I do think spending some time scoping and taking the time to get an update on what this situation looks like today versus maybe what the original problem was. My impression of the problem today is that we can't utilize sablefish. There are reasons for that, and now the reasons are not just in the South. Now we have a problem utilizing sablefish in the North too, and I don't know the reasons behind that change, but I'm interested in learning. And to me, the paramount problem that I think we are wanting to address is the lack of utilization. And how we address that, I think the possible range of alternatives is very broad, but I think I can support scoping that topic. So I guess what I would suggest is reconsidering the naming of this agenda item to something a little different, and maybe try to. I think scoping is the right step in the NEPA process for it to be agendized as, but that maybe we think about a title that's more along the lines of sablefish catch utilization or sablefish utilization, as opposed, I think, to the sort of narrow idea of agendizing a discussion strictly on gear switching. Thank you.
Thanks, Marcy. Yeah, so I think, gear switching and area management. So is what's in the title now. So I don't know if that gets to it, but I think, I understand. If I understand what you and Phil were talking about, I think it sounds like something like additional scoping as opposed to a range of alternatives, or consider preliminary analysis or something like that. Just kind of thinking out loud there. Ryan.
Thanks, Chuck. Sorry to take the floor again here. I just wanted to respond to Phil's point. I was advocating initially for one single NIMS report. I see a lot of potential benefits, but I'm also okay if for the points that he raised to break them up. I don't think when it comes, I don't anticipate a CPS NIMS reports. I think we may have an update on the rebuilding plans as far as salmon goes, but we could do that through an informational report or some other way. So I'm flexible there. And then when it comes to putting on additional groundfish items, we've heard a number of them mentioned. I would just really caution the council for a number of the reasons raised in June 2 port and otherwise. I mean, if you are going to do that, I would think you would have a higher chance of success of moving them along if you were to limit that to 1 or 2. But again, when it comes to this, and Chuck touched on it by asking if there was more needed from what's in the info report, I mean, I would have to defer to council staff whether they have the capacity in time to prepare analyses and other documents for that for council consideration under any of those agenda items if they were to be brought forward. Thanks.
Okay. Maggie. Oops. Heather. Or was that Maggie? Yeah, Maggie, go ahead.
Thanks, Chuck. Just a brief comment, I guess, on sablefish gear switching. I think we have brought in ourselves, and in some cases in public comment, a whole lot of issues, and the kind of grand scope of the trawl fishery and its health and its future. And I think that that's important, but that makes it harder in my mind to make progress. And I would just suggest that we think about the potential of really just focusing specifically on the question of, do we want to consider revising the gear switching provisions of the program? Thanks.
Okay. Heather.
Thank you. I just wanted to speak in support of the approach that Marcy and Phil are raising on this issue, and I think there's value in taking a look at this more of scoping at this point and getting an update on how things have gone so far.
Okay. Bob Dooley.
Yes, thank you. Chuck, I was on the committee when it started with the cab, and then it went, I was a industry member on the original SAMTAC, and then elevated to a voting member on the SAMTAC when I became a council member. I said from day one that, we embarked on this with a focus on taking the council's direction of what to focus on. But now that we've gone through this whole process, there's a lot of information and in the reports. And I believe what Phil is describing is the way we should approach this, is to really kind of more from a scoping, I guess, position, and then go to the next. I mean, to pick a range of alternatives out of this, I think without some discussion is really premature. And so I would be more in line with what Phil was talking about. And I also think that, I said this day one, and I think I still haven't changed my mind. This, if we don't know where we're going, any road's going to get us there. And I think you can take any of these alternatives and craft them to get to basically the same result. It depends which options and things you choose. So I think there needs to be some direction here of actually what we're trying to achieve. Because if we just keep throwing ingredients into the pot and try to figure out if we're really making a cake or if we're making spaghetti, I think at the the end of the day, we're not going to be efficient. So I would lean toward that, and I do support what Phil and Maggie and Marcy were speaking of. So, and I would like to see it a little less onerous at this next agenda, in terms of hours than what's laid out there now. Thanks.
Sorry, I was muted. Brad Pettinger.
Yeah, thank you, Chuck. I do like the idea that Phil brought up. I think that given the situation with the council schedule and the hours, limited hours we have, I'd hate to have it too big a bite. Could be unfortunate. But I'm careful of. I think we should be careful about regressing. I hope we just want to keep moving things forward. That's my fear, and I think that as far as utilization that Marcy talked about, I mean, this is, this COVID-19 has just destroyed every preconception of what the fishery is going to be like this year. I think I think the fish is, I think we have pretty much full utilization, and as far as sable fish. So, but I do like the idea about taking a smaller bite I say in Spokane, but in September, and then kind of move along like Phil had lined out there. Anyway, also I just like to throw my 2 bits in there. I do like the idea of the mothership, move that forward too, just because the situation with this COVID-19 thing affecting vessels. I think we need to get ensure the best we can that those folks don't get stranded again. And if it's a time where we're at here as far as maybe get something done in time for next year, if that's possible or not. But anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Brad. So not seeing any other hands up right now. So it sounds like we're settling on sort of reducing the scope of the sablefish issue to more scoping. So we probably would need 6.5 hours. Then we might be back down in the 4 or 5 range. So is that? I guess that's what I'm proposing. If somebody's got a different opinion on that, welcome to hear that. Maggie?
Thanks, Chuck. I don't have a different opinion, but I have a question, and I'm sorry. I know we've spent so much time discussing this today. I don't mean to draw it out, but I'm not sure I understand what what a reduced scope of what we would be doing with sablefish in September is. So if you or someone could clarify that, I would appreciate it.
Well, I'll take a shot at it, and then Phil, feel free to chime in if I haven't covered everything that you were. I think it was kind of your initial proposal. But so rather than being prepared to select a range of alternatives, there's a number of alternatives that have been laid out in the SAMTAC report. But rather than selecting a range of alternatives, that the agenda item would focus more on determining which issues that are laid out there deserve further attention and deserve to have a range of alternatives selected. And that step would occur in November. So this would be, something, are we going to move forward with this or not? Are we going to move forward with area management or just gear switching? If amongst gear switching, which solutions or which approaches are we going to consider? So that's kind of what I'm thinking of. Thought I heard out of that. So, Phil, have I got that pretty close?
Yeah, I think so. I was just trying to, it seems to me it's a little bit so far it's been a little bit unusual in that we had this the council established SAMTAC, went out and did a bunch of work. We've delivered our product as an informational report and basically said, here you go. And I'm not discounting that council members read their materials and so forth, but I think it would be good to have Dr. Seeger, in particular, walk through the highlights of the work product that we provided, including not too high a level, but a high level overview of the alternatives that are in that report, so that the council, as they're together, hears it all together, has an opportunity to have some interaction with Jim and the committee members as appropriate, to ensure that they understand what the work product that the SAMTAP brought back to the council in response to the direction and assignment that it was given. There is a threshold question in my mind, and that is, okay, here's all the information that we put together, or a summary of it, overview of it. Given all that, does the council want to move forward with consideration of a range of alternatives to address the issue as it was described? And if the answer to that is yes, then the range of alternatives, we have the range of alternatives provided by SAMTAC, but I suspect that there may be other alternatives out there that either the GAP or the public or individual council members may want to put on the table for consideration. That may lead to a decision by the council of submitting a different variation of a range of alternatives that we would put out for public review. But I don't think we can get to all those points in one meeting. So the term scoping has been put out there, and that's probably as good a term as any, to have the overview of the SAMTAC committee's work product, largely provided by Dr. Seeger. You can thank me later, Jim. And with some depth in terms of the description of the alternatives that the SAMTAC developed to address the problem, at least one version of the problem that was identified. If given that the council feels that, yeah, we think there's some issues here that bear further process, bear looking at a range of alternatives to address it, then that's a decision point. That leads you to the next step, which would be in November, or at least the next step would be how big of a next step in November you take, is we can talk about that later, but that's where you'd really get into, okay, what is the range of alternatives that we want to send out for public review? Is what the SAMTAC provided the correct scope, or contain the correct elements to address it, or is there some variation or additions to what they provided? And then move forward from that point in November. So, like I said at the outset, it's hard to talk about this topic and ask people to only take a bite. You know, I was thinking about throwing a nice top sirloin steak out in the middle of my living room floor and asking my dog to only just take part of it and then come over and sit down. I've got a pretty good trained dog, but I don't even know if I could do that with him. So, and I don't want to compare our process to a dog either. But that's why I think if we can limit the scope of what we are going to do on this topic in September, then, and hopefully our advisory panels, the council, us, that would be us, will honor that, then we can take that first step.
Okay, thanks, Phil. And just in terms of timing, I've been chatting with Jim, and he thinks even at this more limited level or scope, that 5 hours is still appropriate. So we're going to keep that if we go this route. Maggie?
Thanks. And thank you, Phil, for that explanation. That was really helpful for me. And I agree very much with your comments about the potential or the interest that there may be among council members and advisors and the public in really making a decision about whether we feel it passes the threshold of do we want to move forward, and the potential for changes to the alternatives that the SAMTAC committee has developed. I guess I'm just trying to weigh that against a very strong concern about the potential for this stake. Maybe I'll just stop with the analogies, right? For this issue to be such a big one every time we take it up, because it is so important to such a large number of folks. And I am concerned about the amount of time and energy of the council and of staff and or advisory bodies that this has the potential to take up. And I think every time we put it on the council agenda, it will be a 5+ hour item. So I guess my initial vision was that keeping it on the September agenda as a range of alternatives would allow us all to hear Dr. Seeger's presentations, consider the information provided in the reports, potentially reach that conclusion, each council member for themselves and the council as a whole on whether we are whether we want to move forward, and then potentially to adopt a range of alternatives. And, recognizing that I suppose we would have the option to bail out and say, you know what, no, based on input we've heard and concerns we have at this meeting, we do want to continue, but we are not ready to select a range of alternatives. I think that's an option, but I'm just looking for a way to move forward on this so that we can get some progress made, and concerns about drawing it out longer. But I understand and certainly would go along with the will of the council here if that is to change the scope and description of what we are doing in September.
Thanks, Maggie. Go ahead, Phil.
I don't think we're saying too much different, with the exception that I am not at all confident that the council will be ready to make a decision on a range of alternatives, even if it decides that it wants to go in that direction in September. And that's the only point of difference that I heard, frankly, from what you said, Maggie. But it's just so. I'm totally sympathetic with people and their frustration with how long this has taken. And we had some fits and starts in the SAMTAC process, the government shutdown and all that business that interrupted our progress. So, I mean, I can almost hear the frustration coming from certain parts of the industry right now, with not wanting to drag this on any longer than necessary. But at the same time, I'm just very doubtful that we would be in a position to send out a specific set of range of alternatives, but maybe I'm wrong.
Thanks, Phil. I understand. Let me just say, in terms of getting the information presented and everything that's been put in the SAMTAC informational report too, I think is appropriate to be presented to the council in September. There are alternatives in there. And I think the council would be, if there are other alternatives that come up, the council could, do what they will with them. I think, as Phil mentioned, the real difference is adopting a range of alternatives. So that's a fairly significant action. If this is the range that's going out for public review, that's different than doing something with, with the alternatives that are there. Deciding if you want to continue analyzing them or not, or adding to them. But when you take the step of putting on the council agenda that they're adopting a range for public review, then you've added quite a bit, I think, to the scope of the agenda item. And, obviously the time necessary to do that. So I think the information is all going to be available to be presented. Lots of questions, including the alternatives, to sort of give you an idea of whether the issues deserve to move forward. Maggie.
Thanks, Chuck. This will be my last comment on SAMTAC, and I appreciate the input and defer to your and the chair's wisdom in that area. So it sounds like we are not ready to put formal adoption of a range of alternatives in September, and I can live with that. I guess I will sign off from this topic maybe with a question. Whether or not we would be, as part of a scoping, considering a purpose and need statement in September, or whether that would occur later along with a range of alternatives as well. Thanks very much.
Yeah, well, let me just respond to that. I think purpose and need is, you need to have that so if the alternatives address the purpose and need. So I think that's very wise to get that done sooner rather than later. And I guess in the classic 3-step process, I think scoping, identifying the issues, and identifying a purpose and need is the first step. Identifying a range of alternatives is the second, and making a final decision is the third. While there can be lots of other interim steps in between, those are the 3 critical parts in my view. Okay, are we ready to move off of SAMTAC? Seeing no opposition, great. So there's in terms of what's on the September quick reference, there's a few other shaded items that haven't really been talked about. Just got a message that Joe Oatman had to leave. If he hasn't gone yet, one of the items is the reintroduction of salmon above Grand Coulee Dam presentation. I did kind of want to see if that, how people felt about that. And I'm not seeing Joe on here. Oh, there's Joe, still is on here, at least in theory. Joe, do you have any thoughts about keeping that on the agenda?
Yeah, thanks, Chuck. I haven't given that topic much consideration up to this point. I don't think I would be adverse to it, but provided that that there are no other candidates, that might be a higher priority than that one.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Louis M.
Well, thank you, Chuck. I have to honor Joe's statement of where they are on that. However, I have heard from, I believe it was Rodney, that they did have some very interesting things to at least do an informational report to us. And my curiosity is particularly piqued because we've got the situation with the southern resident killer whales and how we're going to improve their situation. So this may inform it. And also, along with the southern resident killer whales, we also have the humpback incidental take statement. And I'm not sure, maybe Ryan can inform me whether we're required to take this up and what is our status on that. Thank you.
I think Ryan mentioned that that would be there would be some information on that ready for September. I think the question was whether it would just be informational or if the council needed to take some action on that. So I don't know if that's something that Ryan can answer now, or if that's something we have to consider over the course of the summer, how we might handle that. Ryan?
Yeah, well, to Louis' question, thank you, Chuck, and thanks, Louis, for the question. Council is not required to take this up. We have put this on the future agenda a while back, so as to get a chance to kind of let the council know where we currently were in regards to, so that there wasn't any big surprises. Once biological opinion came out, again, we should be far enough along with the draft ITS. I'm hoping at that point to be able to share something with the council. Again, whether it's its own agenda item or whether we submit it and discuss it under the groundfish NIMS report, we're flexible.
So maybe my question to you, Ryan, then is there going to be is NIMS going to be requesting that the council weigh in on this issue?
Again, this is a NIMS consulting with itself on an Endangered Species Act related issue. So again, this was really more not necessarily requesting formal council input, but just noting that it might be of some interest to the council and trying to get before them what currently was the line of thinking in the draft incidental statement in particular. I'm sure the terms and conditions, or at least have a chance potentially for the council to give us any feedback if they wanted. And I think that could be achieved, like I said, under its own agenda item or separately. It's really up to the council if they want the opportunity or not.
Okay. Louis, did that answer your question?
I believe I did. It did. However, I can't really say, or I don't think we can really say if we need the opportunity until we see what the implications of this are to our fisheries. So thank you very much.
Okay. Well, if there's, well, I don't want to belabor this too much, but, if there's some sort of timeline that the council needs to consider, for example, if this is a draft ITS that the council could comment on, and then you need to have their comments in before November, then that would be one situation. If it's just an ITS statement and the council can weigh in on it at its leisure, then an informational report in September would be fine. And if it's something they want to take up more seriously, they could schedule that in a future meeting. So I guess those would be my questions about that. Bill, you had a question?
Oh, just on the introduction above Grand Coulee Dam presentation. I know Krista spoke to this earlier today. And if we weren't in the situation that we're in, where we're having to really do triage on our agenda, I would be supportive of leading this on. And I know Colville Tribe has asked us a number of times to put this on our agenda. I'm just, my thinking is that giving them the opportunity to come forward at this meeting, but asking them to limit their presentation to 30 minutes is one option. The other option is letting them know that we're really pressed here and for agenda time. We're anxious to hear their presentation, but we won't be able to do it in September. I mean, obviously, any reintroduction above Grand Coulee, dam passage, and all of that relative to assisting with recovery and increasing prey base for southern resident killer whales is a ways down the road for sure if that all comes to pass. So it's But those are the two options that came to mind when being asked about the that G4 item.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thanks. Sorry to come back to this, but I did leave out a key piece of information. Just so to clarify, in the humpback ITS, again, the council will be able to weigh in whether it, they previously expressed wanting an opportunity to see what will be required at council, especially out of an incidental take statement and terms and conditions. That's why we had offered to put this on the agenda, especially for the issue when it comes to humpbacks entanglement and the issue that's been on the West Coast. Well, again, it does not matter whether it's in the NIMS report, whether it's its own agenda item. Under either, the council could give guidance as little or as much as they wanted. However, the piece that I probably wasn't as clear on, that is the last time. This September agenda is the only time as the BIOP will be finalized prior to the November meeting. Thanks.
Thanks for that clarification, Ryan. In that case, I guess I would just kind of reiterate, if the council is going to make some recommendations to National Marine Fisheries Service, I think they need to do that under an action agenda item. And we typically don't schedule action under the NIFS reports. And I guess I would kind of like to keep that. So I think if the council feels that this is important and they want to comment, I think it should be kept as its own agenda item. Heather.
Thank you, Chuck. I agree with that. I know when this has come up or when ESA issues come up, I know we've asked to be involved. And so if having it as a standalone item makes that opportunity more clear, I think that's important.
Thank you. Louis.
Thank you, Chuck. And I agree with Ryan's and Heather's position on this. I would hate to not be able to have the opportunity to comment on this. Back to the tribes in the Colville, I don't know if there's some kind of compromise we can make, asking them to give an informational document to us, and then if we need to have further and to comment on this, that we could perhaps do this in November. This has been, as you pointed out, the request a number of times, and I feel leery of dishonoring this request. Thank you.
Marcy.
Thank you, Chuck. Just and apologies that I just don't know enough about this, but I know I just heard that the BIOP would be finalized before the November meeting. I'm going to presume that means the ITS will be as well. And if that's the case, then I absolutely agree with Heather and Louis. This has to be on our agenda, and certainly I would put it in the red category. It's something I think we all want to get as much information as we can in the advanced briefing book and think a little about. If this will be our one and only chance to develop recommendations and transmit them to National Marine Fisheries Service before the finalization of that ITS, that seems like a pretty high priority item to me.
Okay, thank you. In regards to the salmon reintroduction, I'm going to recommend that we sort of put that aside for a little bit. I think if I'm doing the math correctly, and Mike can maybe double check me on this, I think we've taken about 7 hours off and we've added about 2.5, so that puts us at about 4.5. An opportunity to fill about 4.5. Maybe that's not quite right. Maybe that's more like 2.5 or 3. But I would still like to get sort of a final decision on the groundfish workload and new management measures update, whether we're going to keep that as that agenda item and discuss all of those items. I think that's I think that's what I heard, as opposed to just putting the mothership utilization on the agenda in its place. So, but I'm not positive about that. It's been a while. So if somebody could help me with that, I'd appreciate it. And then I'd like to take a look at what time we do have available and maybe look at some of those items on the postpone list in terms of moving them over and see what the priorities are and see how those stack up against perhaps some of these other shaded items and see if we can get some finalization to the September agenda. So starting with my first question about groundfish workload and new management measures. Heather.
Thank you. Well, I thought in the earlier discussion, Maggie made some really good points about why mothership utilization made sense as being the one item that we discussed there. And I, looking back at the GMT report and some of the others, I can see how that is the case. So I know I'm the one who said maybe we talk about all four of them and do some prioritizing, but I would be okay if it's just mothership utilization for this one. And then I also am supporting that it just still be called workload and new management measure update and priorities, and just noting or noticing that we would be discussing that under this so that it's clear, and then the GMT could provide their regular updates under this agenda item.
Okay. Not seeing any disagreement with that. Louis M.
Thank you, Chuck. I'm afraid that I remember that Maggie said that she had very strong input on the non-trawl RCA, and we've had very strong input down here in California as well. So if we could possibly do the two measures, I know the mothership measure is very important, but I will notice that the GAP put the trawl RCA as number one. I think they were talking priorities. If not, I apologize, but if we could squeeze in both of those in that period, I think we really need to.
Well, I guess I would urge a cautious approach. If you're going to make assignments for the GMT to provide information on both of those items or to carry both of those forward over the course of the next year or so, and we also have to consider the sort of some of the attrition that's occurred in the GMT, which we've heard a little bit about too. I guess I would be I'd be a little cautious about that. Obviously, there's both council staff, NIP staff workload considerations as well. So I would be I don't know. I mean, I guess I would like to by September be sure of what the highest priority was. Marcy.
Thank you, Chuck. Want to reiterate that. I think the list of groundfish assignments for this meeting, if it was a NIMS report, the impact assessment methods review, we're talking about a 5-hour sablefish scoping item, and then we are talking humpback whale ESA incidental take statement that now we hear this is our one and only chance at. And then in season, I'm counting 5 items, and it's June, and we have a ton of turnover in the GMT. And I personally feel like that's more than enough to keep that group busy between now and September. I don't want to shortchange our discussion on the humpback whale ESA ITS. I think we don't know what that's going to say. And I think we need to set aside some meaningful time for that.
Thanks, Marcy. Maggie?
Thanks, Chuck. And thank you, Marcy, for your comment on the humpback whale ITS. I agree with that. I just wanted to clarify my remarks earlier. We have heard about the non-trawl RCA. We have said it's a priority. I meant that in the context of explaining why I was suggesting moving forward first with the mothership utilization item for scoping in September, which I continue to support. And I would just note that in the GAP report on this, they specified that there was no particular order of priority for those 4 items they discussed. Thanks.
Louis.
And I can honor that, and I really do appreciate it. I agree that the mothership issue has been hanging for quite a long time, and I think that is the one we need to go to first. And realizing that we are challenged here, as Marcy so happily pointed out, so many hours on groundfish already. But I just want to make sure that we keep this in mind, and that we've had a good discussion on it. And you'll be hearing from us again. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I guess based on what I've heard, I'm going to suggest that we prioritize the mothership utilization issue. We can still keep the title, workload new management measures update and priorities, but we will within the council action identify whatever action is appropriate under the mothership utilization, and then presumably there'll be some additional typical updates, I guess, from the GMT on the other issues. So that's what I'm suggesting for that agenda item at this time. Okay, seeing no objections there, then why don't we look at attachment 6 and see which of those items deserve some consideration to being moved into the September agenda. So let me kind of go through and deal with some low-hanging fruit. So starting at the top, the CPS NIMS report, we've already talked to, I don't think we really need that. We've got EFH habitat reviews scoping. Let's see, cost recovery, again, salmon EFH for the overfish stocks. Those are recommendations for EFH improvements. Under June 2020 Administrative 4 Electronic Technology Plan Review, I think the deadline for that has been postponed until sometime next year. So I think that's one that we can just remove from the list. Legislative matters, we've got that shaded in September. There's, I think, some questions about how active the Congress is going to be over the course of the summer, whether the priorities are going to be fisheries or not. But I think there is potential for some. So maybe we could just leave that on with a 30-minute agenda item, and then if we don't need it, we can suspend it, and we'll probably be grateful for the time. The CPS stock categories, the Ecosystem Climate Communities Initiative, I think are worth considering. Then we've got the groundfish business here, which I think number 1, 2, 3, 4, Number 1, 2, 3, and 4 are ones we just talked about. Sablefish management strategy evaluation and the assessment methodology. So that's one we did add on already, number 6. So that one's taken care of. And then for HMS, we got DGN performance metrics and swordfish management and monitoring plan. And then the West Coast albacore fishery participation analysis, we did say that that one was going to be covered under the biennial specs in September, so that one's gone. So, so the rest of those, I think, standardized back up to administrative 1, standardized bycatch reporting methodology. Again, this is one that we have to. I don't think we'll be ready for September. It's going to take some staff time, but it is something we're going to need to take a look at in the fairly near future, because we need to evaluate all our FMPs to see if they're in compliance with the new procedural directive, and if they're not, to amend our plans to put them in compliance. And that whole process has to be completed by February of 2022. But I don't think I think that's going to start with some staff work, and I don't think we're quite ready. We'll be ready for that in September, so I'm going to cross that one out. The rest of these things I think are worth considering. And there's some, there's activities associated with them, the research and data needs. We're working on developing a database with Pacific states. The SSC has been involved in that, so that's an ongoing concern as well. So, I'll just stop there and see if there's any thoughts about the priorities that might fill in. I think again we've got 3 or maybe 4 hours that we could squeeze in the way things stand right now on the quick reference. Heather.
Thanks, Chuck. There were a couple of things that you mentioned earlier, and I just want to make sure those are being accounted for, because they're not on this, but that's the executive order.
Yes.
Okay. And the methodology item. Yep. And then the other thing that I heard from both the GMT and the SSC was the sablefish management strategy evaluation in November. Oh, maybe we're not there yet, but wanted to make sure there. And then on this one, support for the Climate and Communities Initiative update.
Okay. Rich.
Thanks, Chuck. Just briefly, and speaking to the Climate Community Initiative update, which ties in with the core team's report earlier today on this agenda item. The decision here really is, I think, in terms of a check-in, is whether the council is whether or not the council is comfortable with the core team kind of running and completing the phase 1, phase 2 process as it's discussed with the council before, without a checkpoint between now and March. And I think the choice there is that with a check-in in September and expecting potentially then some, there would be no reason to have a check-in unless the council had an opportunity to provide some direction. There's probably the choice there is that may affect, could delay the completing the project and delivering the final report in March. And I think the key difference there is this time frame between now and September. It's the time frame I think that the core team is planning on trying to design its phase 2 outreach and engagement, and to the extent that to meet the March timeframe, a lot of that would have to start occurring and being planned probably somewhat in advance of that council meeting. So I don't think the core team necessarily is recommending one or the other. It's really a decision about the council's time frame, desires, and interest in having a check-in and potentially providing some guidance in September.
Thanks, Rich. Yeah, I think that is an important consideration. That is something we've been putting a lot of time into and money in terms of contract work and engagement with all the advisory bodies on this agenda item. So, what's the council think about that one in particular? Not seeing much. I've heard Heather and Rich kind of advocate for maybe keeping that on in September, if I'm reading that correctly. If I'm not, please correct me. If somebody would object to that, please raise your hand. I'm not seeing any. So based on that, we are going to move that from attachment 6 to attachment 5. Okay. What else? What else on the attachment 6 are priorities for the council? Ryan.
Chuck, are you talking about priorities for the council in general, or are we still talking about trying to move additional things into September?
Yeah, right. Priorities for moving things into September.
Okay. Then I will hold my comment, although while I have the floor, I'll note that I think it's okay if we have a couple hours of flexibility.
Mm-hmm. So if we were to go with what we have, absent any additional work, the shaded items like HMS EFH would stay. What else would stay that's shaded? The FEP 5-year review would stay. Reintroduction above Grand Coulee Dam would stay. And legislative matters would stay. I think we've talked about the other shaded items. Maggie.
Thanks, Chuck. Sorry, did you just say the highly migratory species EFH would stay?
Yes, we have I mean, I know there's been some other discussions by advisory bodies on this, but the council hasn't. I didn't hear the council decide to postpone that.
Thanks. I confess that I am not as knowledgeable as others might be on this, but wanted to highlight the HMS management team's comments that it may not need to be in September. I noticed they commented that they could bring the council an update in September with a full phase 1 report in March. And those who are more knowledgeable might be better positioned to weigh in on whether we need anything in September. Thanks.
So I think maybe Mike, you might be ready to help me out here. I think the idea on the EFH business was that those would, I think the first step here that would be product brought to the council would be a literature review, so the council could decide to move forward or not with the process. So do I have that right, Mike?
Yeah, more or less. It's to look and see if there's any new information that would inform any potential revisions to EFH descriptions for a given FMP. And so that phase one is essentially just look out there what's in the literature and decide if there's enough new information to warrant a phase two, which would be more of getting into the business of revising the description of EFH. Okay. Thanks. And it sounds like Carrie just chimed in and said that we're making good progress on that.
Sorry, I lost track of where we are in the drift gillnet hard cap item.
I believe that one was recommended to be moved to November.
Okay.
Okay, well, I'm not seeing a lot more activity here. So I think we're kind of settling in on what we've got for September. Do we want to continue and take, I think the next, we could look ahead at the year at a glance. I don't think there's a lot of business to do there. We've just mentioned the DGN hard caps. That was recommended to move to November. We added CPS stock assessment prioritization already based on the discussion earlier in the week. So we don't have a lot of, I don't know if we've got a lot of business to do there yet. So I'll leave it up to the council if they want to pursue that. What I do want to pursue before the afternoon slips by is some of these workload assignments associated with things like the Habitat Committee letter, the procedural directive on changing stock classification from known to unknown, the executive order business, and a couple other, at least one other thing, which I hadn't mentioned yet and is not on that list, which is a request from the Science Centers for to work with the SSC towards this, working on a regional framework for BSIA determination, which is a request that came out of our discussions about updating the regional operating agreement. So what's the council's pleasure? Do we want to move to the year at a glance, or we want to get to those workload assignments?
I'm recommending we get to the workload assignments unless there's something critical under the year at a glance, which didn't sound like there was. But I do see Ryan Wolf has his hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Phil. I did want to, I don't want to go over the year at a glance in detail, but since we haven't put a number of these, if not maybe any of the items in attachment 6, the postponed items, onto the year at a glance, I do think it's important to just touch on those that we feel should be added. And in Nim's opinion, I would strongly support having the swordfish management and monitoring report being added back to the year at a glance for November. The MT was tasked with a number of assignments on that. I think we heard some compelling testimony throughout this week regarding industry and others wanting to have a broader council discussion about swordfish management. In addition, that's kind of how we left it from previous council discussions. So that is my only comment under this agenda, or at least putting things to the year at a glance. And then thank you, Chuck, for talking about the BSIA. That was my other note.
Okay. I guess while we're at it, is there anything on attachment 6 that people want to specify a spot for on the year at a glance? Louis M.
Well, thank you, Chuck. And I just wanted to second Ryan's discussion about swordfish management. It's something that's kind of come up high on the horizon and then dip down below for quite a while now. And I think we need to do at least a little bit of work to honor those people that are very concerned with it. Thank you.
Welcome. Louis.
You just did him. It'd be Bob Dewey.
Thank you. Thanks, Chuck. I just have, I'm a little confused. I'm sorry. That's probably not too unusual. I'm looking at the HMS item D5 for the September meeting and that phase 1 report, and the recommendation by the HMSMT actually shows that requesting it to move to March. Am I missing something? And I don't see it in the year in a glance and that report. And I'm just, is that a different report, or should we not have that item D5 on that agenda? I just don't. I'm a little confused. Sorry.
Yeah, well, understandable. Yes, we've had some discussions between staff and the team about that, and I think I hope we are to the point where that is something that could go forward in September.
Okay, thanks, Chuck. I just pointed it out. Yeah, confused. Thanks.
Maggie.
Thanks, Chuck. We heard a suggestion in public comment that I think we might want to consider, which was just putting the coastal pelagic species FMP stock categories item back on the year at a glance, possibly shaded potentially for next April.
Thank you. Okay, anything else at this point? Not seeing any. So let's talk about some of these workload assignments. Habitat Committee had a recommendation for up to 4 letters to be sent with deadlines ranging from June 29th to September 7. So I don't know if I can do these from memory or not. I know that June 29th was the Potter Dam removal support letter. There was a, no, I'm not going to remember any of these without looking back. Army Corps of Engineers for nationwide aquaculture permits, September 7th. California Energy Commission on wind energy siting, July 31st. And supporting EPA TMDL limits in the Columbia River due July 21st. So these would all take some additional drafting and a quick response process to be completed over the course of the summer. I mean, I guess I just from a staff workload perspective, the FERC letter on the Two Basins Partnership on Eel River, that's Potter River Dam, and the other, or Scott Valley Dam, whatever it was. On June 29th, that seems, that just doesn't seem
Possible,
I guess, from my point, to get a letter drafted to get the quick response process engaged, get that transmitted, given our council meeting follow-ups, and those sorts of things. While I think it's an important issue, it's at least one that's going the right direction, in my opinion, and I think from the Habitat Committee's perspective. So, well, it'd be nice to provide a boost to that. I'm not sure that that's an essential work item, but so that's my opinion on that one, and I'll leave the other 3 to the discussion of the council. Louis M.
Thank you, Chuck. On the aquaculture question, specifically what areas are being considered, I am on the board of the Hubs SeaWorld Research Institute. And so I could talk to Don Kent and maybe get some illumination on that and pass that on to the Habitat community.
Okay. That's fine. Does that mean you are supporting generating a letter for that one and going through the quick response process then?
Yes, if you got all the way to September 7th, I believe I could work with my friends on the Habitat Committee on that.
Okay, thank you. Maggie.
I have a comment on a different letter, so if you want to stick with this one for any more, go ahead.
No, I think let's deal with all of the Habitat letters here.
Okay, thanks. I would just support a comment in response to the EPA's new TMDL for water temperature in the Columbia and Lower Snake, and note that the Habitat Committee thought this was consistent with previous council comments concerning elevated temperature, and I wonder if there are previous comments that staff could draw on to pull a letter that hopefully would make that a relatively low lift. This is another one that is going in the right direction, as you said, so maybe not critical, but if we have the opportunity to weigh in, it could be good.
And I would suggest maybe we have three states, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington, that maybe we could task them with working together and coming up with a draft, rather than putting the entire burden on the council staff to do that.
Or the Habitat Committee. Okay.
Pete has something on that.
Pete, yeah.
Thank you. Well, same comment. I agree with what Maggie and Phil said. I just would add that Columbian Snake River is EFH for Columbian Snake River Fall Chinook, so I think it would be very appropriate to comment. And I don't think that's a heavy lift on that one. That's it.
Okay, thanks. So I've not heard anybody speak on the California Energy Commission on wind energy siting. And I'm not seeing any. I'm going to take that as a one that we're going to pass on. So if that's it for the Habitat Committee letters, the next task is the procedural directive on changing stock status from known to unknown. So this is something, is sort of last minute. We received an update on this at the CCC meeting in late May. NIMS wasn't planning on asking for council comments, but the CCC thought it was important that we have that opportunity. So we were given until July 1st, which is, another short turnaround time. However, the SSC was able to take a look at that procedural directive and provided some comments. So that's something that I think, is something we might be able to accommodate depending on how the council wants to, if they wanted to consider adopting the recommendations of the SSC and directing staff to transmit those. That would be one approach that I might recommend. Any thoughts on that?
I would support that. It was provided in their comments on this agenda item at the end of on the top of page 2, and I would support us making that a part of the basis of our comment.
So unless I hear otherwise, I'm going to take that as council direction to staff, and that we would proceed with those. So I guess the question is, does the council want to have a look at the letter that staff drafts, or are they going to delegate that responsibility to staff?
I'm going to recommend we delegate it to you.
Seeing no objections, we will do that. The next one, and a fairly substantive one, is the executive order on promoting seafood and sustainable fisheries. So we put some time on our September agenda to develop comments or approve comments and recommendations to submit under this topic. So my question is, how do we go about that? And what do those recommendations look like? There's been a number of advisory bodies request an opportunity to weigh in on that. As you note under attachment 7, I think from a very simplistic approach, a list of priority items is essentially contained in our year at a glance, and they're the items are prioritized by those that we plan on doing and those that we will do if we have time between now and the time frame is between now and May of 2021, and that's covered in the year at a glance. So that, as a at a very basic level of largely what the council does, which is promote seafood and sustainable fisheries under its mandate from the Magnuson Act. But I think there's an opportunity to do some more things. Now we've heard a little bit about the aquaculture issues that the Habitat Committee brought up. We also heard that there's maybe an opportunity to weigh in on even make recommendations on other statutes, such as the CCC did with its letter regarding responsibility for fishery management actions in national marine monuments. So I guess the question is, how do we want to proceed with that? Is this something we just want to delegate to the advisory bodies and have them bring their comments in September? Is this something that's going to take a little more work in the interim from I'm not sure who. One idea is establishing some sort of ad hoc committee to work on this over the summer too. So I'm not sure how the council is thinking about dealing with this, but I guess I'm open to their suggestions. And now's the time for those suggestions.
Well, it seems to me there was a lot of interest from our advisory panels on this, in particular the GAP and I believe HMS also, HMSAS. I'm wondering if we might task the chairs of our 4 advisory subpanels that are made up of industry to work with their members and come back to us in September with a list of ideas. That if we don't do something like that, then we either leave it up to some unidentified person or persons, or would simply wait until September and see what we get as part of the advisory subpanel's reports to us. But so that's just a thought.
Any other thoughts? Maggie.
We are still here and listening. I agree with Chair Anderson's comments just now. We had a lot of input this morning in our delegation and interest in coming up with ideas beyond just what is already has been identified on our year at a glance as priority issues. And so I think getting some very concrete ideas that have had had that thinking done before September would be great. And having the chairs of our advisory subpanels lead those efforts seems like a good idea.
Okay, so I guess I'm trying to formulate a mental picture of how this might work. So, I think one possibility would be, just to schedule some advisory body meetings, of the advisory subpanels some point during the summer to kind of put their ideas down on paper and thoughts. Another approach might be, as you stated, task the chair to reach out to folks on a more individual basis, and either the chair or their designee or some designee would be responsible for putting those ideas together, that perhaps they could draft something for the full committee to consider at a meeting, immediately prior to the September council meeting, or perhaps maybe a little further in advance in order to get something in the briefing materials somewhat in advance of the council meeting. So those are a couple thoughts.
I have a suggestion.
Okay.
I'd recommend that you put together a webinar that includes our advisory panel chairs and perhaps vice chairs as well, along with the staff officers as you see fit, and put this in front of them. Here's what we need. And offer to set up, a webinar of the committee members, or if that's what they need. But let them know we need their help. Here's the timeline in which we would ask for your assistance. And we're offering to host a meeting of the panel if that is what you think is needed. But if you're able to do it without that, then that's fine. And here's when we would like the results of your work.
Okay. I think we could take a run at that. Maggie.
If we were in person, you would at least see my head nodding. I think that's a good approach.
Okay. Bob.
I just want to let you know I'm awake, and yes, I think that's a very good idea. So I think that's a good approach that Phil lined out, and would give everyone the ability to weigh in. So very good.
Heather.
I want to support that too. I agree. And this whole afternoon, I've been thinking that in addition to a raise hand feature, we need a thumbs up feature. So you can see those head nods from your computer screen.
Okay. So I think that's a good approach, and should get us some good input from our advisors. I did also want just to make sure, though, that I know the council will get a shot at this in September, but I'm sure there's probably some pretty creative and deep thinkers on the council that it would be nice to make sure that, you all have an opportunity to get some ideas down too. So I'm not sure how to do that. But that was just a thought I had.
Well, that's a good thought, and I'm sure there are some innovative, creative ideas within the minds of my colleagues on this topic. And if you give us a deadline, a week ahead of the briefing book or whatever, that you'd like those ideas to be provided to you, I'm sure we would be happy to do that.
Okay. I think we'll solicit that input on an individual basis from council members as well then. Okay. Well, if we're done with that item, again, I think the only thing left on my list of workload issues was just the request that the direction for the SSC to work with the science centers on the BSI framework. If council's all right with that, I think that's a good way to approach this issue.
I'm sensing thumbs up around the table.
Yeah, me too. Any objection to that? Well, if not, then I think I've gotten what I need from you all on workload and agenda planning. Marcy.
Thanks, Chuck. And I apologize if I didn't offer this input at the proper time. I thought we had left it or paused the topic that Pete raised and that was followed up by Mike Conroy in his testimony that all kind of started with the discussion under the Habitat Committee report and the aquaculture and ocean energy proposals to look at potentially joining sites. I have no guidance or interest or expectation in us agendizing anything like that. But I guess we have kind of over the last, 2 or 3 years, kind of paused on taking up this topic. And I guess I was wondering if there might be some opportunity for some council staff time just to do a little research on the topic of aquaculture and food production, given kind of the references that we see in the executive order and elsewhere. I'm just thinking that maybe we might want to up our game a little, just so that I think, as Pete referenced, we're not caught flat-footed. So I don't have any specific suggestion, but it is something that I feel like we've kind of passed on giving a lot of attention to.
Well, I'm not sure that there is staff time to work on that, council staff time. If that's an assignment that we want to put on some of our advisory bodies, the Habitat Committee, that would be one approach. If it takes if this is a higher policy level sort of issue, then I think maybe we ought to see if there's council members that want to work on this. That would be my thoughts on that. Heather?
Thank you. And I'm fairly certain we have this covered, but I do want to just have one last check-in on the short belly discussion from yesterday and the idea of the 2,000 metric ton threshold that we had in our motion. And I'm pretty sure that we'll hear from NIMS as the amendment to the FMP is getting drafted and make sure that's in there. But I didn't want it to fall off the table and just wanted some confirmation that we would be formalizing that in one way or another. But thought I heard that the FMP would be the best route for that.
That was my understanding. Anybody have any other thoughts about that? If not, Louis Zem.
Thank you, Chuck. I did mention that I was going to talk to the head of Hub World Research Institute, and I think maybe he can lead me into reviewing the proper materials and websites and proposals on the national level. And maybe I can, in addition to just contacting the people on the Habitat Committee, come up with some sort of outline of what information is available at this time. There is a lot going on. It is a little hard to track because some of it is corporate and is not really available for public consumption, but there is quite a lot going on. So I'll endeavor to dig into it here in the next couple of weeks.
Okay, thanks, Louis. Anything else we need to cover? Well, not seeing any hands go up. I guess I'm prepared to move on from this agenda item. Ryan.
Well, I did want to say something before you close the agenda item.
Okay.
But it's not on workload planning. I did want to echo what we heard from a number of our public testimony here. I wanted to thank Rich Lincoln for his long commitment to the council. I hope we will continue to be engaged. I really appreciated getting a chance to work with you, Rich. And I wanted to thank Phil for his leadership as chair. You bring quite a steady hand to navigating this ship. I really appreciated your leadership, and that I very much look forward to Mark and to Brad and to them stepping up into their roles. But they are big shoes to fill, like I said earlier. So thank you to you both.
I also wanted to thank both of them. Rich, it's been a great 9 years having you on the council. You know, you're somebody that whenever your hand goes up, we know we're going to get a very thoughtful, thorough comment, and I always look forward to your input. I know I'm gonna appreciate it. Your ability to just sort of be very comprehensive in your thinking, I think is really helpful to the council. You're also somebody that when I ask for input, you always respond, and again, very thoughtful and constructive comments and constructive criticism as well. And I've appreciated getting that from you. I think it's helped me grow as executive director, and so I just wanted to thank you for that. And I've it's not just been the council. I was at Washington Department of Fisheries and Fish and Wildlife while you were there as well, and I appreciated your leadership while I was there as well. And I think in a lot of ways, you and Phil are cut from the same cloth, because we get a lot of the same from Phil. I think a lot of those comments apply. Phil, your leadership has been outstanding, and having you, I've been fortunate to have really great chairs and vice chairs in my relatively short time here as executive director, but you really make my job a lot easier. Your willingness to take things on and to help me understand things, and I've learned a tremendous amount about how to be a good executive director and how to represent the council from you, and I know that everybody that ever has anything to say about your leadership, it's complimentary, and that's within the council, within the CCC, or within other forum. And so I just want to thank you for your leadership for the council, and for being my mentor as an executive director. So thank you to both of you. Heather.
Well, thanks. I also want to offer my thanks to Rich on behalf of WDFW, and for doing the work you've done on the council. And I've always been felt like very thankful for the good fortune I've had to have really strong leaders that I've got to look to in my career. And even when you were at WDFW and I was a young fishery manager, looking at you and Phil, here, Corey said to offer you his best wishes, and he was glad he wasn't here because he was going to get choked up, and now here I'm doing it. But I'm very thankful to have strong leaders that I have been able to look to and watch how you navigate really challenging issues, and I'm just very appreciative. And so thank you, Rich, and thank you, Phil, once again for serving as the chair and showing us what a good leader is.
Mark.
Those thoughts. Rich, it's been a pleasure to serve with Rich on the council. He will miss my public. He will remain engaged in council matters. And I think all the praise for Phil is somewhat a double-edged sword, because it makes me feel all the more inadequate.
Mark, you're on mute now. You were.
Did you hear anything that I said?
Yeah, you were kind of breaking up, figuratively, if not literally.
I just wanted to thank Rich and to thank Phil. To say the praise for both is well deserved, but all the praise for Phil makes me feel a little bit inadequate. But I'll do my best.
You should not feel inadequate, Mark. I'm really looking forward to having you as my chair, and you're going to do a fantastic job. And likewise, Brad, looking forward to having you as vice chair. So congratulations to both of you. Louis M. Oh, sorry, Maggie Summer.
Thanks. Just here. for the recognition of both Rich and Phil. Really have appreciated the opportunity to learn as I watch and listen to you, and you have added so much to the council process, even in the short time I've been part of it. Thank you very much. And Rich, best wishes. I hope we continue to see you in this process, and Phil, we'll see you in September, virtually at least.
Louis.
Thank you, Chuck. To Rich Lincoln, when I first got on the council, I thought I was looking across the aisle, as they say in Washington, to work with you. But I found out very soon that through your thoughtful inputs that we were actually on the same side of the aisle. So I really appreciate working with you. And I hope that we can still work together with the climate and communities work. And then, of course, to Phil, as Phil knows, but maybe you don't know, Phil was my broker for the first CPFV that I ever owned. So Phil started my career, and then I came up and was very excited to see that Phil was there to continue my career at what I take as the peak. And of course, Mark and I have worked together quite a lot, and Brad has really been helpful to me. And so thank you both, all four. Thank you.
Brad.
Yeah, thank you, Chuck. Yeah, Rich, we haven't always been on the same side of things, but I really appreciate all your input, your perspective, and I've at times when the council gets wrapped around the axle, and you to weigh in and just kind of clarify everything was just always a welcome relief, and we're really gonna miss that. And Phil, you've just been the epitome of what a chair should be. Your graciousness and how you deal with everybody is just something to behold, and really a fine example, I think, for everybody who follows in your footsteps. Thank you.
Thanks, Brad. Pete.
Thanks, Chuck. Yes, Phil, I just love learning from extreme good leaders, and it's been an absolute privilege to be in the chair in the chair around the council process while you've been chairing the council. So thank you very much. I've learned a very lot, and I know Mark and Brad are going to do well for us in the future. And for Rich, the very first time I was able to sit up there at the big table for the council, Rich was to my right in the Washington seat, and for several meetings that went on, and then we were separated in the last couple of meetings. As my position changed, all of a sudden Rich was sitting to my right again, and through all that time really appreciated the insights and guidance and the knowledge he was able to give to me through this process. So thanks very much, Rich, and I certainly hope we cross paths in the future.
Bob Dooley.
Thanks, Chuck. Yeah, it's hard to even begin here, but I'll start with Rich. And Rich, thanks. I really appreciate your input and the clarity you bring to over the time, and it helped me understand and get to really understand a lot of things I didn't know anything about. So I really appreciate it. I also appreciate the leadership you've taken into the Climate and Communities Initiative and all the good work you've done there. I'm going to miss you. Phil, since I've been involved in the whole process, it's been many, many years, not coming in on particular issues and then getting more engaged and more engaged. But the epitome of a leader is to be able to cut through the BS and bring people together. And I've seen you do it in the U.S.-Canada Whiting Treaty negotiations. I've seen you do it in the SAMTAC. I've seen you do it in the salmon world, and most importantly at the council, and how you take people with vastly different views of an issue and can distill that. That's a true leader, and I really, really have appreciated working with you. and seeing you and working under you as our chair. And I know you'll still be at the table, but I just wanted to make sure you knew how much I appreciated that and how much I appreciate all the efforts you've made to bring this industry together. Our new chair, Mark, I'm really looking forward to you being in the chair. I'm proud that you're there, and I think it's we've got a steady hand at the wheel. And Brad, I'm excited to see you elevated to the vice chair, and I'm looking forward to the future. So, congratulations to both of you, and onward and upward. And thanks so much.
Okay, thanks, Bob. Well, I'm not seeing any more hands up. Mr. Chairman, I think I'll turn the mic back over to Rich.
Yes, I don't feel really guilty about extending the length of the meeting, but I wanted to get just a couple words in just in case it happened to adjourn before I did. I've got to say I'm really appreciative. In addition to feeling guilty, I'm very appreciative of the kind thanks from all of you and from some of the public testimony today. It's been quite a rewarding experience, and I have to say that over 40 years ago, when I contributed to the development of the council's first salmon management plan and observed, I should say, the wild west of the council's initial kind of operating MO, I could have hardly imagined that I would have finished my association with the council as a member. But I have to say that it's been just a great privilege to work with such an exceptionally dedicated and thoughtful group of colleagues on the council, and that certainly has been true of the council's leadership and the chairs and vice chair in the time I've been on the council. Most recently with Phil's tremendous leadership and guidance as chair, which I've had the privilege to experience in other ways over a long part of my career. One of the things I've enjoyed most about the council itself, in terms of its personality, I think, is just its strong collaborative spirit. And I was thinking earlier today that for me, that collaborative spirit in the council process is kind of like a true north on the compass. It seems like even when we get into some difficult topics that have charged emotional dimensions to them that even can border on the personal at times, it seems like the council always comes back to its true north in terms of that to that spirit, and that's been particularly something that I particularly appreciated. And I guess the last thing I wanted to say is that as an older male in the demographic on the council, I've been very appreciative and encouraged to see the strong leadership of women in the council process. I think that has been just so clearly evident at the council table, and not only though in the council table and its leadership, but also throughout the council process in terms of the advisory bodies and everyone that's involved. It just is, being around for as long as I have in this world, it's just such just great to see that evolution in terms of female leadership over time. So thanks again. I really appreciate the kind words.
Well, I'll just say a few brief things. First of all, to my dear friend Rich, whom I've known for almost 40 years, and we have experienced a lot together, both here on the council and within WDFW, and before that. He's just been a dear friend who I have greatly admired and have learned a great deal from, that many of you have spoken to his qualities, I I remember when I went to him and asked him if he'd be interested in getting on the council, and he looked at me with a kind of an incredulous look, like, you got to be kidding me. But I kept after him, and although I didn't have to keep after him too hard, and it's just been really great to have him as a colleague on the council, and be able to continue to learn from him. So thank you very much. Thanks for all the kind words, and this has been an incredible experience to come back and be chair of the council. I mean, when you have such a great group of people, from extending from all the people in the public and our advisory groups and industry members that give us such great information and advice and counsel, to all the people on our advisory panels and our science groups and our technical teams and management teams. And you couple that with an outstanding council staff and leader in Chuck. And then to be surrounded with all of you, it's hard. It would be hard to fail, frankly. So I've just been the beneficiary of representing an extraordinary organization, and it's been my privilege to do so. With that, Rich and I also wanted to thank all of you for sending us out with a 6.5-hour workload planning session. We're particularly appreciative of that as well. Let me ask if there's, I think that does complete our agenda here for our 255th meeting in June, and on June 19th, which happens to be my father's birthday. I'll ask if there's anything else to come before the council. Great. So we'll go ahead and entertain a motion to adjourn. And Rich, I'll look to you for that.
Thank you, Chair. It's my pleasure to move to adjourn our June council meeting. Thank you.
I'll briefly pass the gavel to Vice Chair Grelnick and offer a second, and then take it back and say, Mark, you're going to be fantastic as a chair. And I'm looking forward to working with you when you're in that capacity. And Brad, congratulations. Same for you. You're going to do great. And so all those in favor of adjourning our meeting, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
No opposed, no abstentions. Have a great summer. We'll look forward to seeing you or hearing you in September.
Thank you.